Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
I always feel that this so-called Justice League is a knockoff. Super Inspection Department. Sheng came here as Kayla's boyfriend. As for Lucy Lois, Alex and Martian Manhunter, they will naturally not object or even hope that Sheng can join in. Astra, the criminals and Rosberg are enough to give them a headache. Now that they are well, these people have joined the extreme Superman camp and began to supervise the world. At this turbulent time, Sheng can be regarded as a comfort even if he does not join in but just shows up. What's more, the relationship between Sheng and Kayla and Lucy's deal can't really watch the situation get out of control. The computer of the Super Inspection Department shows the military operations of the Justice League in different regions, and the central screen is showing Superman's declaration to the outside world. Superman, who has always been hiding his identity, after announcing his identity of Clark Kent, on the one hand agitated the people, on the other hand, he used force to solve the problem. I have to say that the results are still there. With the copycat version or the alien version, the intervention of members of the Superman Justice League can even prevent several large-scale military exchanges and save many civilians, but the means, 11, to iron and blood. The news is conveyed to you, don't you listen? Then force you to listen. Overbearing people do not listen to human rights, freedom, and kill if they refuse to accept it. In just a few hours, there have been demonstrations in many areas, especially, the most recent one. Lucy Lois finished, and the picture on the screen suddenly changed. In the picture is a procession protesting against Superman and his alien doglegs behavior that ignores human rights and ignores freedom. 2 aliens from the Justice League descended from the sky with a strong tone to disperse the marching people, but they aroused resistance. When one of the people shot at them, the 2 aliens directly squeezed his neck. Just the video can feel the breath of grief and anger permeating. This innocent man was once a fan of Superman. He was ruthlessly killed when he was fighting for freedom in his own city and his own country. After Louise's death, Superman has completely changed. Lucy Lois said with a gloomy face, now Superman and this so-called Justice League have gathered a lot of aliens, and there is news that hidden aliens have begun to join one after another. Although they killed the criminals, many people have been saved, but this kind of powerful tyrant behavior will only intensify. If there really is a God, it will never be like this. The Superman I know is not like that. Martian Manhunter sighed, shaking his head. He has affected the safety of the Earth, we must find a way. Boom! Martian Manhunter heard a loud bang as soon as he finished speaking. The ceiling of the inspection department was pierced. Superman fell from the sky. With the appearance of Superman, several aliens landed, among them Fiora. Ha ha! In an instant, all agents pointed their guns at them. Superman glanced indifferently, his eyes swept over Martian Manhunter, Supergirl Kayla, Sheng, and finally stayed on Lucy Lois. Lucy. Superman's expression was slightly relaxed, and his tone was not so cold. How are you? What do you think? Lucy Lois sneered. You are not the Superman I know, and my sister won't want to see you like this. Don't mention him. Superman's expression instantly turned hideous and terrifying. I did this for her. If I didn't indulge those criminals, Louise wouldn't have trouble. When I understood this, it was too late, so I wouldn't let Louise's affairs happen. Repeated in others. Lucy. Hand over the kryptonite and the criminals you are imprisoned, I won't let them have a second chance to hurt others. This is impossible. Supergirl Kayla stood beside Lucy with a cold snort, and at the same time Alex put on the battle suit, Martian Manhunter also became the original appearance. Humph. Fiora snorted coldly, and took the other aliens to prepare separately. The two sides immediately confronted each other. I don't want to hurt you, but I must take the kryptonite and the prisoner away, don't force me to shoot. Superman said coldly. I said, it's impossible. Supergirl said without flinching. Carl, look back, don't you realize how much you have done? Excessive? I want to bring them real peace. Superman said stubbornly. Extreme. He has fallen completely into extreme logic. Fiola. Superman snorted coldly, and Fiora and the other aliens dispersed separately, seemingly planning to find them by themselves. The Supergirl wanted to stop in an instant but was stopped by Superman. Martian Manhunter chased after him with a whistle, and at the same time, Alex also rushed to the other aliens. Fight! Hurry up, I can take care of myself. Su Sheng said. Su Sheng, you go first. But. Supergirl wanted to say it more uneasy, but Superman suddenly moved. All of a sudden, the gunshots were loud, and various kinds of attacks appeared endlessly. In the chaos, Superman and Supergirl face each other, but they have not taken any action. They are secretly paying attention to one person. Kayla slowly moved her direction to block Su Sheng and said. Supergirl is afraid that such a chaotic 070 scene will hurt Su Sheng, and Superman is concerned about whether Su Sheng will make a move. Don't worry about me, I will be fine, trust me. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Su Sheng released the X-ray sight with interest. Although the Copycat Justice League or the Pirated Injustice League makes him feel less enjoyable, Supergirl vs. Superman? This is worth seeing. Then you are careful. Su Sheng sat on the transfer and watched the battle here for a while, and watched the battle over there for a while. He didn't mean to shoot or panicked at all. The two parties have directly played against each other. Supergirl gritted her teeth and chased it up. It didn't take long to hear the sound of AB************ G fight. Supergirl and Superman finally fought. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng. What about Su Sheng? With a bang, Superman broke through the wall and seemed to be doing something. Su Sheng does not know if there is a central treasure for Superman in this world, but his strength is indeed stronger than that of Supergirl. The whitening is weak by 3 points, and the blackening is twice as strong. Originally, Supergirl's combat experience is not as rich as Superman's, especially one who tries to redeem, probation, and the other is decisive. In this case, it would be strange if Supergirl can still beat Superman. Su Sheng watched the battle between Superman and Supergirl while watching other battles. Martian Manhunter is facing Fiora. Martian Manhunter is at a disadvantage and is not an opponent. Alex wore a battle suit to fight against other aliens. At first, it was only 1-to-1 and could communicate with each other, but with 1-to-many, Alex's situation became less optimistic. As for other agents in the Super Investigation Department, forget it, ordinary guns and weapons can't cause any harm to these aliens. Not long after the battle, the Super Investigation Department was already destroyed. Boom! There was a loud noise. The ground was smashed through from bottom to top, and the figure of Supergirl flew up from below and hit the ground heavily. At the same time, azure blue light and various screams were faintly lit up below. Superman is slaughtering alien criminals in custody. There should be an alien with mental ability among his doglegs, and the agent who controlled the Super Investigation Department opened the cell. Although these extraterrestrial criminals were free, it was a pity that they faced Superman's merciless slaughter. Do not! Kayla screamed and rushed to stop, but it was too late. When she pushed Superman out of the Super Investigation Department, the last alien criminal had already died under the laser rays. Boom! 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 An angry Kayla pushed Superman and flew directly out of the Super Investigation Department. At the same time, the remaining aliens had found the kryptonite and prepared to take it away. Interestingly, These people were merciless when they saw the agent, but Sheng sat there brightly but no alien approached him and shot him. Even when other people are fighting against each other, they seem to control as much as possible not to spread to Sheng's side. Therefore, although the entire Cao Cha department was destroyed in appearance, the vicinity of Sheng was intact. No, they can't let them take the kryptonite. Lucy Lois shot and ran to Sheng's side. Quickly, stop them. Why? Sheng turned his head to Lucy Lois with a chuckle. I still shot them, okay? Once they take the kryptonite, there is no way to deal with Superman. Lucy Lois yelled eagerly. No, kryptonite works but it's not everything. They have already developed anti-kryptonite equipment, haven't they? If you want me to say, you should stop. Superman and Supergirl are playing fiercely outside. You are here. Continuing to resist will only increase casualties in vain. Sheng then took Lucy Lois in his hand. Once she leaves her range, those aliens will not be polite to her. Boom! Alex flew over from a distance, and the armor looked badly damaged, lying on the ground struggling and unable to get up. The aliens one after another packed the kryptonite away, and Fiora did not know where it came from. She glanced at Sheng, slightly opened her mouth, and finally recruited Roar to leave. Where is Martian Manhunter? Lucy Lois didn't see Martian Manhunter for an instant, and was worried, maybe it was Fiora who gave it to. Superman killed the criminal, and the dogs took the kryptonite away. The Super Inspection Department is simply unable to stop it. Alex took off the battle suit solemnly and looked for Martian Manhunter. Lucy Lois also began to direct the rest of the people to clean up the mess, and at the same time sent a message to Supergirl that the situation here asked her to come back. It's all over. It doesn't make sense for Supergirl to fight, and Supergirl can't beat Superman either. After a few minutes, the Supergirl flew back. Everyone is okay. Although she looked a little embarrassed, she still cared about other people first and then came to Sheng. Are you okay? Sheng shook his head. I'm fine. Supergirl, find where Martian Manhunter is. Alex ran out from a distance and shouted in a panic. Supergirl was stunned and hurriedly looked around, but found nothing. Not found. Supergirl shook her head. He won't. I'll go out and look for it. Alex was worried about Martian Manhunter, and the Supergirl instantly rose into the air and flew out again. Why, how can you watch all this happen? Alex came to Sheng a little annoyed. Sheng cast a glance and said faintly, don't find someone else's reason if you fail yourself, what do I owe you? Although there was no gain, I was relieved to learn that Martian Manhunter might have been involved in Superman's team. What do you mean by this? You have kryptonite in your hand. Alex and Lucy Lois were shocked. Alex took a deep breath to calm down. Sorry, I shouldn't say anything, but I always think you are on our side. When I arrived home, Indigo suddenly came out of the bracelet. Okay. Sheng smiled brightly, and Supergirl flew away holding him. Gideon received a message from Earth 1. Indigo's big eyes gleamed with curiosity. Don't blame him. Lucy Lois couldn't help but interject. After a while, Supergirl came back. I have to go back to the company first. Supergirl glanced at Sheng and said. I will send you back. Although she was also angry that Sheng was indifferent, but now she calmed down and figured it out. Since Superman is eyeing the kryptonite and these criminals, even if Sheng is in their hands this time, they will do it next time. Sheng can't stay in the Super Investigation Department all the time, let alone they have already developed anti-kryptonite equipment. Even if we have kryptonite, we may not be able to deal with them. Do you know where he is? Alex asked hurriedly. Martian Manhunter is much smarter than you. Sheng said lightly. Ha! Supergirl went to the company, and Sheng went back to the apartment after being put down on the side of the road. Yes, and I'm making people study different kryptonites. If it succeeds, it should be very interesting. You can watch a good show. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth but stopped talking about this topic. International City. He got into Superman's team. When he finds out the situation, he should find a way to inform you. Sheng slowly got up and smiled. Actually, there is another advantage of having kryptonite taken away by Superman. No matter if Fiora tells Superman that they didn't say anything about me, they shouldn't suspect that you still have kryptonite in your hands. Chance. The message of the Earth One. Did Laura send it? If there is nothing special, Laura should not take the initiative to contact herself. Sheng's thoughts directly bordered the bracelet and read the information. For a modern networked environment, Indigo's ability is really convenient. Harrison went to Earth. How many times did the Flash fought with the Black Sea monster and they were caught? Thea returned to Starling, and the Raptor team contacted herself several times. TSK, it happened after leaving for a while. So many things have happened. Sheng chuckled and thought for a while, not planning to go back. Harrison Wells had already made a device that could traverse parallel universes at the time of killing Speed. It should be easy for Harrison Wells's mind to think that he took Jesse away, so he was not surprised when he went to Earth. He was playing Zheng He in this world and didn't plan to return to Earth 1 for the time being, so Sheng simply returned a message to Laura. Don't you go back and have a look? Seeing that Sheng didn't seem to mean to return to Earth 1, Indigo couldn't help being a little disappointed. She really wants to see other worlds. I don't have this interest for the time being. Sheng spoke with 803 and got up and walked towards the semi-enclosed swimming pool. This world is so interesting, Sheng does not plan to leave for the time being. In the swimming pool, Sheng took a clean and relaxed swim. Today, Superman's hard drive into the Super Investigation Department is a signal, and it will be completely messed up in a short time. I wonder if Supergirl defeated Superman in the end, or Superman ruled the world with iron and blood power. Indigo is in the water. The human-like Indigo went into the water naked and swam behind Sheng. I thought you were on the side of Supergirl, but why didn't you make a move in the Super Investigation Department today? Indigo asked with her hands on Sheng's shoulders and pressed them to her ears. I'm on the fun side. I will do whatever is fun. Sheng chuckled lightly. Is it fun? It's more fun to watch fun than to make fun. I have an idea. Indigo's mouth raised a smirk, and Sheng's earlobe was attached to the corner of Indigo's mouth and whispered. This time, Superman's tough action has prevented the Super Investigation Department from taking action for the time being, and the Justice League on Superman's side will also enter a period of stable development. This way you may not see the fun for a long time. So, we might as well speed up this progress. Sheng turned around and hugged Indigo's pretty waist, and asked with interest. For example, let Superman start the big cleaning plan. In this way, Supergirls will definitely not be able to wait slowly. I have seen the research on kryptonite and kryptonite from Road Technology. We can speed up this speed to help Supergirls increase their chances of winning. If time is too late, you can do nothing. The world grabs villains or heroes to balance the strengths of both sides, and you can use all of this as your playground to change the balance left and right to have fun. If you are bored and tired, you can end this game at any time. Indigo backhand hooks Sheng said with a smile on the neck. You are so bad. But I like it. Sheng patted her buttocks vigorously. Although the world has changed a lot because of him, and the plot is seriously damaged, it may take a while if the situation continues to develop. Waiting is really boring for Sheng. From the perspective of God to control the game. It sounds pretty good. Supergirl is definitely not Superman's opponent, so you have to find a real opponent for Superman. Green Lantern. The Green Light Corps. Or Zod. Zod in this world should be dead. What if Superman turns black and Zod becomes Superman? Exchange of good and evil. I let Astra wake up, and then you go to Superman and let them start the big cleaning plan, starting from Metropolis. Sheng said towards Indigo. Now. Indigo smiled sweetly, and the hand that hooked Sheng's neck slowly stroked his chest. Go ahead. Sheng smiled. Indigo Yenran got up and crawled out of the pool, and then resumed her original appearance. Don't worry about Astra, wake up, wait for my news. Want to surprise me? Sheng smiled and nodded. Indigo got into the bracelet and disappeared. The sound of the key opening the door sounded, and Jessie returned. Especially that super queen, her real name is actually Lois. Could it be the duo of Louise Lois who died in this world? Zord, he and Superman are both Kryptonians. In other parallel worlds, most of them are villains, but your world is a reverse of good and evil, so if you really have Zord, you might be a good person. In addition, there are a few others. I will give you the information when I look back. Sheng said with a smile. In a while, I will help you make a communication bracelet, which is convenient for transferring data and messages. You only need to collect their intelligence, and I will go over and arrest people at that time. Jessie nodded blankly. After the battle was over, Sheng and Jessie came out of the pool to take a break and then started to make a communication bracelet. It sounds a bit high-end to be able to be used in different worlds, but in fact, once the core technology breaks through, it will be the same. How long does Sheng make the bracelet and also use nano-shrinking technology to help her prepare a storage box, which is specially used to store the speed serum? After fixing these, Sheng passed the information of the people he was looking for one by one. And the ability of these people is too strong, right? Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Crime Syndicate corresponds to the Justice League in the comics, but it is a reversed version of good and evil. The corner of Sheng's mouth raised slightly. Criminal Syndicate, I removed 2, you can try to find out, I am not sure if it is in your world. Huh? Jessie stared at Sheng in a daze. Then, what should I do? Zord? Speedmaster? Syndicate, Super Queen, the Atom? Divine Power Ring, Grid, Seamaster. Jessie looked at the information from Sheng and was a little surprised. She hadn't heard of these people before. Could it be herself? Are there really these people in your world? Jessie was surprised to see Sheng swimming in the pool. Come down. Sheng beckoned. I will send you to the cutting-edge laboratory of Earth 1 to find your father. You need to go back to Earth 2 with your father and find someone for me. Sheng smiled. Jessie took off his clothes and scared the water directly. Who are you looking for? These are all. Jessie looked at Sheng suspiciously. Immediately after, Sheng played with her to float on the water. Even the evil version of the Justice League should look more pleasing to the eye than the current alien version. Holding Jessie, Sheng arbitrarily lowered his hands and smiled. Your father ran to the Earth to find you. Boom! Vibe ability was activated, and a miniature wormhole appeared directly in the living room. This. After entering, it is Earth 1. I will wait for your good news, and take the time to help me find the helmet of your world, the Flash. Jessie nodded suspiciously. Got in. The miniature wormhole disappeared, and Jessie was gone. The Flash of Earth 2 was pretended to be extremely fast. His helmet seemed to be snatched from the real The Flash of Earth 3. Sheng did not see the Flash of Earth 3 twice after going to Earth 2. I don't know if it ran away or he died. If he got his helmet back, he might be able to sense Earth 3. If Jessie can't find Zod or the Crime Syndicate, she can also go to other worlds to find it. As soon as Sheng sent Jessie away with his front foot, he received news from Indigo on his back foot. He made Astra wake up from the ability of the Black Flower of Mercy. Sheng didn't ask what surprise Indigo had prepared, and casually leaned on the sofa to rest, and soon heard a knock on the door. Opening the door, I saw that Indigo was standing at the door with a few large boxes. his eyes swept away. Su Sheng had already seen that the contents were all kryptonite. You want kryptonite from Superman? Su Sheng was a little surprised. Indigo smiled. They have to get your approval if they want to use the big cleaning plan, so they should pay a little price. Yes, it just so happens that I also need kryptonite to study. Is Indigo a good person? No. In the TV series, there is the idea of destroying human beings, but she is really satisfied with what she does. Su Sheng carried these boxes into a phaseless state and directly penetrated the ceiling layer by layer to reach the roof platform. The disciple is released and enters invisible mode. Su Sheng put the kryptonite away and decided to temporarily put the disciple number here. Anyway, if there is a network connection, it can be sensed for the first time or remotely controlled, and it is not so easy to be discovered after entering the invisible mode. Indigo from behind, he put Su Sheng's shoulders on him and smiled. In addition to kryptonite, I have another surprise. And also? What is it? Indigo smiled. This surprise may need to travel through time. I start to like you. Su Sheng smiled and turned around. You really didn't waste my effort to find you. Definitely. Indigo chuckled and walked to the console to take over the disciple. The disciple slowly lifted off and disappeared with a bang. Next moment, the disciple appeared from the night sky. As soon as he appeared, he saw a flash of fire across the night sky, as if something had fallen from the sky. It looks like a spaceship of Krypton. This is the time when Supergirl came to the Earth. No, that's not right. Su Sheng squinted at the spaceship. The spaceship contained a baby. Supergirl was already a little girl when she came to Earth, so this is not a Supergirl, is it Superman? The indigo figure flashed to the outside of the disciples, and then saw the spaceship that was about to fall in the distance changed its direction and flew over here. The disciples' towing equipment was activated, and the spacecraft flying from a distance slowly landed. The door of the spacecraft slowly opened to reveal the little guy inside. A baby. Baby girl. Su Sheng looked at Indigo, and saw Indigo explain, "This is the second surprise I said." Before the explosion of Krypton, in addition to Superman, Supergirl, she was also sent over in advance. She has a terrible name called Dominate. She will sleep like an ordinary person, and live in this world like an ordinary person, until one day, she is awakening. She is stronger than Supergirl. What does this symbol mean? Su Sheng pointed to the symbol on Jifei Chuang. Indigo giggled and said, "Let me keep this secret for the time being. This is also one of the surprises." Okay. Su Sheng nodded indifferently. So what are you going to do with her? Don't you plan to take it back for adoption? Definitely no, I just let you know that she exists, and I will let her live according to her original destiny. Definitely, just make a small change. With that, Indigo dived into the spacecraft, the hatch closed, and the spacecraft slowly started to fly away. In about an hour, Indigo came back. The two went back to the disciple to return to the original era. After returning, Indigo said to Su Sheng, "Can I drive the disciple to leave?" "Can't tell me?" Su Sheng asked. Indigo nodded. Surprise, only when it is announced at the last moment is a surprise. Go ahead. Su Sheng was a little looking forward to it. As for letting Indigo take away the disciple, it's no big deal. Anyway, he can be connected to the system of the disciple. Indigo may be able to squeeze Gideon away but has no ability to squeeze himself away. Night slowly descended. After sending Jesse away, Indigo left again. Su Sheng wondered whether to let Lucy Lois or Shi Fong over, or go to Kayla. But by this time Indigo had already returned. The disciple landed on the roof and entered invisible mode. Indigo sprang from Su Sheng's bracelet. How does time travel feel? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Not bad. Indigo smiled sweetly. Tomorrow, I will take you to see the surprise, Master. Owner. Su Sheng whispered about the name Roar. Indigo didn't call it that way before, but she called it very smoothly just now. Naturally, although she didn't know how long she spent on time travel, it was definitely enough to change one's habit of calling roar. Sheng didn't look up the traversal record of the disciple. It is not clear which era Indigo went to for the time being, but to be honest, Sheng really had a sense of expectation. In terms of surprises, Indigo is excellent. The sun is slowly upgrading, the sun is swaying. At the beginning of a new day, people received a heavy news. The metropolis is under martial law. Everyone seemed to be controlled overnight. The whole city seemed to have become a large processor, and everyone was doing their original work according to the rules, just like a puppet. At the same time, Superman declared that the metropolis has been included in a peaceful city, and there will be no more crime since then. Sheng and Indigo strolled on the street. At this time, the pedestrians usually started a new day's work in a hurry, but now there are obviously fewer pedestrians on the street, even if someone is talking in twos and threes about the metropolis. Things. Superman's recent behavior has become more and more excessive, but there are still many people who support his extreme justice, but now, he has enslaved and controlled everyone in the metropolis overnight, which is unacceptable. They can support extreme justice, but no one wants to lose freedom. This incident has caused an uproar. The military will be controlled as soon as it approaches the metropolis when it tries to launch operations. Therefore, there is no good way to do so except for the martial law to prohibit others from entering the metropolis. The Super Investigation Department had to enter the state immediately because of this incident. Just now, Supergirl flew away from the sky and flew to the metropolis. "Where is the surprise you said?" Sheng turned his head and asked Indigo. "Don't worry, the master will see it soon." Indigo chuckled with confidence, and his eyes lit up and looked at a woman who was handing out flyers in front of him. After 2 quick steps, Indigo took the flyer and smiled. "This is the surprise I prepared for the master." Indigo handed the flyer to Sheng. Sheng took a curious look and found that the flyer was printed with a wealthy man similar to the Krypton family, such as Superman's S and Zod's Z, Fiora's F. The basic style is the same, but this symbol is red and black with a darker and depressing feel. At the same time, the design of this symbol is obviously more complicated. "Does the master recognize it?" Indigo asked Sheng expectantly. "This is the symbol on the dominating spaceship, right?" "No, it's not right." Sheng frowned slightly, although he didn't look closely at the time, he seemed to have noticed the difference. "This symbol is different, a little more complicated than the symbol that dominates the spacecraft. Ear, mouth, king." Sheng stretched the flyer a little farther, looking at this symbol, and said unexpectedly, "Why does this look like the Wuxia traditional sacred characters? It just seems to be some variance. Krypton was a long, long time ago, before the god of Rao, there was a more powerful god who ruled all things. No one knows the true identity of this god, and no one knows what he looks like, only the person who owns this symbol is his disciple, the king of ears and mouths, obeyed the king's order and conveyed the king's verbal command. Is the master satisfied with this surprise?" Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly to look at Indigo. "You traveled to the ancient Krypton and created a god for them?" "That is, me. I spread my faith as your disciple, the voice of the holy. The name of the holy has become the most mysterious ancient god of Krypton, far above Rao. Before the city of Krypton Kandor disappeared, someone used the way to control the city in the name of Rao's voice is what I learned from me." Indigo said with a chuckle. "I have to say, this feeling of traveling through time and changing history is really great. So I became confused and became the oldest saint of Krypton." "God." Sheng felt that Indigo's brain was really big. He didn't even appear. Indigo himself easily changed the history of Krypton. Up their beliefs. Although this belief may disappear in the subsequent changes of the times, it is clear that Indigo has done something else. Otherwise, the flyer will not be born. It's worthy of the number 8 Blagnac. What's the matter with this flyer? Are you developing a disciple for me? Sheng asked casually. Just let the glory of the Holy Spirit shine on more people. Indigo said. Sheng curled his lips. Some people told me that following the strong is an instinct. Even if I don't need subordinates, believers or disciples, there will be people who follow me for this and other reasons. This is unavoidable. You again, it proves that this view is correct. Indigo said slowly with a chuckle. The prisoners in Rodsburg are all criminals arrested by the Kryptonians. Why is Astra as a Kryptonian, but the former general can make those aliens who hate the Kryptonians obediently and use them for her? It's because of this. Since I have followed you, I naturally hope that your power and prestige can become stronger. Only in this way can I gain stronger strength and status. Indigo thought for a while. According to the master, your Huxia illusion, this should be regarded as adding a yellow robe? Yes, I don't want to be emperor, but those who follow me want me to be emperor. Indigo chuckled. Actually, you don't need to care about it, master, just play if you find it interesting. If you feel boring, you can let it go. If someone does something that makes you unsatisfied, just kill it. P.S. The series of plots that dominate come from the 3rd season of the female Superman. In addition, Zord Super will appear on the scene, taken from the Justice League, Gods and Monsters. By the way, I just plan to write a few more special parallel universes. I will not write all of them. When adding drama, movie, and comic versions, many settings will conflict and be different, so I may have some plots or settings. Make a slight change. No hurry. Sheng shook his head. Surprise takes your time, it's enough to have this today. Here is Earth 2. Indigo looked around curiously and then dived into Sheng's bracelet to familiarize himself with the world through the internet. Sheng confirmed Jesse's position, and the blue lightning lightened up. Ha! Sheng suddenly appeared and asked Jesse, who was wearing a battle suit 1.3. Did you find Zod? With the corners of his mouth raised, Sheng said with a smile, Jesse's movements are so fast, I found out. Jesse paused and said, I don't know if he is Zod, but his appearance is very similar to the photo you sent me, but he is not called Zod, but Hernangela. In this world, he is called Superman. That's not as good as. Indigo didn't know what he thought of, so pay attention to just about to speak, but Sheng suddenly interrupted her. Indigo was stunned and saw Sheng waved his hand to release Vibe, the miniature wormhole opened, and the two jumped directly. Yes. But she is not in the international city now. If the host wants to see her, I can ask her to come back. Speaking of this flyer. Who is organizing it? The master. The two came to Earth 2. When the light disappeared, Sheng was already in front of Jesse. Hernangela. A name that doesn't feel at all. Tell me the details. Next moment. On the roof somewhere in the central city. Earth 2. On the rooftop, Sheng listened to Jesse talking about the details of Hernangela. Speed Domination Central City gathered a group of villains and wanted to go to the Earth for revenge, but Sheng killed them in seconds. Some of these villains returned to their original lives, but some were unwilling to start teaming up to cause destruction. At this time, one was called Justice. The organization of the Alliance rose quietly. There are only 3 people in this organization. Superman, Batman, Wonder Girl. Jesse hasn't found out the information of the other 2 people, but this Superman has paid special attention because it matches the profile photo of Zod given by Sheng. According to Jesse's intelligence, this Hernangela's experience is very similar to Superman's. After the explosion of Krypton, he arrived on Earth and was adopted by an ordinary family. For some reason, he kept concealing his identity and doing ordinary work and living with ability. It's not easy. Later, he began to save people slowly, and slowly broke through the name of Superman, but not many people knew it because of the low key before. Before and after this time, the appearance of Superman and the Justice League made him truly 11 appeared in front of the public. How is his approach? Sheng asked. Jesse pondered. From the information I have collected, he is not merciful to criminals, but he is indeed doing justice. Ha! Indigo suddenly got out of the bracelet and said to Sheng with great interest, Master, this Hernangela is indeed Zod, or the son of Zod. In my world, Krypton exploded. Previously, Kal-El's parents sent him to Earth to become Superman, and in this world, when they planned to integrate their genes to give birth to children and send them away from Krypton, General Zod suddenly appeared and replaced Kal with his own genes. The genes of Al's father, Jor-El. In other words, Hernangela, the Superman of this world, is not Kal-El, but the son of General Zod. So is this Zord giving Jill a forgiveness hat? I wanted to find a Zord who reversed good and evil, but I didn't expect to find Zord Chow. That's good, the scene between Zord and Superman is still very interesting. Yes. Sheng smiled. Jesse, you go find the Flash's helmet. Indigo, you search for news about these people in this world. Sheng passed the criminal syndicate information to Indigo. After the order, he decided to seize Wad Chow. The sun is swaying. A figure flew quickly through the air. A black trench coat, blue tights, AZ symbol on the belt, and a pair of boots. There is no Superman's red underwear or Superman's cloak. Instead, he has a goatee, which is very similar to the appearance of Zod who was killed by Sheng on Earth. Boom! A scorching laser hit from a distance, and instantly hit the unsuspecting Zod-Ko. Zod-Ko fell from the air with a muffled snort and hit the ground heavily. The surrounding crowd dispersed in panic, and Zod Chow slowly raised his head to see a person slowly falling from the air. Who are you? Zod-Ko got up and asked glaringly. Hernangela. Son of Zod. Or should I call you Zod-Ko? Forget it, Zod-Ko is more fluent. Sheng looked at Zod-Ko with interest. I came to you to ask you to do something. Beat you. Zod-Ko snorted like a cannonball and rushed over and punched Sheng in the face. Snapped. Sheng's powerful fist was caught. Zod Chow Wei was shocked and was thrown directly into the air. Sheng's eyes turned red, and the laser beam instantly hit Zod-Ko. The pain caused Zod Chow to scream slowly from the air. Snapped. His body hit the ground. Sheng descended from the sky and stepped on his chest. What did you just say? Hit me. Are you also a Kryptonian? Zod looked at Sheng in surprise. Didn't Krypton explode? He should be the last son of Krypton. Surprise to surprise, Zod-Ko is obviously not the kind of character willing to suffer. He asked, while laser beams hit Sheng. Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly and also released laser rays. The collision of the two laser rays instantly became anxious, but the anxiousness only lasted for a few seconds before it collapsed. Sheng's laser rays completely suppressed Zod-Chow, and quickly approached Zod-Chow with a strong crushing posture. Boom! There was a loud noise. The explosion occurred on Zod-Ko's head, the smoke dissipated, and Zod-Ko's eyes burned like coke. Zod-Chow pushed away Sheng's legs with all his strength, closing his eyes and wanted to fly away. You go, I will kill everyone in this world. Sheng's voice came from behind, and Zod-Chow stopped instantly. Under the sun, Zod-Chow's eyes were recovering quickly, and he glared at Sheng with unclear eyes. Who are you and what do you want to do? This world is about to face the biggest crisis. Sheng said slowly. What crisis? Zod-Ko asked in a daze. Sheng pointed at himself with a chuckle. Trust me, I can easily destroy this world. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Zod slammed into the ground with overweight, his fist fell on him like a raindrop crazily. The sharp blade is oncoming. Pain swept through his body, and Zod KO only felt that his whole body seemed to fall apart. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. It turned out he would bleed, and would die. Before the laser beam came out, Su Sheng's fist had already fallen blatantly. Although it is hard to talk about the rain hitting the beach with thousands of pits, Swa de Chao is already bluish and swollen. Even the body of steel at the moment has been bruised and scarred, and many wounds have overflowed with blood. No. I'm the son of Zod, I'm the son of heroes. Zod KO suddenly shouted, his eyes released laser rays again as if bursting with infinite power, and then. What one world, another world, I don't understand 313 what you are talking about, but you never want to destroy the earth. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Boom. Su Sheng curled his lips and raised his fists. Cough. Just turned around. Son of the hero. Poor guy, you really don't know what Zod has done. Su Sheng chuckled and picked up Zod KO's arm and dragged him out and turned around to leave. Want to save this world? You have to save another world first and defeat an enemy who wants to rule the world. If you do it, your world will be safe. If you can't do it, bang. Your world will disappear, like Krypton. Boom. Zod KO shouted and rushed over again. Zod vomited blood and fainted. What? Su Sheng leaned back to avoid the sword's edge, and looked at the sword-wielding woman who attacked him in surprise. This woman is wearing a sexy silver and black armor, holding a black long sword. Wonder Woman. The Justice League of Earth 2 has only the three giants Superman, Wonder Woman, and Batman. Woman, with a sword, wearing armor, and also to save Zod KO, the identity of Roar is about to come out, this is the Wonder Woman of Earth 2, right? She looks completely different from Diana. Although she is also very beautiful and heroic, she may also be called Wonder Woman, but she is definitely not Diana. Diana is a demigod from Paradise Island. And this, is indeed a god. A new god. It seems that like Zod KO, the origin of Wonder Woman in Earth 2 is completely different. But is the strength of the new Protoss in this world too weak? The ability that was copied at that moment had nothing outstanding at all, it was nothing more than super strength, super physique, flight, and super self-healing ability. Ability is not outstanding but just above the horizontal line, almost like Zod KO. Thinking of this, Su Sheng couldn't help but complain that Superman is really DC's own son. He became a god after Krypton was just an ordinary person and came to the Earth. What old gods, new gods, Green Lantern Corps, Superman can do. Win. New Protoss, what is your name? Su Sheng asks Swa de Chao while looking at her. You are not qualified to know my name. She snorted and swung her sword towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng curled his mouth and blasted the laser beam directly. Boom! She flew out in response, while the sword in her hand fell directly into Su Sheng's hand. Your sword, looks good. Su Sheng looked at it a few times, and the azure blue light instantly lit up. Ha! Seeing Su Sheng and Swa de Chao who disappeared, she stunned and said, this blue lightning, he is Speed? Shouldn't the Speed be dead? The roof terrace of the central city. Jesse has disappeared, and Indigo is searching for information on this world. Bang! Su Sheng casually threw the unconscious Swa de Chao to the ground, and Indigo glanced at the sword in his hand. Have you met Wonder Woman? Although she is indeed the Wonder Woman in this world, she always makes me feel weird to hear you call Roar. Su Sheng looked at the black long sword in his hand and laughed. This kendo is good. Although it is not as good as the genuine Wonder Woman's Vulcan sword, it is also indestructible and contains the Apocalypse Star Mother Box technology, which can open the sonic boom channel for transmission. I'll try. The Indigo wrist and arm stretched instantly, and the finger was connected to the black long sword in the mother box to quickly obtain information. After a while, Indigo spoke slowly. This is indeed created by the most powerful technology of the new Protoss Apocalypse star. The new Protoss of this world is too weak. And it's completely the opposite. In my world, the new Protoss is divided into the peaceful and beautiful new Creation star and the Apocalypse star, which is more terrifying than hell. The father of the new Creation star has been fighting against the dark god Darkseid. And in this world, the father is actually using her daughter to marry Apocalypse and attacking Apocalypse at the wedding. The poor father's daughter fell in love with the Prince of Apocalypse. The son of Darkseid turned against the father and fled to the earth with this sword. No matter your world or this world, Heavenly Father and Darkseid are just duplications. Their true strength is above the multi-universe. What is the name of this Heavenly Father's daughter? Sheng asked. Bella. Indigo said. Why didn't you catch her back together? Sheng shook his head and chuckled. For the time being, it is enough for Superman to find a Zodkao as his opponent. The chips on both sides need to increase evenly to be interesting. Gone. Sheng opened the Vibe wormhole and took Zodkao and Indigo back to Earth 38. Indigo has been connected to Earth 2's network anyway, and he can pay attention to the situation of Earth 2 at any time. 38 of the Earth, the world of Supergirls. In the apartment. Sheng threw Zod to the ground again, and Indigo asked curiously, what should I do next? Will he be thrown directly? Do not. Sheng smiled. I came up with an interesting idea. Since I now have an ancient Kryptonian identity, it would be wasteful not to use it. Looking at the unconscious Swa de Chao, Sheng Min ability launched and directly altered his memory. He erased his own existence and added a new memory. The ancient god of Krypton, the holy god found him, brought him here from Earth 2, and asked him to find and defeat Superman, because letting Superman develop, it is not only this world that will be affected, but also his world. With this level of identity, Zodkao should be more likely to get into the Supergirl camp and his belief in defeating Superman should be firmer and stronger. After modifying Swa de Chao's memory, Sheng used Vibe to directly reduce him and teleported away. How is she? Alex called. Martian Manhunter said nothing. P.S. I moved the animation movie, Justice League, Gods and Monsters, to the world of Earth 2 mainly to facilitate the smooth plot, so as not to create too many parallel worlds to affect everyone's reading experience. Supergirl is back from Metropolis. Recovering the superspeed power, Sheng walked into the unconventional super investigation department that had been destroyed. I'll go to the super investigation department. Sheng's figure flashed, and the blue light had reached the super investigation department. It's okay, as long as you take a rest and recover for a while, it will be fine. But our situation is not optimistic. The Metropolis is just the beginning. They are planning to increase the signal to enslave the entire planet. Lucy Lois said solemnly. And it's not just Superman, we have another trouble. One goes in. I'm back. Was it discovered? Sheng asked Martian Manhunter casually. Lucy Lois took the conversation from the side. He sent Supergirl back. Although Supergirl has not been mind-controlled, she is not their opponent alone. Martian Manhunter can only give up lurking and send Supergirl back. As for what he will develop into next, it's up to him. Have you heard of the Cadmus plan? Lucy Lois looked at Sheng solemnly. Just now, the Super Investigation Department's network was controlled and released a message that a human organization calling itself the Cadmus Project officially declared war like an alien on Earth. It is not known that the Cadmus Project has what kind of scale, but they dare to declare war on aliens with great fanfare at this time. I am afraid, the strength is not weak. Ha! He met Martian Manhunter. Throwing away Swa de Chao, Sheng's phone rang. Sheng really knows the Cadmus plan. In the comics, this project was launched by Lex Luthor, trying to study alien technology to drive away aliens and make humans evolve stronger. Definitely, the original intention may be good, but the methods are not very friendly. Although most of the Cadmus plan in the world of Supergirl is led by Lex Luthor, in fact the leader is Lex Luthor's mother. This plan not only created a lot of powerful alien weapons, but also created characters specifically for Kryptonians such as Metal Man and Mechanical Superman. Alex's biological father is also in this organization, and the Mechanical Superman is the real Hank Henshaw, the master of the fake identity of Martian Manhunter. Now that Lex Luthor is killed by Superman, I am afraid that Cadmus will have a stronger revenge, and I do not know what he will do when he chooses this period. Come to my house at night. Sheng whispered to Lucy Lois and turned to look at Kayla. Lucy Lois was stunned and thought he would have any opinion on the Cadmus plan, but she didn't expect it to be such a request. Sheng chatted with Kayla to give her a good rest and then left the super inspection department. Under the night. 687 Lucy Lois came to Sheng's house. In addition to the temporary cameo pillow, Sheng took her to the disciple and took a series of signs and hung them on the wall of the collection room. Recently, there were no new pillows. Shoot it. Although Lucy Lois had always been curious about Sheng's origins, she was even more shocked when she saw the disciple. This is your spaceship, you. Are you really an alien? After the filming, Lucy Lois didn't put on clothes, but asked Sheng in surprise. No, I'm a real human being. Sheng thought for a while and chuckled, it's just that I, a human being, are different from ordinary humans. With that said, Sheng picked up Lucy Lois and went directly to the bedroom of the disciple. The cry of killing soon sounded. The night passed quietly. When dawn rose, Sheng, who was asleep, heard the sound of the phone. Your phone. He touched Lucy Lois in his arms. Lucy Lois opened her eyes in a daze and took a look at her phone. Not mine. My. Sheng found his phone somewhat unexpectedly. Hey. Hello, Mr. Sheng, I am. Lena Luthor. Sheng interrupted her. He slightly got up and leaned on the head of the bed, stroking Lucy Lois's shoulders and back, and said leisurely under her curious eyes, if you called the purpose is the same as last time, so my answer remains the same. I'm not interested in being an antique of the Lex group, and I'm not short of money. Ha ha. Seeing Sheng circling the hand in front of the stranger, Lucy Lois couldn't help but snorted. Is there a woman by your side? It seems that I'm bothering you. Why don't you let me guess? Is that Shi Fong the last time? You bought the shares of Kate International Media Company, Limited, and you want to be a woman like her. It should be easy to get it, right? Superman is outside to save the world, the threat of Superman is spreading, but you are playing with women. I don't know what I changed. So you deliberately got my number to call me early in the morning just to mock me? Also, you guessed wrong, the person next to me is not Shi Fong. Sheng curled his lips. I want to meet you and show your face. Lena Luthor paused. Just send me the time and place. Sheng said simply and then hung up the phone. Lena Luthor. Lex Luthor's sister, are you still related to her? Seeing Sheng put down the phone, Lucy Lois couldn't help but curiously asked. But Sheng was too lazy to answer, just because he had something to see Lena Luthor. The sun is shining and the weather is fine. There were fewer and fewer people on the street. Lucy Lois went back to the super investigation department after leaving the disciple. Sheng simply packed up and rested for a while. By the way, he asked how Jesse's progress on Earth 2 was, and then went to Lee, now Luthor's location. The large one-character logo is very eye-catching. This is the company building prepared by Lena Luthor for the new company. Top level. Office. Sheng used Martian Manhunter's intangible mode and directly floated in. In the office, Lena Luthor was working on the documents. Seeing Sheng came in, she was slightly stunned and then put down the documents. I thought you would knock on the door first. Thanks. Sheng walked to the opposite side of the desk and sat down and said. Come on, ask me what's the matter. Lena Luthor smiled softly. Are you so direct when talking to people? Sheng shrugged. Well, actually Lena Luthor looked just about to speak, but Sheng suddenly frowned and came to the French window behind Lena Luthor. What are you doing? Lena Luthor asked in amazement. Stand behind me if you don't want to die. Sheng said faintly, followed by a missile rushing from a distance. The missile smashed the glass and the wall and exploded with a bang. The heat wave swept away, and the flames skyrocketed. Lena Luthor reacted quickly, although she didn't know what happened, but she felt that Sheng would not deliberately play with herself. So she came behind Sheng for the first time, and the heat wave that just came and exploded swept over her body. Roar! Sheng sighed softly in the flame of the explosion, and instantly roar sucked and extinguished the flame and froze the surrounding debris. You asked me to meet here and then I was attacked. What a coincidence. Sheng glanced back at Lena Luthor, then jumped straight out of the window. Boom! The explosion caused the crowd on the street to abandon. Sheng crashed to the ground and then saw two kryptonite devices with green lights on their chests walking from a distance. Metal guy. Seeing the almost inlaid kryptonite into his body, Sheng recognized the identities of the two at a glance. It looks like it was coming to me, so it was Cadmus' plan. The trouble of not going to Superman or Supergirl came to me. Did the head get water? Sheng frowned, but the two metal men were already there. Rushed to Sheng. One left and one right, two fists went straight to Sheng. This ability, fun. The corners of Sheng's mouth raised and instantly copied the ability of the two. The bodies or ability of these two metal people have been transformed by kryptonite, so what Sheng copied is the ability of green kryptonite. After copying the green kryptonite ability, Sheng leaped back gently to avoid the attack of the two metal men. At the same time, his eyes lit up with a strange red light and looked at them. A similar red light flashed in the eyes, and the already hideous two seemed to become even more angry. Which one of you is stronger? Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and asked lightly. It's definitely me. The two metal men responded at the same time, and then stared at each other dissatisfiedly. What are you worried about? What's up looking at you? The two metal men clashed silently, and then work it out. Boom. 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 You punch me, and the anger is easily ignited and out of control. Who? Sheng jumped back to Lena Luthor's office. Come on, give me a perfect explanation. Sheng walked to the sofa and sat down and asked Lena Luthor. Lena Luthor said slowly. You know this was not what I did, and I have no reason to attack you or use this method. Kryptonite. You are not a Kryptonian. Sheng nodded. I believe it wasn't you who did it, but you wouldn't think it would be all right. What do you want? Lena Luthor looked at Sheng. I want to see your mother. Sheng said lightly. Lena Luthor's expression changed slightly, and she pursed her lips and smiled. See my mother? Why? It's boring. Sheng chuckled lightly. Although many people have no brains, you are definitely not. As a member of the Luthor family, although you and Lex are developing in different directions, you are definitely not a fool. It is impossible not to know why I looked for your mother. I will give you half an hour. I will not see your mother within half an hour, and no one will see him again. Lena Luthor's expression changed slightly. I'm going to make a call. Please. Watching Lena Luthor go out, Sheng admired the angry battle between the two metal men. The ability of Rainbow Thief is quite useful. The streets were completely messed up, and the irrational attacks of two metal men caused serious damage to the surrounding area. Boom! The sonic boom sounded, and Supergirl received the news from the sky. As soon as she landed, the influence of kryptonite made Supergirl snorted and became a little weak. The influence of kryptonite made Supergirl unable to resist or help in the past. Just when she wanted to notify the Super Investigation Department to support, she suddenly turned her head and looked into the distance. An equally fast figure rushed out. As soon as he approached, this person was affected by kryptonite like a Supergirl. Zod. It's impossible, he should be dead. Supergirl stared in horror. Zod Chow, here it is. The influence of kryptonite on Zod Ko is not small, but watching the two metal men fight more and more fiercely, Zod Ko abruptly endured the discomfort and pain of kryptonite and rushed over. Weak, but indomitable. This surprised Supergirl very much. After a while. Here comes Martian Manhunter. Kryptonite. Martian Manhunter was shocked when he recognized Zod after landing. He came to the Earth a long time ago and knew that Superman had fought with Zod, but, why is he still alive? Surprise to surprise, Martian Manhunter rushed to solve the two metal men first. At the same time, Zod Ko fainted due to injury. How to do? Bring it back to the Super Investigation Department first. Supergirl and Martian Manhunter brought Zod Chow and the two metal men back to the Super Investigation Department. In Lena Luthor's office, half an hour passed quickly. The door was pushed open, and an elegant woman walked in. As soon as she came in, she planned to smile and hug Lena Luthor, but Lena Luthor slightly avoided. She smiled in embarrassment and disappointment, and turned to look at Sheng. You want to see me? What's the matter? Lillian Luthor. Sheng smiled and got up and walked in front of her. Seeing her with a dazed smile, Sheng raised his hand. Snapped. There was a crisp applause. Lillian Luthor covered her face and backed away. Lena Luthor froze and stood in front of her mother. What do you mean? Get out of the way. Sheng said lightly. Although I hate her, but I can't get away. Lena Luthor said without flinching. Sheng smiled. Mind Control's ability was activated on her instantly, and Lena Luthor was stunned and turned and walked aside. Boom boom boom. Lillian Luthor was angry, and didn't know where he took out the gun and pointed it at Sheng, and shot directly. Daughter. Lillian Luthor looked at her avoiding daughter in a daze, followed by another slap in the face. I can't die, but your beautiful ketone body is about to become rotten meat. Are you happy? No matter whether she is running or hiding, even if she hides her face, Sheng's slap can hit her accurately. After a few slaps, her face has swollen and the corners of her mouth are bleeding. Lena Luthor looked at Sheng with a gloomy expression. Even if she hated her mother and the surname Luthor, Sheng's unscrupulous behavior still made her angry. Lillian Luthor got up slowly, turned and left without saying a word. Lillian Luthor shot continuously, and the bullets hit Sheng's body and bounced off one by one. Then, she saw Sheng raised her hand again. Oh, yes, remind you by the way. Click. Can't avoid it at all. Snapped. Don't think that you can hide, you can run, even if you hide to the end of the world, can you see it? I have this little thing to know where you are, how much ability I have, you can't imagine. Sheng condescendingly looked at her. Get out. Sheng stretched out her hand to remove her earrings and chuckled, if your head is in the water, just drown. This time it's just a warning. Next time, I will let you disappear in this world silently. Don't tell me that you didn't know her purpose of doing this is to test the power of the metal man, on the other hand, to prevent you from befriending me and to prevent you from completely controlling the company. Sheng smiled lightly. The Luthor family are very cold-blooded and cruel. If I hadn't noticed it in advance, what would you think of the attack just now? Lena Luthor gritted her teeth and said nothing. She definitely wanted to get these causes and consequences. I heard that an underground casino is very popular recently. It specializes in betting on alien fighting. Please contact me. I want to check it out. Su Sheng said to Lena Luthor and walked to the window and paused. He suddenly turned to Lena Luthor. Actually, you also have the cold blood and cruelty of Luthor's family. I was adopted. Lena Luthor gritted her teeth. Su Sheng looked at her with a faint smile, then turned around and flew away. Adoption? In name, Lena Luthor was indeed adopted, but in reality, she was born of old Luthor and Love, and she and Lexer Luthor are half-siblings. Dididi. Su Sheng's wristband suddenly lit up, and Indigo projected a virtual image and said, I detected a spacecraft that is fast approaching the Earth, like a Kryptonian spacecraft. Kryptonian spacecraft? Could it be him? Krypton spacecraft will appear at this time. That should basically be Mon-El, right? The Prince of Daxam. Daxam star is considered to be the neighbor of Krypton. Krypton exploded, and Daxam star also exploded. The more famous thing the Prince Mon-El of Daxam did when he came to the Earth was to talk about love with Supergirl, which also caused the survivors of Daxam to attack the Earth. In the comics, this guy is a member of the 31st Century Superhero Legion. It's so early, it's better to come by coincidence. Su Sheng raised a smirk and rushed towards the direction where the spacecraft landed. The fast-landing Krypton spacecraft brought a fiery flame, and it looked like a meteor falling from a distance. Roar! Su Sheng flew over and spit out a cold roar suck. The cold roar sucked the flames gradually, and the spacecraft began to freeze and lose its power. His fingers turned lightly, and a whirlwind formed under the spacecraft. The wind became stronger and stronger, and he slowly lifted the ship and flew away along with Su Sheng. No man's land. Su Sheng put down the spaceship, and Indigo appeared to open the disciple. Click. Su Sheng stretched out his hand to pull open the door of the Krypton spacecraft, and inside was a young man, Mon-El. Close it first. Su Sheng said to Indigo and then activated the Speed Force. The azure blue light quickly circled around the Krypton spacecraft. It didn't take long for the Krypton spacecraft to be disassembled into parts and then sent into the disciple. Kryptonian? Looking at Mon-El in the prison, Indigo couldn't help but curiously asked, Master, what do you plan to do? Should he go to the Supergirl camp or the Superman camp? No, he has a better place to go. Indigo nodded and chuckled and said, Sword de Chow has entered the Super Investigation Department and temporarily locked up. They are still a little suspicious of Sword de Chow's identity and claims. Supergirl doesn't even know about the Kryptonian ancient gods and the changes of the times. Let Krypton's civilization be much less. Master, your disciple, servant, Talon has returned, do you want to meet? Okay. Su Sheng smiled. International City. In a coffee shop. Su Sheng and Indigo sat by the window and drank coffee. In about 10 minutes, someone pushed the door in and looked around. When they saw Indigo, they strode towards this side. Holding the coffee shop, Su Sheng looked at the woman who came by. Black high-heeled shoes, 8-point skinny jeans with exposed ankles, slender legs, dark blue shirt slightly rolled up cuffs, long brown hair shawls scattered, exquisite facial features give a beautiful, friendly and capable temperament. Hello, Ms. Blaney. She smiled at Indigo when she came over. Indigo's original name was Blanyak No. 8. This is Samantha Arias, the propagator of Kryptonian religious culture. This is my master Su Sheng, who has always supported your career. Indigo introduced the two to each other. Su Sheng. Samantha Arias looked at Su Sheng and smiled and said, May the glory of the Holy Spirit be with you. The glory of the Holy Spirit is with me. Definitely be with me. Su Sheng smiled and nodded. Ability directly activated the past. In an instant, she knew Samantha Arias's past clearly. She was adopted by her mother since she was a child, and her adoptive mother was a believer of the ancient gods of Krypton. She taught her stories about the ancient gods and so on. So when she grew up, she also became a believer, and began to develop the church and absorb believers, especially in Superman. After the emergence of Kryptonians like Supergirl, their belief in the Kryptonian holy god has become stronger, and more believers have developed. Her faith has reached the point where she can dedicate everything, even her life. To be honest, Sheng was surprised. Although I don't know what Indigo has done after crossing, the power of time is very powerful. Nothing can be immortal, but after so many years, I can still cultivate believers like Samantha Arias. Sheng believes in this. The stuff is just like brainwashing, it's really scary. But, not surprisingly, this Samantha Arias is the baby girl in the Krypton spacecraft he and Indigo saw last time through time. Should she be a Kryptonian or the ruler of Indigo? But now Samantha Arias looks no different from ordinary people, without the memory of becoming the master, the cell structure of the body and so on are all normal. Apart from. It seems that occasionally there will be memory gaps. Sheng looked at Indigo. Indigo smiled and turned to Samantha Arias and said, "The purpose of meeting you this time is because my master wants to see you, and tell you something by the way. Then, let's change the place." Okay. Samantha Arias smiled. Check out and leave the cafe. Sheng followed Indigo to see what surprise she was going to give herself again. He didn't take the car and didn't say much. 4.1 After a while, Indigo led them into a remote alley. Yes, here. Watching Indigo stop, Samantha Arias couldn't help asking suspiciously. Indigo Yenran took Sheng's hand with a smile, and under Sheng's probing gaze, she saw that she put a black ancient ring on herself, and the ring had a holy character sign. "Kneel down and worship your great and almighty master, the Holy Spirit." The Indigo voice fell, and Samantha Arias' eyes lit up with a red light, followed by a puff on one knee. Samantha Arias knelt on one knee, the enthusiasm and surrender in her eyes made Sheng raised her eyebrows slightly. "Master, great holy God. This is your most loyal minion, world destroyer, master." Indigo said to Sheng with a triumphant smile. Sheng smiled lightly. "What should I say? Every word of you is the holy voice of glory to her." Indigo smiled. "Awesome." Sheng somewhat admired Chowkingdo. She could push herself to the altar without showing up, and forcibly created an ancient god. With the changes of the times, she has experienced the god of light, Lao. After the explosion of Krypton, there are still such loyal believers. This is really not easy. What is this? Sheng looked at the ring in his hand and asked Indigo. This is a symbol of the Holy Spirit. It is made from a special stone called Harel on Krypton. This kind of stone can wake up the World Destroyer and make the World Destroyer. In Krypton on the stars, this kind of stone was later called the Stone of Udakar. Udakar is the name of the god who was born after you, the goddess of life. Indigo explained. Hearing Indigo's explanation, Sheng laughed. "This is black kryptonite, right? It can make the personality of the Kryptonians substantive, so the reason why the ruler looked like ordinary people before is because that is the personality of Samantha Arias, and now." Sheng looked at the master with X-ray vision, and could clearly feel that her cell organization was different from before, and now she is similar to the Kryptonian. This is the real master. Interesting. Sheng said with a chuckle, "Is this kind of black kryptonite still available? Master is interested. I can find it." Indigo said with a smile. "Get up." Sheng said to the master, and the master slowly spoke. "You should withdraw first." "Yes." The master responded and flew directly into the sky with a bang and disappeared. Sheng waved his hand to release Vibe. "Let's go, tell me the details when you go back." "Ha." The two returned to the apartment from Vibe. Sheng took a bottle of wine and went to the sofa to sit down. He stopped drinking and started talking. Strictly speaking, the exterminator is not exactly a Kryptonian, but is a product similar to Gene Integrate. Krypton in ancient times has not used the origin room to cultivate offspring, and even the origin room does not have the technology. Indigo is the use of the Kryptonian future technology of the origin room to create the relevant equations about the destroyers and then pass them down from generation to generation. Knowledge is power. Sheng chuckled softly, "You are funding Samantha Arias in my name. You did it when Samantha Arias' awakening became the master." "No." Indigo said, shaking his head. "Today is the first time I have made her a master, but she is not the first time she has become a master. If everything is under control, there will be no surprises. Master, you don't want to know who brought the world destroyer to the earth, and who made her the master. When the gods disappear and civilization disappears, it is difficult to guarantee what kind of branch will remain. You pass down the method of making the world destroyer. Maybe someone used this method to make a master, but Krypton has exploded. In other words, this person should be on Earth." Sheng analyzed with interest. Indigo's surprises are really round and round. "Still wrong." Sheng shook his head. "The ruler was sent before the destruction of Krypton, which means that the person who created the ruler should have been on Krypton, but Krypton has already exploded. If no one awakens the ruler, will he wake up by himself? It should be, but it's not easy." Indigo explained. "From some of the dominating circumstances, it is obvious that she is not naturally awakening. Then it will be interesting." Sheng smiled and drank the wine in his glass, and said in a deep voice. "Either this person came to the earth with the ruler, but if this person is on the earth, the ruler can't be so low-key and unknown. Or, this person is not on the earth but uses some kind of Krypton remote projection technology to control the Dominator awakening. But, Krypton exploded. Unless, someone survives and hides somewhere near the earth." Superman said every day that he was the last son of Krypton, but Superman came. Supergirl thought she was the last Krypton who came to the earth, and as a result, there were other world destroyers who ruled. Krypton exploded and everyone died. But Sheng remembers to collect the mad demon Blanyak and collect a Krypton city, Kandus City. There are at least 100,000 Kryptonians in this city. So this kind of statement is like the Flash says every day that he is the fastest person in the world, and he is often beaten in the face. I just checked. Supergirl or Kayla Danvers resigned from Kate International Media, so maybe she feels hopeful. Indigo said. Without opening the door and no one answered the phone, Shifong could only leave boringly. P.S. The picture dominates. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not long after, Shifong called Sheng when no one was opening the door. Kayla resigned. Sheng was a little surprised. Kayla didn't tell herself about this. Oh. Sheng asked casually. Do you know what's up with her? Indigo drilled out and said to Sheng. Someone rang the doorbell 9:33, it was Shifong. Don't pay attention to her, I am not interested in this right now. Sheng said and ignored her. She has helped Sheng contact the underground casino, and it just so happens that there will be a gambling game tonight. Thinking of this, Sheng smiled and got up and went to the disciple. Sheng did not answer. Kate International Media is of great significance to Kayla. It is not easy to resign because there have been too many recent events, right? First Superman's Justice League and the Great Purge Plan, followed by the Cadmus Plan, and then a Zord Super, so many things rushed together, Kayla must be lack of duplication and powerless. Ha! On the disciple, he analyzed the composition of the black kryptonite ring, and used the indigo ability to separate a part of the thinking invading satellites and began to search for the black kryptonite in the sky. What is the connection with kryptonite? Therefore, it may not be impossible for other people to survive. Time slowly passed, and it was almost evening. Sheng received a call from Lena Luthor. The night in the international city is more noisy and lively than during the day. The things Superman did in the metropolis made many people, especially the Doomsday people, become more indulgent, and enjoy the last free time in the name. A car was driving in a remote alley. Back row. Sheng looked at Lena Luthor. She wore an extremely low-cut evening dress, with almost her shoulders exposed outside, the kind of oppressive feeling that the mountains and rain are coming and the wind is full of the building. War wants to show, people want to know more, want to find out. If the Supergirl is a slim type, then Lena Luthor is a fat type. Fat and not greasy? No, maybe you can't even talk about fat. Speaking of which, she wears very sexy and suits the dress of a lady in the upper class, but her femininity is still so outstanding. This bet is completely illegal and private. Only those members who pass the review are eligible to participate. There is no limit to the amount of betting, but you must go through review each time before you can enter, and you must wear a mask after entering. I specifically asked. Next, the person in charge of this gambling game is called Lolita. As for the real name, I haven't found it out yet. Lena Luthor said while looking at Sheng. Why are you interested in this gambling game? There shouldn't be any aliens who can be caught here that can make you eye-catching and interested. I know if you are interested in seeing it. Sheng chuckled lightly. 250 Lena Luthor does not believe that Sheng is really just watching alien fighting competitions or taking a gamble, but Sheng refuses to say that she can only guess by herself. Before long, the car drove to the door of an abandoned factory and stopped. When the two got out of the car, they saw two black-clothed bodyguards approaching the door of the factory. We need to check, you can go in if it meets the rules, said the black bodyguard. Step aside. Sheng squinted his eyes and directly activated soul ability, and the eyes of the two black-clothed bodyguards changed slightly, and then turned and let go. Not only did he fail to conduct a body search, he opened the goalkeeper and handed it over. Lena Luthor curled her lips and controlled her mind. She had already experienced what it was like before. There is no cave in the factory, and a cage of huge amounts of stands in the middle. Outside the cage, there are rows of sofas and seats. Many masked men and women are drinking and chatting with each other, waiting for the good show to begin. In front of the cage, there is a woman. She is wearing a fiery red cheongsam, with snake tattoos wrapped around her legs, and her arms, especially the snake tattoos on her shoulders, are more lifelike. The whole person is like a fascinating beauty snake. Sheng's eyes lit up. She is your purpose? Lena Luthor kept paying attention to Sheng, and said with surprise after seeing his eyes. She is Lolita, the organizer of this underground gambling game. No one knows her background identity, nor does she know where the aliens like her were caught. I know. Sheng smiled lightly. Her daughter is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lena Luthor was stunned. Is there such an organization? Seeing Lena Luthor frowning in thought, Sheng took her shoulders and walked to the side sofa to sit down. Lolita at the moment is introducing the aliens who are about to appear on the stage to fight and the rules for placing bets. There are many women who also don't wear masks around these guests and begin to record them. After the introduction, Lolita walked down and prepared to leave. Hey! Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and called out suddenly. His shout instantly attracted a lot of attention. Sheng pointed to Lolita and hooked. You, yes, it's you, come here. Lolita was stunned, as if she didn't expect that someone here would dare to talk to herself like this. After the astonishment, Lolita walked over with a smile. Is there a problem? Just now you said, unlimited bets, how big a bet, you dare to accept? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Definitely. Lolita looked at Sheng and said. What kind of gamble can I make without this confidence? $1 billion, can I afford to play that alien who loses $10 billion? Lolita's face changed smoothly, and there was an uproar around her. Are you here to make trouble? Lolita looked at Sheng with a cold expression. Su Sheng sneered. If you don't have this confidence, what gambling would you make? We made a bet here first. Lolita looked at Su Sheng with gloomy eyes. Give me the account. Lowlight beckoned and soon someone came over to send in the account number. Su Sheng took out his mobile phone to pretend to operate, but used ability to directly transfer 1 billion US dollars from banks around the world using complex manipulation techniques. Afterwards, Su Sheng handed it over with a handwritten number. Lost, tens of billions of dollars. Lolita took it, and at the same time she walked over and whispered a few words in her ear. Lowlight's expression changed slightly and she smiled at Su Sheng. It's really a big deal, I'll take this order. Finished. Lolita turned and left. What are you doing? Seeing Lolita leave, Lena Luthor couldn't help but ask, no matter what purpose Su Sheng has for Lolita, he can do it easily with his ability, right? There is no need to bet so big. Shoo, it's about to start. Su Sheng raised the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the two boxes in the cage were opened, and the two aliens came out of the boxes, and the fighting started instantly. Although Su Sheng's aliens do not know what their identity is ability, they seem to be quite weak, and his opponent is not simple. Zhuo Ga, you are determined to lose. Lena Luthor whispered. Really? Su Sheng chuckled and directly released mind control to Zhuo Ga. At that moment, Zhuo Ga's movement stopped slightly, and his opponent seized the opportunity to start counterattacking. P.S. This Lolita is the actor of Vibe's mother Jia Eng in the SHIELD agent. Huh. Lena Luthor turned her head to look at Su Sheng in surprise. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Soul ability, he must have cheated with soul ability. The situation reversed too quickly, too suddenly, right? Zhuo Jie lost his breath. With a click. With a loud noise, Zhuo Jie was knocked to the ground by his opponent, and his opponent twisted his neck vigorously. In the comics, he played against Superman, and in the TV series he also abused Martian Manhunter, very strong. Boom! As soon as they played against each other, Zhuo Jie showed great strength, and his opponent was almost not an opponent at all. The situation was reversed in an instant. One lose 10, when will the tens of billions of dollars be ready? Su Sheng asked with a smile. Su Sheng Shiran got up and walked towards Lolita with an ugly face in the distance. There was an uproar all around. Lolita's face is very ugly. Although this bet seems to be a fair duel, she personally chooses the candidates. She knows how strong she is. Zhuo Jie is the strongest alien in her hand, and now she is losing so strangely. If it has nothing to do with the $1 billion bet in front of her, Lolita won't believe it. Lolita smiled sweetly at Su Sheng. Give me half an hour. Good. Su Sheng simply turned around and came back. I think you still don't have too much hope. Even if she has a background, she can't make up an amount as large as tens of billions of dollars in half an hour. In all likelihood, she will fall back on the bill. And, the performance is too obvious. After Su Sheng sat down, Lena Luthor couldn't help but whispered. Although it seems that Su Sheng may have done nothing, mind control is extremely secretive. But since Lolita dared to open the alien fighting arena, she must know the aliens very well, and she must know about the spiritual ability. I'm afraid you can go first. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Lena Luthor smiled but didn't intend to leave. Firstly, she was confident that Lolita would not dare to do anything to herself. Secondly, she wanted to know what Su Sheng was going to do. Originally, she only learned of Su Sheng's powerful strength from the insiders of the Chow Cha department, but these few contacts made her feel that Su Sheng still hides more things. Aside from other things, it was definitely not easy to know that his mother had instructed him just from a face-to-face attack, and he slapped his mother so unceremoniously. The surname Luthor has many meanings. But it definitely does not include the possibility of being bullied. Slapped. This is definitely the first time for the Luther family. The aliens fighting is over, and the gambling is naturally over. Lowlight handled all the miscellaneous things well, and arrived at Su Sheng after sending all the guests away. "Miss Luther, can I talk to him alone?" Lolita said to Lena Luther with a smile. Although wearing a mask did not reveal her identity, it was easy for Lolita to know the identity of Lena Luther. Lena Luther looked at Su Sheng waved her hand, she could only get up and stay away. Seeing the actions of the two of them, Lolita looked a little weird, but she quickly recovered and sat down in the place where Lena Luther was just now. Turning sideways slightly, Lolita looked at Su Sheng and smiled. "I can't afford to pay tens of billions of dollars. Your bet of billions of dollars has been returned to your account intact. I can treat Chuaga's death as if nothing happened. I just want to ask Mr. Su Sheng. Did I offend you somewhere? Lillian Luther told you." Su Sheng was not surprised that Lolita could find out her identity in half an hour. Although Lolita presided over this gambling game, or this alien fighting arena, she was supported by Lillian Luther behind her. Lillian Luther is the person in charge of the Cadmus project and is very familiar with aliens. Whether you cooperate with Lolita or fund them, on the one hand, you can reuse resources to deal with those aliens, and on the other hand, you can also use Luo. Little went to verify whether the alien weapons developed by Cadmus plans to work, and definitely can earn some research and development materials by the way. After all, this kind of research and development requires a lot of funds. The company is now in Lena Luther's hands, and it can only be sneaky to get money. Lolita smiled sweetly. "If I offend you somewhere, I am here to apologize to you." "That's boring." Su Sheng slapped Lolita's shoulder with his mouth and hand, stroking the lifelike tattoo. "You didn't offend me, and I didn't mean to trouble her with excuses. I just knew you by accident and I was a little interested in you." "Interested in me?" Lolita smiled blankly. "You just laughed. I have something that is worthy of your interest. This makes me a little frightened. Are you interested in following me?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. Lolita paused and declined. "I'm afraid I won't be able to help you with this ability." "That's a refusal." "It doesn't matter, let's have a long time in Japan. I put this aside for the time being. I caught an alien and brought it back to you. That's the Prince of Daxam." Su politely refused to Lolita. Sheng didn't care too much, smiled and said to his feet. "Let your people lock up the dog cages. If you finally get the pets, if I let me kill your business, you won't be able to do it anymore." Lolita followed and stood up as usual. "If there are any extraterrestrials, they can also be delivered. The price is absolutely fair." Su Sheng chuckled and shook his head and waved to Lena Luther, then turned and left. After getting out of the factory and getting into the car, Lena Luther couldn't help asking curiously, "That's it? I thought you wouldn't let it go, but after a few conversations, it was over. Just let it go." Su Sheng smiled. "Do you think I look like a good person?" "It's not like," Lena Luther said without hesitation. "A good thing done by a good person is easy to forget, but a bad thing done by a bad person can be remembered, so I am not a good person, and I am not a good person." Su Sheng slapped Lena Luther's leg with a light smile, said with interest. "It's rare for me to take the initiative to recruit someone, thinking that maybe I might have a chance to see her daughter, maybe it would be useful, but I was rejected. I'm afraid it won't work." Lena Luther frowned slightly, wondering whether it was because of Su Sheng's licking behavior or thinking about his purpose. Su Sheng asked Lena Luther to send herself back to the apartment. The gentleman said good night and turned upstairs. Coming out of the elevator, Su Sheng found a person standing in front of his house, Shifang, who had been here during the day. "You're back." Seeing Su Sheng's eyes lit up, Shifang called roar abruptly. "Heh." Su Sheng smiled, walked over and opened the door to invite Roar Shifang to come in. "Go take a shower first." As soon as he came in, Su Sheng said to Shifang. Shifang was a little embarrassed. Was it so straightforward that he came to serve him? But she endured it and went to the bathroom with a sweet smile. Indigo, you go and send our prince to Lolita, besides, give me to monitor Lolita's situation at all times. By the way, ask another guest on the ship if he would like to come out for activities. Sheng chuckled lightly. Indigo went directly to the disciple from his wristband. Who is the other guest on the disciple? Definitely is an electric girl who was caught by Sheng just before she got ability before she debuted. After swallowing a big cow, Shifang showed off what is meant by impossibility. Originally, Sheng thought that since she had brought it to the door, she would just have fun. It happened that the pillow in the evening had not yet settled, but Shifang was provoked by Shifang. The wind was violent, and the tsunami continued. Shifang was like a flat boat in the tsunami. He swung to the depths of the sea with the wave without paddling. In a trance, I don't know how long it has passed. When Shifang woke up, she found herself lying on the shore with no one beside her. Looking down at the blue and purple body he was hit in the waves last night, Shifang struggled to get up. Sure enough, Sheng was no longer in the living room. She found her phone and checked the bank records, and she saw an extra $100,000. 100,000 a night. If I come here a few more times, I won't have to work in my life. Shifang said mockingly and turned around and went to the bathroom. After washing and getting dressed, Shifang left the apartment. At the beginning of a new day, the sense of despair is even stronger. Metropolis became Superman's private place, and his people moved around the world. Stop the war and force the promotion of peace. At the same time, the Great Purge plan is being promoted in an orderly manner, with plans to cover other places with the metropolis as the center. The Super Inspection Department researched an ion shield that can withstand the big cleaning and tried to invade the metropolis to find a way to relieve the big cleaning. As a result, the two rooms had a lot of impulses and exchanges of fire. At first they thought that the Super Investigation Department only had Supergirl and Martian Manhunter, so they didn't care too much. Superman even came forward to give the Super Investigation Department a final warning, but at this time someone unexpected to him appeared. A Zord, who also called himself Superman, appeared. This made Superman both surprised and angry. The two quickly fought fiercely. Supergirl, Martian Manhunter, and other agents naturally took the opportunity to learn more. For this reason, Astra and Fiora, Superman's lieutenants, approached Supergirl and Martian Manhunter. The intensity is hard to describe in words. All in all, after playing for most of the day, the metropolis was destroyed very seriously. When the battle was over and the people from the Super Investigation Department retreated, Superman angrily published global news, announcing the return of Zod, and that Supergirl and Martian Manhunter were on their wanted list. Superman is a little angry. No matter where this Sword de Chow came from, Supergirl actually cooperated with him to deal with herself, which made Superman feel betrayed, so he took someone to attack the Super Investigation Department for the first time, but the Super Investigation Department had already gone to the building. Supergirl and others disappeared. After this battle, the camps on both sides of Superman and Supergirl were completely torn apart, and Superman began to make big strides to bring peace to the world. It's really exciting. On the discipleship, Sheng and Indigo had a panoramic view of what happened on the Earth. Yes, they are not on Earth now. It seems that the Zod-KO you got, Master, is not enough to turn the situation around. Indigo said with a smile. Sheng doesn't believe that Sword de Chow will really have no choice, although she is not Batman who is good at opening and hanging in adversity, but no matter what world Superman has a halo, even Sword de Chow. We're almost there, Indigo said suddenly, taking a look outside. At dawn, Sheng finally found feedback from the black kryptonite in the vast interstellar space, about 50,000 light-years away from the Earth. The disciple's speed gradually slowed down, and the almost unchanging scenery before her eyes changed. A huge fragment that resembles the remains of a planet floating in the universe, vaguely looking like a city. A city protected by some kind of protective shield. Boom! The disciple, which was slowing down, suddenly accelerated to this cosmic city. Ha! The disciple easily passed through the protective shield and entered the interior of the city. This protective cover does not seem to prevent invasion, but to improve the atmospheric environment. Indigo said slowly, and the disciple had landed on a green grass. The two got off the disciple and let the disciple enter invisible mode. Sheng glanced at Indigo, and Indigo started to invade the city's network. Warning, please stay where you are, intruder. Warning, please stay where you are, intruder. Several flight robots quickly flew from a distance and warned loudly. This is a bit like a Kryptonian robot. Sheng casually said and was about to release the laser. Ha! The Kryptonian's ability has failed. There is no yellow sun here. This is Krypton. Indigo suddenly spoke and said unexpectedly, or, Argo, one of the cities of Krypton used to be here. It seems that I guessed right before. Krypton explosion. All the Kryptonians are dead. Stop it, I don't know how many times I have been beaten in the face with this setting, so it's not surprising that Indigo said this is a certain city on Krypton, Sheng. But Sheng's next word surprised Sheng. Argonaut was the city where Supergirl lived on Krypton before. The city where Kayla originally lived. Kandor City was collected by Blanyak, and the city of Supergirl survived. The so-called Kryptonian explosion and extermination are all unknown dragons, right? Sheng murmured, looking for black kryptonite. It's really a pleasant surprise to be able to find the city of Krypton. Master, there are at least 30,000 Kryptonians in this city. Indigo 3.1 said with scorching eyes, this city can be preserved because of a protective cover developed by Supergirl's father, but he is dead, but Supergirl's mother is still alive. They used this technology and accidentally discovered black kryptonite to change the atmospheric environment here so that they can survive. Supergirl's mother, Astra's sister. Should they not believe in me? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Indigo nodded. It's really not. They don't seem to know the real function of black kryptonite, but, I think the person who controls the master must know it, and it's in this city. 30,000 Kryptonians, 30,000 Krypton slaves. Master, conquer this city, your game will be more interesting. Footsteps came from a distance, and a group of Krypton guards armed with guns suddenly appeared. Indigo. The sound of roar came from the back of the guards, and a woman with a classic style in a blue dress came out and looked at Indigo in disbelief. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Rosberg in the Phantom Zone? Obviously I escaped, Alula. Alara, Astra's sister, Supergirl, mother. In fact, there is no need for Indigo to specifically name Sheng to recognize her. She looks exactly like Astra, but her temperament is a little less tough and a little softer. Take them. Alula said solemnly. Master, I can. Indigo turned his head to ask Sheng for instructions. Most of the prisoners in Rhodes were arrested by Alula, and Indigo was no exception. So looking for pillows should be just pillows. With feelings, there are about 12 bundles. Sheng said nonchalantly and nodded towards Indigo. Be careful. I see. Indigo smiled directly and rushed over. The Kryptonian guards and those flight robots launched attacks at the same time, not only against Indigo but also Sheng. Sheng did not evade and directly entered the state of no phase. These attacks penetrated his body and flew out one after another. He seemed to be thinking, neither hiding nor taking action. When Indigo asked just now, Sheng wanted to keep Indigo from messing around for a moment. After all, it was Supergirl's original city or Supergirl's mother. Sheng suppressed this thought just for an instant. This feeling is similar to the original Diana. If Diana is stunned because of the glory of the goddess, then it is a bit like a relationship with Supergirl. More or less, Supergirl is different from other pillows in Sheng's heart. For example, Lucy Lois, such as Shifang, and even Alex, are different from Supergirl. But Su Sheng hates this feeling of worry, it's like being tied up somewhere in the soul. Indigo grinned and attacked Wanton. Her hands became slender and sharp, stabbing several members of the Krypton guards one after another, and at the same time her thinking had invaded the entire Kryptonian network. This is very easy for Indigo. After all, the technology of this city has been retrogressed by the explosion of Krypton for many years, and she was responsible for the network security of Krypton before she was imprisoned in Rosberg. The flight robot was controlled by Indigo and attacked the Kryptonians. It didn't take long for the guards to lie on the ground. Indigo grabbed Alula by the neck and picked her up. You don't know how much I wanted to strangle you like this." Indigo looked at Alura with a grin, and the resentment of being imprisoned in Rosberg was about to explode. Alula grasped Indigo's wrists with both hands, and roar gradually became difficult to suck. The Kryptonians are really interesting. I am fragile on my own planet, but on the Earth, under the yellow sun, he becomes like a god. I really want to strangle you, I really want to, I really don't know how much I want you to die. But... The hideous Indigo suddenly smiled. You are lucky, I have a master. After speaking, Indigo threw Alula to the ground heavily. Cough cough. Alula coughed loudly. Master, let me conquer this city for you. Indigo turned and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng nodded slightly. Indigo's excitement and grinning, who had been instructed, disappeared in an instant. You, who are you? The recovered Alura looked at Su Sheng who was approaching, and stood up to question. You are not a criminal in Rosberg. I have something to ask you. Soul ability mobilized the past, Su Sheng instantly controlled Alula and then asked about some things about the city and Supergirl's childhood. The entire city's network has been controlled by Indigo, although there is only one person, it is almost unstoppable. Now the defense of this Krypton city is too weak, definitely because Indigo understands Krypton and the hatred that cannot be vented, so in less than half a day, Indigo has conquered almost 1/3 of the city. The power center of Krypton exists in the form of a parliament. Alula is a high-level member of the parliament. In addition to Alula, there are several members. Indigo has killed a few, and the rest are captured by Indigo. Return. When Indigo threw these council members one by one in front of Su Sheng, Indigo's expression was indescribably cheerful. Krypton is gone, it's time to be born again. Su Sheng looked at Indigo. Master, their army is gathering here, but I can make them surrender by threatening to remove the protective cover. Indigo said toward Su Sheng. Or, there is a better way. Indigo smiled. Holy God. You are talking about the ancient holy God. The holy God before Rouse, a woman in a black robe cried out in surprise. May the glory of the Holy Spirit be with you. The high priest suddenly said with a sacred expression on his face. Do you know the Holy Spirit? Indigo asked, squinting. Su Sheng smiled. The high priest said with a look of pilgrimage, what do you know? The holy God was the God of our Krypton before Rao, the only God. The holy word says that he is in line with time, and the voice of his messenger holy God brought the oracles and brilliance of the Holy Spirit. It is the Holy Spirit that allows us to develop Krypton. And it is the miracle left by the Holy Spirit that saves us from the dilemma of overpopulation and accelerated consumption of resources at the beginning. The Holy Spirit has arranged all of us. Destiny, use the origin room to create an excellent population control plan. Indigo smiled lightly, let them all be bathed in the light of the Holy Spirit. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Holy, the symbol of the Holy Spirit. The highest High Priest Serena, a member of the High-Level Council. The High Priest hurriedly climbed up and knelt on one knee to worship. It seems that I have found the Master. Su Sheng chuckled and shook the black kryptonite ring in his hand towards the High Priest with interest. Do you know it? why did you think she became a Kryptonian network maintainer? Because she and the great representative of the Holy Spirit, the voice of the Holy Spirit, belonged to the same race. Alara pointed to Indigo excitedly, and Indigo's original proud expression instantly solidified. The high priest was stunned. The Holy Word says that one day the Holy Spirit will come and will save his disciples. You are the Holy Spirit. High priest, what are you talking about, what holy God? There is only one God, and that is the Sun God Ra. Alara shouted to the high priest in surprise. You tease time, time will tease you. This sentence was perfectly verified on Indigo's body. She did a lot of things as the voice of the Holy Spirit, using the future technology in Su Sheng's hands to forcibly turn him into Krypton without Su Sheng showing up. The ancient gods of the star also left many so-called relics, miracles. Keep up with time. This means that the disciple can travel through time, right? The Holy Spirit will return, the origin room. These are the foreshadowings left by Indigo. Although many things will change with the changes of the times, the myth of human beings is also normal. But Indigo never expected to implicate herself, because she spread her glory as the voice of the Holy Spirit. After generations, her identity became more important in Krypton, so she would become the network of Krypton. Guards, so she was caught and locked up in Rosberg. In other words, Indigo pitted himself. The biggest reason that led to her being caught in Rosberg was herself, like the chicken or the egg, it became an unsolvable cycle. The Indigo is shocked, and the other Kryptonians are shocked too. Do you remember Kando City? Remember Blanyak? Definitely remember that Brignac took away the city of Kandor that caused the instability of Krypton's core energy and eventually exploded. Someone answered. Rebirth is born on destruction, and only complete destruction can usher in a new life. Now that the Holy Spirit returns, our rebirth has begun. The high priest finished speaking in a noble and sacred tone, and slowly lowered his head towards Su Sheng. Well, now even Blanyak is pretending to be in it. It has become my will for him to collect Kandor City. Su Sheng kept his lips secretly, wondering if Blanyak would jump into a thunder after hearing it. What? World Destroyer, is your handwriting? Su Sheng asked the high priest. Yes. When the Holy Spirit returns, you need your minions. Need more disciples. The high priest slowly got up with excitement. Now, your minions have awakened, and your disciples are increasing. I would like to spread your brilliance in this city for the Holy Spirit, and let the foolish people know who they really should worship and who they believe in. Seeing that she is so fanatical and holy, Su Sheng was embarrassed to refuse, and said with a chuckle, Go, lock up these people first and then control the situation with Indigo. If you have something to do, go to Alula's house and find me. Su Sheng finished speaking and went to Alula's house. The environment of her home has not changed much from when she was on Krypton. When she controlled Alula before, Su Sheng knew a lot of the past. For example, the pot in the living room was named Big Aisha. Raised when the Supergirl came down. Su Sheng hasn't thought about how to deal with the 30,000 Kryptonians in the city of Argo. After all, things happen suddenly and unexpectedly, so it's not bad to occupy this city in the name of the ancient sacred god. Su Sheng watched Supergirl's childhood in Supergirl's original home, but it has already caused an uproar outside. Ancient gods. Holy Spirit. The news from the high priest can be said to have subverted their long-held beliefs. After all, Ra is the god they knew since childhood. However, the status of the high priest is high, and now their situation is very difficult. With the addition of the various deeds of the high priest propagating the Holy Spirit, it is not that difficult to accept, at least the ordinary people do not seem to resist. But there are also believers in Ra and others who refuse to accept it, feeling a little undercurrent. But at least the chaos just now has been temporarily calmed down. Basically it is, but there must be people who are not convinced. Indigo said casually. Do you need me to recommend one for the master? Indigo seemed to have thought of something, and there was a vaguely evil feeling in his eyes and expression. Who? Sheng said casually. The mentality is good. Sheng smiled. How is the situation on the earth? Alara. Indigo suddenly appeared beside Sheng. Change one a day is enough for a while. Sheng said with a light smile. The rest are calls from Alex, Lucy Lois, Shifang, and Lena Luther. Speaking of, Master, at least half of these 30,000 Kryptonians are women, and because of the origin room and population in the control plan, these women are all children bred by the method of the origin room. Neither the mother nor the daughter has experienced natural union, so, the Master should pick 1 or 2 pillows. Indigo said with a smile. Oh. Sheng looked at Indigo in surprise. You are too cruel, too. Alara is the mother of Supergirl, are you making me like to be a father? But. Exciting, isn't it? Indigo came to Sheng with a smile, and said with a smirk on her shoulders. They don't know that each other is still alive. If they meet one day, it will be interesting. What's more interesting is that there is an Astra on the Earth. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Owner. Sheng smiled, how do you feel about digging a hole and burying yourself? You have a bad idea on Earth. You would never think of such a bad idea when you were in Rodsburg or Krypton. Indigo was silent for a moment and said, the Super Investigation Department has used lead to build a few safe houses and are considering how to deal with the Great Purge. Zod Ko proposed to destroy all the satellites of the Earth to prevent the spread of the Great Purge. Lolita has already received it. Monel, the electric girl, did not directly attack Lolita, but instead disrupted Lolita's arrest of aliens several times. Kryptonian men and women seem to be a little bit hopeless, or from the education they received, they feel that the natural combination method is a backward, even disgusting method. Using the gene combination of the origin room is not only quick and convenient, but also you can know the child's future life, which is an advanced method for them. Sheng turned around and asked casually, is it done? Indigo's expression has become a little weird. Even if her intelligence is high, it is difficult to calculate such a long-term event. The collateral response of the butterfly effect is the most difficult to predict and calculate. At least I am very happy now, and I can help my master own so many Krypton slaves. And in the past? In the future, this is nothing, because the master can change these at any time. Indigo is bad. It's really bad, but this bad use is very good for satisfying Sheng's quest for excitement. At least Indigo's series of ideas or actions surprised Sheng, especially the proposal to let Alara be a pillow. If it really happened, what would it be like if Alara met the Supergirl mother and daughter in the future and knew about it? It is impossible to turn against each other, but the feelings of the two will definitely be affected, and this also puts Sheng in the pretense. You don't care about Alula's feelings, but what about Supergirl? Supergirls who are educated on Earth will not accept this kind of thing. She hates Sheng, right? But it is undeniable that this is really exciting. So it's better to have a pillow or a pillow. I worry about this and that. The more feelings, the more entanglement. What fun is there if you don't do things casually? Sheng sighed again and said to Indigo, this Argo City I want it. You go to the disciple to study the beam reduction technique. I want to learn how to collect mad demons and put this city in the disciple's collection room. Good. Indigo smiled 260 as he was about to leave, but suddenly frowned. This group of guys are really looking for death, and they have organized a manpower so quickly that they want to resist their master. Then let them see the glory of the Holy Spirit. Sheng chuckled and quickly sensed the position of these people and came to them in an instant with the rapid force activation. The edge of the city. On a construction site on a platform, densely packed Kryptonians are holding weapons aggressively, there are only 1 or 2,000 at a glance. Sheng's sudden appearance surprised them instantly. Who are you? Get out, someone on the other side shouted. Get off. Are you sure? Are you not looking for me? Su Sheng's voice fell down and suddenly changed. Swing, the sacred emblem on the chest is very conspicuous. Although he is a god who has no source at all, and no priesthood, and the wall of origin will not recognize it, but it doesn't matter. Even role-playing needs to be professional, right? Wearing a black uniform, the sacred emblem is dazzling. A kind of depression, a powerful aura instantly diffused. The hatred gradually spread. This hatred seemed to hate them for betraying their true gods and their glory. The divine power of the old gods was quickly released, which was an aura that even the old gods who possessed the source and the priesthood could not resist. For an instant, permeated the entire city of Argo. Puff! Puff! Countless people couldn't resist this coercion and knelt down, some shivering and some praying in a low voice. At this moment, no one doubted the identity and existence of the Holy Spirit anymore. This is God. The true God. Su Sheng slowly rose up and floated in the air, looking down at the guy who was kneeling and trembling trying to resist him and gently pointed a finger. In an instant, a cold air swept out and hit these people in an instant. The cold air froze in an instant and permeated. These people kept their kneeling and trembling posture and were all frozen in just a few seconds. I, is your God. The melodious voice floated throughout the city of Argo, and Su Sheng disappeared in the air. God. The true God. Strictly speaking, although Krypton has its own mythological system, it is actually the same as the Earth's development of science and technology. I don't know about gods and super ability. If it weren't for Superman to come to Earth, I'm afraid the Kryptonians would never know that they were there. How powerful in another environment. So when Su Sheng showed such intrepid strength, one finger was frozen by thousands of Kryptonians who tried to resist him, the rest of them completely believed in his power and miracles. It was quiet, whether it was the Kryptonians who believed it before, or even didn't believe it at all, were quiet, completely convinced. The high priest was excited for the first time to replace all the family symbols in the city of Argo with the sacred emblem, and at the same time took over all the management authority of the city of Argo. After years of implementation, the high-level council was banned and believers were selected to form a guard. The power change is very fast and very smooth. This high priest has a heavy heart for power. Back at Alula's house, Su Sheng not only chuckled when Indigo reported the follow-up situation. It is undeniable that she should be a fanatical disciple of her own, but her power heart is not small. She arranged the World Destroyer to go to the Earth before she came. A series of things didn't let Indigo interfere. Say it's not for power. Who believes it? Whether the people on Earth or the Kryptonians, as long as they are human, this kind of power is inevitable. Then again, Indigo is the same. If she didn't think it would be better to follow Su Sheng, would she switch camps so quickly? This is a good thing, because this kind of power is given by the Master. If she wants to get the power and enjoy the power, she must obey the Master. Indigo said with a chuckle and walked to the door. Click. The door opened. Alura was overwhelmed. Go down. Indigo waved, and the escort turned and left. She raised the corner of her mouth and pulled Alula to Su Sheng. Master, your pillow is here. Go down, too. Su Sheng smiled and waved his hand. Indigo smiled sweetly, Master, enjoy it slowly. After that, the Indigo disappears as a data stream. It looks like you don't choose to surrender like other people. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Perhaps you are indeed a holy god, but you are definitely not a kind and just god. Alura said slowly. Really not. Su Sheng chuckled lightly. I should be considered a selfish god. But most of the gods are very selfish, especially the old gods I have seen, but a selfish god has an advantage, that is, to satisfy himself that he can do anything, whether it is good or bad. Alura, do you want to see your daughter? Kayla? Kayla is still alive. Alula's eyes widened instantly. Ha! Su Sheng's figure flashed directly in front of her, and Alula was shocked when she reacted at such a speed, and then she realized that her long skirt had disappeared. Su Sheng's taste is actually very mixed. I remember when Harley Quinn asked Su Sheng what he liked about the airport when he first arrived in Gotham City, he still remembered the answer at the time. I like different ones, disc-shaped, cone-shaped, or drop-shaped. Papaya, peach, etc. are also fine. Life is so long, and the world is so big. Always experience people or things that have not been experienced before. He likes the new and dislikes the old, so he doesn't have any so-called favorites. Every kind and every experience he enjoys is very much in the process of enjoying, the difference lies in the length of time he likes. Now think about it. In the past, there are really few pillows that lasted too long or the number of times. Wonder Woman Diana, Supergirl Kayla Danvers, they are more special, but in fact Su Sheng has never slept a few times. That's true in nature. It is almost impossible for him to stay alone and sleep for a lifetime, even if he doesn't get tired of seeing those who haven't tried it, he still wants to try it. A mature mother of a chick. It's almost impossible on Earth, like a balloon that bursts up and explodes without blowing it up at all. However, this kind of thing is accustomed to Krypton in Krypton, and it is even a common sense of life in Argo City. Shoo! Su Sheng's fingers blocked Alula's mouth that wanted to talk, watching her gradually calm down before moving away and gently stroking it downward. Alura gritted her teeth without speaking. After the explosion of Krypton, Alura understood a lot of things, and realized that some of her original actions might be wrong. Whether it was the criminals in Rodsburg or her own lack of Astra, she regretted it. But her last thing is to send Kayla away. At that time, she didn't know that her husband's protective shield could succeed, or that the city could survive, so she could only send Kayla away, and even she saw Kayla's remote route and didn't know where she flew. She thought Kayla was dead. But now, this evil ancient god mentioned his daughter. My daughter, is she still alive? Enduring Su Sheng's wanton scrutiny and encroachment, Alula asked with gritted teeth. She is alive, and she has become a hero to admire. Su Sheng pinched Alula's chin and smiled and said, "Want to see her?" "Where is she?" "Earth." "She went to the Earth." "Did she reach the Earth safely?" "Great." Alura was surprised, but Su Sheng suddenly carried him lazily. "Satisfy me, you have a chance to meet your daughter," Su Sheng said and walked to the bedroom. The crying, the pain gradually sounded, and the voice changed from high-pitched to low-pitched and slowly turned into a low-pitched groan to beg for mercy. This feeling is very strange. Whether it's for Su Sheng or Alula. The Kryptonian civilization thought this was ancient and backward and even a disgusting thing, but Alura had to admit that it was an inexplicable feeling. As for Su Sheng, what's the point? It's just that Alura doesn't understand. What if Su Sheng wants to combine with herself but doesn't use the origin room? After all, according to the high priest, the method of the origin room was passed down by him. Alura just knew that her daughter might still be alive, but she didn't know the relationship between her daughter and Su Sheng. If she knew it, she might not have guessed what way Su Sheng took like now. Nightfall gradually descended. Even though the city seems to be unable to touch the sun while floating in the universe, they have a simulated sky and night. Alura and Supergirl are completely two types, but to Su Sheng's senses, they are definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. Mature body with zero experience, completely different feelings. The artificial sun rose slowly. The door opened, awakened Su Sheng and Alula. Looking at the indigo who walked in, Su Sheng lazily responded and asked Alula, who wanted to escape, "What's the matter?" Indigo smiled sweetly. "Is the master still satisfied with this pillow?" "Definitely." Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Indigo followed and said, "I have done what you ordered, and there are a few more messages from the Earth that the owner can look at." Su Sheng nodded, and Indigo turned around and went out. Su Sheng closed his eyes and put his arms around Alula and looked up the information on the earth. After removing those supergirls, other people contacted him. Su Sheng read a few interesting ones. One of them is that Zord Supergirl, and Martian Manhunter teamed up to destroy all satellites on the Earth and prevent the expansion of the Great Purge. Only the Metropolis used Rosberg to continue to maintain the effect of the Great Purge. Then the President of the United States Roar once again called for the implementation of the anti-alien proposal, and was attacked by an angry Superman. Although the President was saved by Zod Ko, Supergirl and others, he completely angered everyone. The ion shields studied by the Ministry have gradually spread, and more people have joined the plan to save the Metropolis. Could it be too fast? Originally, the war between Superman and the Super Investigation Department seemed to evolve into a war between humans and aliens. Does this matter to Su Sheng? Indigo stood in front of a gun-like device. Indigo analyzed, according to my calculation, there is a 92% chance of success. The main reason is that the power is not enough and the power is not enough. If you can. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Su Sheng had asked Rod to be responsible for the research and development of Superman and Red Kryptonite. As a result, it was only 2 hours before calculating the time this morning. Rod technology was attacked by Superman and Astra, and all the research was successful. All were taken away, and Rod also died. There is one more. This is to reduce the beam. Don't be so troublesome, just use it to attack me. Su Sheng chuckled and probably guessed the reason. When she went to find Luada, Astra happened to be attacking Luada technology. Although she probably didn't know what she did with Luada, she would definitely pay attention. Regardless of whether it is the study of the female Superman or the Red Kryptonite, it should be troublesome for Superman, so it is normal to be completely looted after the attack. It's just, Astra, I just slept with your sister now, so you retaliate like this? In the yard of Alula's house. How is the effect? Can you shrink the city? Su Sheng asked casually. What do you say? Sisters and sisters come together. Su Sheng looked at Alula with a chuckle, and under her dazed expression, Su Sheng stood up and got dressed and went out. They began to rescue the people from the metropolis quietly. It's about Rhodes technology. Don't give face. Not enough power. Boom. The reduced beam emits a dazzling blue light. Roar screamed out and instantly hit Su Sheng. Indigo looked up nervously, and was blasted by the reduced beam through Su Sheng towards the stone forest behind. In an instant, Sherlin quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it became a file size like a handmade toy. Master? Indigo asked tentatively, and Su Sheng nodded with a chuckle. It's a success. When the reduced beam hits, he has already replicated successfully, and the phaseless state makes him immune to the attack of the reduced beam. Martian Manhunter has weakened too much in this world. Su Sheng murmured secretly, Martian Manhunter ability is very strong, but he hasn't exerted much in this world. The powerless ability of the stateless state will not last long at all. Activate the disciple and wait for me outside the planet. Su Sheng ordered. Yes. Indigo nodded and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, the disciple had slowly lifted off and left. What are you going to do? Alura got dressed and walked out and asked. Su Sheng turned around and took a look, smiling. I want to take this city and take you away. Anyway, you don't have much ambitions and just want to live in this city. I will help you change to a safer place. Where to go? Earth? Alura asked hurriedly. You promised to let me see Kayla. I'm not a good person or a good god, but at least I still believe it. Su Sheng said lightly and flew into the air with a whistling sound, and walked through the protective shield to the outside of Argo City. Suspended in space, Sheng pointed at Argo City with his fingers together. Unlimited stacking, 20 times. He secretly snorted, and a narrowed beam instantly blasted out from his fingertips and hit Argo City. Argo City is rapidly becoming smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the file size of a music box changes in the blink of an eye. Sheng flew over and supported Argo City with his palm and returned to the disciple. In the disciple number. Sheng put the city of Argonauts into the collection room. Although it has shrunk and the Kryptonians inside have shrunk, it has no effect on them. Instead, they don't have to worry about the damage caused by the atmosphere and don't rely on black kryptonite to improve the climate and environment. Sheng is not afraid that they will take the opportunity to escape. Indigo and herself control the network in Argo City at any time, and they have no way to get out of Argo City. As for the sunlight, they can't reach them in the collection room of the disciple. Go back to Earth. Sheng said. The disciple has quickly returned to Earth. The Super Investigation Department lost all available satellites, which greatly affected their intelligence work, but now the Super Investigation Department has been destroyed, so it doesn't really matter, they just need to stare at Superman. Still can't get through. In the current secret base of the Super Investigation Department, Alex looked at Supergirl and asked. Supergirl put down the phone and nodded worriedly. You said he will have an accident? No, won't be caught by Superman, right? Don't worry, it won't. Alex persuaded. But I'm still worried, Superman can't find us, what if they catch him and force me out? Supergirl still worried. Seeing Supergirl worried, Alex wanted to say that even if Superman had this idea, she wouldn't be able to do it, but she still resisted it. She didn't know whether to tell Sheng or not. What will happen after knowing the identity of Sheng? No, I have to go find him. Supergirl said solemnly. Superman, they are looking for you, you are out at this time. I can't take care of that much anymore. Supergirl said, planning to leave. Supergirl. Alex's hesitation gritted his teeth for a moment. Actually, there is one thing I haven't told you. Sheng, he. Just like Supergirl said, I can't take care of that much, Alex can't watch Supergirl go out for adventure, so she said all about Sheng's identity. In the beginning, the Iron Man hit and destroyed the Earth and so on. Others, except Sua de Chao, knew Sheng's true identity so they were not surprised, but Supergirl was a little unbelievable after hearing about it. He is so strong. Why are you hiding from me, why is he hiding from me? Supergirl asked incomprehensibly. We are hiding from you because we don't know what he will do. Last time he almost destroyed the Earth by accident. You should know that we have to prevent him from doing anything. As for why he is hiding from you, I think. Alex Tun paused. He should care about you, right? Care about me? Kayla, he is really not a good person, nor a hero. If he shows his identity, maybe he feels that he has to do something he doesn't like. If he doesn't do it, I am afraid that your character will conflict with him sooner or later, this may be something he doesn't want to see. Alex analyzed. Hi. As soon as Alex's voice fell, Sheng's voice rang from not far away. Everyone turned their heads and looked. Sheng had already walked over with his hands behind his back and smiling. The super goddess looked at Sheng intricately. Have you heard all of you? I heard it. Sheng cast a look at the disturbed Alex and walked to the Supergirl with a chuckle. She has some truth in what she said. Kayla, I'm really not a good person and 2.3 and my identity is a bit complicated. If you are willing to listen, I will tell you later when I have time. If you don't want to listen. Supergirl looked at Sheng with some cold eyes. I don't want to listen, are you going to break up with me? Sheng smiled. If you don't want to listen, I can only coax you first. Sheng suddenly stretched his hand to the front and took out a pot of flowers. Aisha. Where did you find it? Supergirl's surprise came to the flower. This is a flower unique to our Kryptonian planet. My mother specially raised a plant when I was born. Krypton, hasn't Krypton been destroyed? Hearing Supergirl's explanation like this, the others were also surprised. Krypton is all destroyed, where did this flower come from? Where did you find it? The Supergirl asked Sheng in disbelief while holding the big Aisha flower. Sheng chuckled and shaved her cheeks. It's not just flowers that I found. It's a bit complicated to talk about. When I turn around and tell you slowly, it's a surprise. Before that, I'm going to Superman's place. Why are you going? Supergirl asked in a daze. Road technology. I asked Road Technology to help me research some Kryptonian technology, I want to get it back. Kryptonian's technology, why do you let him study this? The Supergirl exploded her hair all at once. What do you think I am going to do? Is it bad for you? Sheng chuckled lightly as she looked at the Supergirl's frying hair. You already know my true identity. You should know that I can do a lot of things without relying on these. I study it because it is interesting, and there are other reasons. For example, this Zod KO. I brought it from another Earth. You brought him here. Are you a holy god? Supergirl and Zod looked at Sheng in surprise. Sheng smiled, since his identity has been exposed, there is no need to hide anything. That's right, I brought you here. You said that Superman is a big trouble, and it may even affect my world. Then why didn't you destroy Superman yourself? Zod KO couldn't help asking. Can I kill Superman? Sheng turned his head to ask Superman. Supergirl was shocked. Although she is now opposed to Superman, she can't do it if she really wants to kill Superman. Supergirl didn't speak, and the others understood. Is it because Sheng cares about the feelings of Supergirls, so it's not easy to shoot in person and can only find someone else? They heard Zod talk about the Holy Spirit, so Sheng's true identity is the ancient god of Krypton, the Holy Spirit. Can he bring people from other universes? Let your doubts go for a while and wait for me to come back. Sheng turned and left after speaking. I'll go with you. Supergirl said solemnly. Sheng looked and smiled. Row. When the group came out of the base, Sheng glanced at the Supergirl and floated slowly. Who is faster than who? Supergirl stunned and smiled. Okay. Boom. Supergirl took off instantly and flew out, Sheng chuckled and rushed out. Sheng controls the speed and is on the same level as the Supergirl. The two seem to be the same as you chasing me. It didn't take long for the two of them to come to the metropolis. The center of the metropolis. The original City Hall has now become the Hall of Justice. Boom. Boom. Sheng and Supergirl fell almost at the same time. You deliberately let me. Supergirl turned her head to look at Sheng. Although I haven't heard of any holy gods before, if you are an ancient god of Krypton, you can't have this speed. You are my girlfriend. Sheng smiled brightly. The look of Supergirl paused slightly, and her mood was more or less complicated, mainly because she still needed time to digest this series of news. Honestly. If there is no big Aisha flower as a buffer, it is estimated that the situation may be different now. Whoosh! 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 As soon as the two landed, they saw a few figures flying out in an instant, and then they saw Superman, Fiora, Astra and Norn coming out. What are you doing here? Superman frowned and asked Sheng coldly. That's right, Sheng is not a Supergirl. Beat someone. Sheng chuckled and pointed to Astra, hooking his fingers. Come here and stand ready to be beaten. Everyone's expressions changed in an instant. Why? Superman asked Sheng when he stood in front of Astra. What nonsense, why don't you guys know? Obediently let me beat out my breath and help Road take revenge, and then hand over the things that don't belong to you. Sheng said. What if I refuse? Superman said solemnly. It's not good. Then it's even more beating. Sheng's voice fell, and the green kryptonite ability concentrated on his fist and hit it directly. Unhappy fists. But Superman seemed to be unable to dodge at all, hitting Superman's chest with his fist, and Superman flew out in an instant. Boom! He smashed on the steps in front of the Justice Hall, his chest visibly sunken. This is kryptonite, why? Superman coughed up blood and looked at Sheng incredulously. When this punch came, Superman obviously felt the influence of kryptonite on him, but there is nothing on the fist, and the other Kryptonians don't seem to be affected. The corners of Sheng's mouth raised slightly, and the effect of kryptonite instantly spread all over the body towards the surroundings. In an instant, Fiora, Astra, and others' complexions became extremely ugly and painful, and they all knelt down on the ground. Impossible, on the contrary, the anti-kryptonite equipment is still running, why, how could it affect us? Fiora said in disbelief while looking at the anti-kryptonite equipment still on. The power of this equipment is limited. If the energy of kryptonite far exceeds it, it will naturally be ineffective. Sheng said 643 lightly and walked over. Why is she okay? Fiora pointed hard at the bewildered Supergirl, and she was completely unaffected. Sheng smiled. She's my girlfriend. If I can't even control my own ability and can only release indiscriminate attacks, do you think I will not remind her? Sheng chuckled and stepped over Superman's body, taking a step to the front of Astra. Lifting his leg, Sheng kicked it directly. Boom! Astra was kicked to the ground instantly. Auntie! Supergirl couldn't help feeling a little unbearable when she saw this. She hurried to Sheng's side and said, You, don't really hurt her. Don't be such a virgin. Sheng turned to look at the Supergirl. Supergirl paused. I know that our approach is different. I can understand why you are hiding from me, and I don't need to ask you to do things my way, but she is my aunt after all. Auntie, hand over the things, otherwise I really can't help you. I don't know. Astra said intermittently. Auntie. Supergirl was anxious. She really doesn't know, because Norn did this thing. Only Norn knows where it is. Fiora said suddenly. Noon. Sheng turned his head to look at Noah on the side and smiled. Fiora, no matter what method you use to hand over things, otherwise. Sheng said lightly, looking around. I might kill you all. Good. Fiora said solemnly. When the voice fell, she felt that the influence of kryptonite on her had disappeared. She got up and walked towards Noon, who suddenly yelled. Are you crazy? Do you really think he will kill us? If he wanted to do this, he would have done it. Yes, he wanted to do this a long time ago. That's why I believe what he said. Among these people, Fiora knows Sheng best, especially after the appearance of Zodkeo. Fiora actually understood Sheng's purpose. He didn't shoot just for fun. He brought himself here so that he and Superman would turn this place into a second Krypton, but then he brought Zodkeo over to help Superman. He is balancing the forces on both sides, he is playing chess, and everyone is his pawn. Now, the chess piece presumptuously eliminated his other chess piece, he was angry, and he came. The world is a game, and all beings are chess. The chess piece is not obedient. If it is ruined, just replace it with another one. I don't want him to do it, so I can only do it myself. Tell me where the things are. Fiora pulled Noan up and said in a deep voice. I won't tell you. Noan said solemnly. It's okay, I have a way for you to say it. Fiora snorted and led Norn into the Justice Hall. It didn't take long for Norn's screams to be heard inside. You brought it here too? Supergirl couldn't help asking. Yes. Sheng smiled lightly. What are you thinking? Do you want to turn the Earth into a second Krypton? But, why did you bring Zodkeo to help us? Supergirl didn't understand. These are not important, you just have to remember a little bit. You are my girlfriend. If I am not anymore, would you do anything at will? Supergirl asked rhetorically. Sheng nodded and shook his head. If there were no Supergirls in this world, he wouldn't have so much fun, let alone stay so long. Speaking of which, Sheng didn't participate too much, but Supergirl vs. Superman is actually very interesting. This interesting is mainly the change of identity and camp. Boom! The Supergirl flew away suddenly. Sheng was stunned and didn't chase. After a while, he heard a loud rumbling noise, as if something was rising. Sheng heard the sound and saw that a huge circular spaceship slowly lifted into the sky. This is Rosberg. The Supergirl actually pushed Rosberg to fly and rose quickly. Smart. Sheng couldn't help clapping his hands. He thought that Supergirl couldn't accept her answer and then left. He didn't expect that she would take Rosberg away while others were affected by kryptonite. It seemed that she wanted to take Rosberg out of the Earth. As long as the distance was far enough, the cleaning plan would not be able to affect the metropolis. The big cleaning plan naturally collapsed. I thought she was just silly and white and sweet. I didn't expect to seize the opportunity. Sheng looked at Astra with a chuckle. Astra's expression was a bit complicated but not too much upset, even. There is a sense of relief. Sheng went to see Superman again, and Superman was completely angry. Interesting. Obviously, Astra's plan should be led by Astra. It was her idea, but now Superman's reaction is more intense than his. Astra is a bit relieved. After a long while, Supergirl descended from the sky, and she couldn't help but raise her mouth when she saw that the people in the metropolis had returned to normal. After landing, she looked at Superman. I don't want to hurt you, I know that Louise's death has changed you a lot, but this is not the reason you hurt the Earth and people. Therefore, I can only lock you up, and I hope you can reflect on it. Supergirl said to Superman. Come on. Looking at this posture, the Supergirl intends to take this opportunity to completely solve the trouble of Superman. Sheng frowned slightly. Superman blackened to form an unrighteous Justice League, and he deliberately brought Sword de Chow over and ended it like this. Isn't it a bit anticlimactic? I always feel that the last big explosion is missing. Kayla, you are just lucky. You are lucky to have a boyfriend like Sheng. Without him, you can't stop me, and you can't stop my justice. If it was him and not Louise who died, you would be more extreme than me. After hearing this, the Supergirl turned and looked at Sheng. She did not speak, but the meaning in her eyes was very obvious. All right. After staring at each other for a moment, Sheng said with a chuckle, remember, no one can make me compromise, you are the first. When they came, they brought a lot of kryptonite handcuffs and devices to contain ability. Good. At this time, Fiora came out with Noon, and looked at Superman who was handcuffed. She asked Sheng with a daze, so, it's all over. Although the Earth cannot be regarded as a second Krypton, I can ask you to help me manage a Krypton city. The crisis in the metropolis was lifted, Superman was defeated and caught. As soon as the news spread, it almost caused a global sensation. I originally thought that the end may come, and the future of human beings might be enslaved. All of a sudden, the whole country rejoiced, and many people spontaneously celebrated on the street. As soon as the voice of Supergirl fell over here, a few people flew over from a distance. Zod Chow, Martian Manhunter, Alex. It looks like it is. Sheng shrugged and turned to face Supergirl. You handle the rest by yourself. I will take Astra, Fiora, and my things, and I will look for you again when I look back. P.S. I feel that everyone doesn't particularly like this kind of pirated injustice, so I just use this plot to solve Kayla's affairs. When the world of Supergirl is over, I will return to Earth and prepare to write Suicide Squad and Justice League. Supergirl and others seized Superman and his doglegs and sent them to the prison of the Super Investigation Department. Although some doglegs ran away, the arrest was only a matter of time. As for Sheng, he had already memorized the formulas of Superman and red kryptonite, and then brought Fiora and Astra to the disciple. I have already asked. What are you going to do with us? Fiora glanced at the silent Astra and asked Sheng on his own initiative. Supergirl nodded simply. Argo City. Supergirl smiled brightly. You are my boyfriend. Impossible. Before Fiora spoke, Astra beside him yelled excitedly. Argo City has been destroyed along with Krypton. She shouted toward Sheng. Yes. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and turned and walked towards the collection room. Fiora and Astra were dumbfounded and followed. Take a look, what is this? Sheng pointed to the shrinking Argo City on the locker and said. This is Argo City. A model? No, it's not right. I see people inside this. Is this a shrunken Argo City? Astra stared closely, and she could see people living inside. You can also see the panicking crowd inside. From the inside out, Astra is like a giant. The face is bigger than the whole city, even several times bigger. The city of Argod did not explode with Krypton. More than 30,000 Kryptonians survived, including your sister Alara. I found this city by accident and shrank it and brought it back. Please go in for the specific situation. Know it for yourself, and you will help me manage this city in the future. Sheng's voice fell, narrowing the beam and hitting the two of them. Swish twice. 833. Fiora and Astra shrank instantly. I will bring Supergirl over in a while. You know what to say about some things. Sheng said lightly and sent the two in. What happened after Fiora and Astra entered? Sheng didn't pay attention. I believe they will understand what they mean after seeing Alara. After leaving the disciple number and returning to the apartment, Sheng studied Luo's research. I have to say that Rod is a genius. The equations for how to cultivate Superman and red kryptonite are clearly written, and the analysis is also very thorough. You can put the daughter Superman first, and the scholar made a red krypton according to his equation. Stone. Check it out. This thing does have the effect of making Kryptonians lose their minds. If they are touched lightly, they will gradually become arrogant and ego. If they are exposed to more, they should be like a person who has directly changed into an incarnation of anger. The moon sets and the sun rises, and the sun rises and the moon sets. A few days have passed in a blink of an eye. In the past few days, the Supergirls have been busy rebuilding the Super Investigation Department and arresting the former Justice League members, and they have to help countries relaunch satellites. There is nothing idle. The influence of Superman has finally been eliminated in the past few days, although it will definitely not end like this, but at least it is not so urgent. In the past few days, Sheng paid close attention to the situation of Earth 1 and Earth 2. Shifang showed up on time every night and left by herself the next morning. It's a pity that her initiative hasn't made any progress except for an extra $100,000 a day. What's interesting is that she doesn't seem to be turning into a silver banshee. A few days later, Supergirl was finally almost busy before contacting Sheng. Supergirl's apartment. Sheng found a lot of people when he came. Supergirl, Alex, Lucy Lois, Martian Manhunter and Zod Chow are all here. Is this going to be tried by the 3 courts? Sheng chuckled lightly. Supergirl shook her head and took Sheng's arm to sit down in the living room. Just solve the problem that should be solved. The first question is to send Zod Chow home. Sheng smiled and looked at Zod Chow. Zod Chow nodded. Now that Superman's crisis is over, I should go home too. Then go back. I often go to Earth 2 anyway. Su Sheng released the vibe wormhole directly after speaking, and Zod Chaoji also called the other people directly, and Roar went in directly. After Zwed the Chao left, Su Sheng briefly told them about his identity. Parallel world. Kryptonian ancient god. Even if they are considered well-informed people in this world, they can't help but feel shocked after listening. So, are you an Earthling or a Kryptonian? Lucy Lois couldn't help asking curiously. Earthling. Then how can you become an ancient god of Krypton? With the changes of the times, it is not impossible for people to become gods after being myths. Moreover, it is not uncommon for people to travel through time. Su Sheng said casually. Okay, you know everything you need to know, and you can go. Although they still have a lot of questions they want to ask, they can only leave after Su Sheng drove them away. Su Sheng embraced Kayla's waist and asked with a chuckle, "Aren't you angry with me? You are the god of Krypton, do I dare to be angry with you?" Kayla curled her lips. "I feel that you still have a lot of things to hide from me. Are you happy with me?" Su Sheng asked softly. "Yeah." Kayla answered softly. "So, as long as you are happy when I am with you, it is enough for you to know that I am your boyfriend. As for the others, it doesn't matter. Maybe you will feel uncomfortable, but this is me." Su Sheng Weiwei he hugged Kayla to his body, bowed his head and kissed him. Kayla calmed down and knew that her request was indeed whimsical. As soon as she recovered, Supergirl threw herself into Su Sheng's arms and embraced her excitedly. "I'm afraid this won't work." Su Sheng shook his head. "I want to bring them out. Kayla, I can compromise with you once, but there can be no second time." Su Sheng said lightly. "First of all, I won't let them leave here, but you can come anytime if you want. Second, do you just want to take your mother out or all the Kryptonians?" 30,000 Kryptonians appeared on the Earth, hee, you know it is. What are the consequences? For a long time. Kayla's smile was slightly frozen. Why? Su Sheng did not follow her after shrinking her. It took more than 2 hours for the Supergirl to fly out of Argo City and be changed back by Su Sheng. When the kiss was over, Kayla said excitedly. Kayla paused for a while and wanted to say something, but Su Sheng didn't give her this opportunity. Thank you, thank you. It didn't take long for the two of them to roll and entangle each other, but this time Kayla still restrained, at least not collapsing the bed or smashing through the wall. After the rest, Su Sheng took Kayla to the disciple, and to Argo City. You don't know how happy it is, I saw my mother again, It might be okay if the mother is brought out, but how to arrange the 30,000 Kryptonians? I am afraid that even Martian Manhunter and Alex would not agree, let alone the humans who have just been caused so many things by Superman. They will never accept that there are 30,000 Supermen living on the Earth. Kayla was excited and didn't know what to say. She could only take the initiative to hold Su Sheng and kiss her fiercely. Finally, Kayla gave up this unrealistic idea. After all, her hometown could survive, and it was the biggest surprise for her to see her mother again. She has learned about the situation of Argo City from her mother, and she also knows that it is safest to leave Argo City here in Su Sheng. They live well here. You can come to visit them at any time or you can live and rest here for a while. Aha. Kayla nodded repeatedly. I want to live here for a while, with my mother, with my former friends, but outside there are still many dangers. It's enough to have Martian Manhunter and Alex with you. Su Sheng paused. If you promise me a request, I can go to the Super Inspection Department for you to stay for a few days. Real? What's the requirement, you say? Su Sheng whispered a few words in her ear with a smirk. Kayla was a little shy at first but quickly reacted to look at the pictures hanging on the wall. So, they are all? Yes. Su Sheng smiled lightly, but most of them are pillows, which is my habit. Kayla didn't know what to say. After all, it is not easy for any woman to find out that her boyfriend is so carefree. Indignant, but Kayla didn't turn her face either. On the one hand, she really has a deep feeling for Su Sheng, and on the other hand, Su Sheng's various identities are somewhat halo, especially after she learned something about the ancient gods from her mother, the halo became even greater. If Su Sheng didn't confess his identity and just fell in love, Kayla would definitely turn her face. Su Sheng definitely knows that Kayla must be uncomfortable, so he really took a lot of effort. Finally, Kayla took a photo. Although it can't be said that there is no barrier and no influence, it can be considered reluctantly. Here, who do you like best? Looking at the rows of pictures on the wall, Kayla couldn't help asking. Like them all, after all, they are all my pillows. However, there should be 3 of the most special things. Su Sheng thought for a while and said. Which 3? You, Diana, Felicity. Su Sheng said. The only thing I have pursued here is you. Felicity is my first woman and my first girlfriend, and Diana, she is a goddess. Not called Roar, she is a true goddess, now she is the god of war, my experience with her is quite complicated. I have the opportunity to introduce you to you, you have many of the same qualities. Kayla was silent for a while and slowly said, send me to Argo City. Good. Su Sheng didn't say much about reducing Kayla again and sending her in. He really likes Kayla, otherwise he wouldn't compromise for her once, but that's all, he can't change himself for Kayla or for anyone. Kayla can accept the best, but Su Sheng can't help it. Turning and leaving from the door, Su Sheng shrank the disciple number and carried it with him to the super inspection department. Even though Superman's problem is resolved, it doesn't mean that there is nothing else. There are at least a few people or a few things Su Sheng remembers clearly, and it's quite interesting. Super Inspection Department. Su Sheng told them that Kayla would stay in Argo City for a while, and they were very surprised by what happened to Argo City, but they also felt that Kayla should rest and have a life of her own. Su Sheng said that if you encounter something that you can't solve, you can find him. This makes the Chow Cha department very excited. It is not polite to say that although Supergirl is their trump card, it is far behind Su Sheng. The inspection department is very busy. Martian Manhunter is mainly responsible for arresting those fugitives. Alex is responsible for assisting and rebuilding the Super Investigation Department. As for Lucy Lois, as the current director of the Super Investigation Department, her job is to coordinate the overall situation. Su Sheng, who had nothing to do, went to the prison to look at Superman and Norn. Seeing them cursing angrily like birds in a cage, Su Sheng found it very interesting. Su Sheng admired the feeling that he wanted to kill him but couldn't do it at all. Don't be smug, do you think I lost? No, you will know how wrong this idea is. Superman finally couldn't help but roar and shouted as Su Sheng was enjoying it. Su Sheng smiled. It doesn't sound like the words of a trapped beast, it's more like there is a backhand. That's good, which means I can still have fun. But to be honest, you are indeed a bit extreme right now, do you know? I'm from Krypton. Ancient gods. Huh, do you want me to believe in you? Dreaming. Superman snorted coldly. No, I mean you never thought about asking me to help you save Louise. Su Sheng smiled. Superman froze instantly. After a while he beat the cell violently. What are you talking about? Can you save Louise? I'm a holy god. Please, please save Louise, as long as you can save Louise, I can do anything. Superman shouted excitedly. Su Sheng smiled. I can do it, but I don't want to. With a brilliant smile, Su Sheng turned around and went out. Just 2 steps away, a sound suddenly came from the earphones. Lucy Lois was stunned and shouted at Su Sheng, I'm in trouble. There are so many things I can do. Can you really do it? As soon as Su Sheng came out, she saw Lucy Lois staring at herself. Obviously she heard the conversation between Su Sheng and Superman. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Superman's curses followed. Su Sheng cast a glance at Lucy Lois and left, and Lucy Lois hurriedly followed. Su Sheng shrugged. It doesn't matter, this guy is also one of my goals anyway. The agent changed the next picture while introducing it. This is Dar Jones, who was originally a climate change researcher at Solar Arctic Research Station. We received their distress signal. Martian Manhunter went to check and found that he was infected by an alien parasite and absorbed the energy of Martian Manhunter. Now. Su Sheng glanced at her and said with a smile, if you want me to shoot, just say it. How is Martian Manhunter? Lucy Lois asked. One person's answer was displayed on the screen. Do you know what it is? In the picture is a monster about 2 or 3 meters high. This monster looks like Doomsday at first glance, huge and ugly. Now I can only rely on you. Lucy Lois said solemnly. Parasite. It's okay, but if you continue to be energy absorbing by it, you may die. Should we let Supergirl come back? The agent said and looked at Su Sheng. Command room. Parasite is one of the very powerful villains in the Superman series, and one of the villains that makes Superman the most troublesome. It can search for host parasites and has a very strong ability. As long as any part of the body is in contact with it, it can absorb the energy or even vitality of the other party to grow and replenish itself. It belongs to the kind of villain that will only become more and more difficult to deal with unless it can kill with one hit. Su Sheng has the ability of energy absorbing. This ability can absorb even supernatural power, but energy absorbing alone cannot absorb vitality, so the ability Su Sheng, the parasitic demon, is very interested. In addition to the parasitic demon, there is another person that Su Sheng is most interested in, and that is the Mischief. Tricksters are 5-dimensional people from higher dimensions, possessing the super ability of alter reality, and can be ranked in the entire DC world. It is said that he has duplication in all parallel worlds. The only thing Su Sheng remembers clearly is that he appeared in the world of Supergirls and wanted to pursue Supergirls. It seems that after Supergirl defeated the parasitic demon, the troublemaker also specially modified the display to bring the parasitic demon back out to play the hero to save the beauty, but in the end still sent back to Wu Wei by Supergirl. The parasitic demon appears. Does it mean that the troublemaker is about to appear? Su Sheng was thinking about it when she heard Lucy Lois urging herself, and glanced at the position of the parasitic demon and the blue light lit up. Whoosh! Su Sheng is gone. On the streets, tall and ugly parasites were arbitrarily destroying them. Although several police officers fired their guns and attacked them conscientiously, they were useless. Stand back, it's dangerous here. Su Sheng was about to go there when he saw the police yelling at him to signal him not to come close, and after yelling, he whispered a little bit why Supergirl hasn't come. Supergirl is on vacation today. Su Sheng smiled and said that people had already walked out. Take a vacation. The police's eyes widened in surprise. Supergirl is still on vacation. No, that's not right, you go back. After the shock, the police suddenly reacted and just wanted to let Su Sheng come back. At this moment, an ice wall suddenly appeared around, and the cold breath instantly spread. Almost instantly the ice wall was already there. Su Sheng surrounded the parasitic demon. This. The police were stunned. In the ice wall, the ugly parasitic monster stared at Su Sheng with protruding eyes and opened his mouth fiercely. When the mouth was opened, another mouth appeared, and there was a long thing that looked like a hand, which at first glance looked a bit like an infected zombie in Resident Evil. After the roar, the parasitic demon strode towards Su Sheng. Boom! 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 Every step fell to the ground and trembled. A car was caught by the parasitic demon and threw his hand at Su Sheng. Su Sheng escaped easily, and the car exploded when it hit the ice wall. At the same time, the parasitic demon's hand has been grabbed towards Su Sheng. It's too slow. The ugly huge amounts of palms were close at hand, an ability was copied by Su Sheng in an instant. The body leaped back suddenly. Ha! Su Sheng landed, and the parasitic demon caught an empty space. The parasitic demon froze slightly, as if he didn't expect Su Sheng to be able to escape, which made it feel embarrassed, and rushed over again with a roar. Man of Steel. Infinite stack, 50 times. Normal, punch. Su Sheng gave a soft drink, and slapped a fist softly against the parasitic demon rushing over. Boom! The fist hit the parasitic demon, and the parasitic demon's movement stopped instantly. Time, there is such a momentary freeze. Boom! A loud bang suddenly sounded, with Su Sheng's fist as the center. The parasitic demon's body was instantly torn apart by this powerful force. From the middle to the ends, this huge amounts of power crushed its powerful body, and the energy it absorbed seemed to have no effect at this moment. No. It should be said that it can't absorb such a powerful energy at all. Boom! 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 The parasite's body exploded. The brilliance of pink-like light floated slowly in the air, and finally disappeared. Close the fist. Su Sheng turned and walked back. The ice wall evaporated in an instant. The nervous policeman holding guns watched Su Sheng walk back Shiran, and the monster had disappeared and was dumbfounded for a while. You, who are you? Are you a hero too? The policeman asked Su Sheng subconsciously before. Supergirl is on vacation, I'm just a substitute. Su Sheng smiled lightly. Then, what is your relationship with Supergirl? Someone from the other policeman asked boldly. Su Sheng chuckled. The laughter continued, but the others were gone. Super Inspection Department. A group of people waited to see Shiran's return. Su Sheng's expression was indescribable. Although the police couldn't see what was happening in the ice wall, they could see clearly. Punch. Just one punch kills this monster that can absorb and connect. This feeling is so unreal. In the past, when they cooperated with Supergirl, when did they not have to investigate the identity of the enemy, ability? After a game against Supergirl, she studied the opponent's weakness and found a way to restrain it, and then let Supergirl solve it. And now, it seems that as long as Su Sheng is told that there is an enemy, and then, they can behave like melon-eating crowds obediently. Seeing Su Sheng's understatement as if he had just done a small thing, the agents of the Chow Chow department quickly adjusted their status and became busy. Unless it is something that ordinary police cannot handle or something related to aliens, the Super Investigation Department will not intervene in 4.5. After solving the parasitic monster, nothing happened on the day. Martian Manhunter also recovered. Su Sheng simply got up and left the Super Investigation Department. Just after coming out of the Super Investigation Department, Su Sheng's phone rang. Lena Luthor called and wanted to meet her. To be precise, Lolita wants to see Su Sheng. Can't hold on. Su Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and went directly to Lena Luthor's office. In the office, Lena Luthor is wearing a tight black dress. Opposite her sits a woman with her legs up and wearing a red cheongsam. It is Lolita. He will be here soon. Putting down the phone, Lena Luthor said to Lolita. Loli Feature nodded her head as soon as she was about to speak, and felt her shoulders being held by someone. Turning her head to see, Su Sheng sat next to her impressively. You're here, so fast. Lena Luthor paused and said to Su Sheng, who was holding Lolita's shoulders. I'm just helping you build a bridge. Since you have already come, let's talk slowly. I'm just going to meet the new employee. With that, Lena Luthor got up and walked out. Su Sheng and Lowlight were left in the huge office. Su Sheng let go of Lowlight and leaned on the sofa with a chuckle and said, Say, what can I do? Mr. Su Sheng is really joking, I think you should know why I asked you. Lolita smiled sweetly. Although I have spiritual abilities, I know everything, but there is no sense of freshness and anticipation. Su Sheng put his hand on Lolita's leg casually, tattooed and cheongsam. Lolita felt like a one-the-flower snake is dangerous but has a strange attraction. Definitely, Lolita was actually not pretty, but what Su Sheng likes is this face. If one day I return to the Marvel world, it would be interesting to see her daughter vibe. Seeing that Lolita's body stiffened with her hand touching her, the expression on her face was frozen for a moment. After a while, she smiled and said, "Recently, my business has been greatly affected. A self-proclaimed electric girl. People not only ruined my several attempts to capture aliens, but also ruined my gambling games several times. Can you help me solve this trouble?" Lolita Ying smiled and looked at Su Sheng, her hands seeming to inadvertently adjust the skirt of the cheongsam to reveal more. Su Sheng cast a glance and smiled. "You are not my person, this is a favor. I can't help." Lolita smiled and said, "I have taken a fancy to a new venue. Are you interested in helping me advise and advise?" "Not interested in." "No." Lolita's smile froze, she couldn't believe that he couldn't hear her suggestion when she looked at Su Sheng's brilliant smile. Su Sheng patted her leg heavily and got up slightly. "If you don't plan to play this kind of trick with me, it's a waste of my time. You, only once, you can ask me if you think about it." Su Sheng thought that Lolita was here to surrender, but it turned out to be just a test. It was a waste of feelings. Seeing Lolita got up and said something else, Su Sheng shook her head and disappeared. Damn B********************. D. The expression on Lolita's face instantly chilled. "It's not that easy to take advantage of my old lady's advantage. Since you don't want to give up, don't blame me. You don't know what you gave me, huh? Monel." At the beginning, Lolita's knowledgeable Prince of Monel, the Daxam star, was regarded as a cash cow, a gimmick. After all, this was a prince. But recently, she learned the news that the king of Daxam is looking for Monel, and the reward is very good. Not only that, but Daxam is the neighbor of Krypton. After the explosion, the Daxam people, like the Kryptonians, have always wanted to find a new planet to rule. Then, Lolita thinks the opportunity is here, and she has already followed up with Daxam. The people of Xingmu Star contacted, and now only need an opportunity to solve Su Sheng. After leaving Lolita, Su Sheng returned to the apartment, and Shifang came over on time. Night. Go quietly. When he woke up the next morning, Shifang found that Su Sheng was lying next to him without leaving. This made Shifang feel extremely surprised. The jade arm directly hooked Su Sheng's neck and lay on him. "Aren't you busy today? I'll call for leave." "No need." Su Sheng said lightly. "You don't need to take the initiative to come over in the future. Whenever I find you, you will come over again." Why? Did I do something bad?" Shifang panicked instantly. "If that's the case you say, I can change it." Tired. Su Sheng pushed Shifang away and slowly got up. Shifang hurriedly followed and hugged Su Sheng from behind. Don't do this. If I am not doing well enough, you say, I will satisfy you." Su Sheng broke off Shifang's hand and turned around and glanced down. "Don't understand. I'm talking about being tired, not dissatisfied. Is there anything else about you that I haven't played?" "Saying that you did a good job, so since I've played enough, naturally I don't have any interest in playing every day. Put on the clothes and take a photo with me in a while, and then you can go." Su Sheng found the clothes and put on them and said slowly, "I gave you my shares in Kate International Media. This is a reward for you." "Ah." Shifang was shocked. "I've given you a chance. It's up to you how much you can achieve. But I have to remind you that if you accept the shares, then you are mine. Even if I only use enough pillows, I'm tired of playing toys, I won't allow others to use them again, do you understand?" Su Sheng cast a cold glance. If she hadn't had this level of identity, she wouldn't even have the qualifications to make Su Sheng bored. Shifang, who was struggling in pain, gradually calmed down, his hair gradually turned white, and some strange black lines appeared on his face. "Give you a task. If she approaches other men and thinks something she shouldn't have, come out, understand? Su Sheng smiled and said nothing but raised his hand to release vibe and pointed at the silver banshee. Do you feel it? This is a kind of vibe ability. I can use it to know what you are doing at any time, and I can also use her, to completely shatter you. I will dispel your objection. Originally, the curse on Shifang might not have come on so quickly, and he didn't turn into a silver banshee so quickly, but after being forced by Su Sheng, the silver banshee did not appear to be as crazy as in the TV series. Shoo, don't say anything, the other one comes out, I have something to tell you. Su Sheng stared at Shifang, his eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of her soul. Why? Why? The silver banshee hissed. Shifang didn't expect Su Sheng to turn his face when he said that he turned his face, struggling and crying out beggingly. Su Sheng squinted at Shifang and chuckled. Do you think I'm unreasonable? It doesn't matter, I'm talking about my reasoning, since you have objections. Shifang subconsciously said, you are tired of playing, and you are separated. Don't you allow me to find someone else? Am I only single in this life? Why? Silver Banshee. P.S. The Grand Harem is definitely the Grand Harem, but I must still choose the main character to write it, but some supporting roles in every TV series movie are good. Give it up, it feels like a missing girl, so this kind of role is basically enough for the role. It will reduce the possibility of occupying the plot space, and then use different methods to prevent the possibility of giving Su Sheng forgiveness hats. A man, even if he breaks up and loses his emotions, he can't accept others. The man's possessiveness. In addition, ask for flowers, ask for customization, and ask for rewards. Su Sheng stretched out his hand to grab, and Shifang was instantly pinched by his neck and picked up. Click, click. The flash blinks. On the disciple, Su Sheng was shooting wantonly, first with the identity of the silver banshee, and then the identity of Shifang, dressed and undressed. After the whole set was filmed, Su Sheng ignored Shifang, who shocked the disciple number, and let her get dressed and leave by herself. As for the shares of Kate International Media Company, Su Sheng directly transferred to her name via the internet. In the past few days, she has worked hard to harvest nearly $1 million plus Kate International Media's shares, which together are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. In terms of the values of the United States alone, she made a lot of money. It is estimated that 70% to 80% of women would agree to this condition ecstatically. This is hundreds of millions of dollars after all. Even in the world of super ability and aliens, money can still communicate with God. Hanging up Shifang's photo, Su Sheng took a look and thought about who was missing. Thea Quinn on Earth 1, Louise Lois hasn't photographed it, and the Black Sea Monster on Earth 2, Jessie doesn't seem to have photographed it either. Oh, yes, and Supergirl's mother Alara. Looking at the pictures on the wall, the corners of Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly. If the troublemaker doesn't show up again, maybe it's time to go back and take a look. A few days in a row. In fact, Su Sheng's life was relatively easy. Although it was a substitute for the Supergirl, Martian Manhunter and Alex could basically solve the problem of small troubles. They were not good and bothered Su Sheng to take action in any situation. During this period, the Supergirl stayed in Argo City and returned from Argo City until after enjoying this rare holiday. Ha! The Supergirl returned to normal under the reduced beam. How was your vacation? Su Sheng asked with a chuckle around Kayla's waist. Very happy. This is the best vacation I have ever had. Kayla hooked Su Sheng's neck. Fiola and Aunt Astra are also very good. They have taken over the security work in Argo City. Me, I told my mother a lot about you. Really? What did she say? Su Sheng asked. She said as long as I feel happy. Kayla said happily. Su Sheng smiled and said nothing. Is nothing outside these days? Fine. That's good, I have to go back to the super investigation department. Kayla breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, this is for you. Sheng took out a bracelet and put it on Kayla's wrist. What is this? Kayla asked curiously. A kind of communicator, no matter what time or universe I am in, we can contact. Sheng smiled and told her how to use it. So, you are leaving? Are you leaving this universe? Kayla asked in a daze. Don't be so surprised, traveling through the universe is easier for me than going abroad, and traveling back and forth is very convenient. Sheng said with a smile. What's more, there are still a lot of things to deal with after you go back. Superman guesses that there is something you have to guard against. Also, if there is a guy called a troublemaker, remember to notify me as soon as possible. Then, what about them? Kayla looked at the shrinking city of Argo. Don't think so much, we didn't get together every day before, so this situation won't change in any way. Sheng comforted a few words and came out of the collection room holding Kayla. Kayla seems to have forgotten what she said just now about going back to the Super Investigation Department, and visited the discipleship with Sheng, and then, they went to the bed. Don't exercise restraint, don't care about others. The battle between the two was truly earth-shattering, and the room became dilapidated and messy after the definitely ended. Needless to say, the bed. Although the bed in the disciples' room was strong, it couldn't stand it and collapsed. The air in the room was extremely cold, and there was even a layer of frost on the wall. Kayla didn't control it when Kayla was too excited and used the frozen roar suction. Kayla's face was also a little scarred, pitted, like a beach hit by rain. As for how? Sheng can only say that he has no control. Fortunately, Kayla can recover as long as she is in the sun. The next day, Supergirl returned to the Super Investigation Department. Although Sheng is stronger and more efficient, the people in the Super Investigation Department hope that Supergirl will come back. Supergirl greeted everyone with a smile, roar, and told Alex some anecdotes about her vacation, and then she looked at Lucy Lois. Lucy Lois was stunned. What's wrong? He said that Superman might have any plans for us to pay attention to, and that someone called a troublemaker might come, and let him know if he shows up. And, he's gone to another world. What? Why did you tell me this specifically? Lucy Lois was a little panicked. Kayla paused to talk to the head of Australia. It's nothing, you are the chief, and he gave me this bracelet and said that you can contact him at any time, and you can find me if you need it. After speaking, Kayla turned and left. She had seen the photos in the collection room of the Disciple, and Lucy Lois was on it. Kayla didn't ask about Lucy Lois at the time, and now she doesn't plan to say it, doesn't plan to ask. Earth 1. The city of Starling has now been renamed Star City. Star City. The command room of the underground base of the Raptor Squad. The depressed and low moans sounded intermittently, and within a short while, the voice gradually became high-pitched continuously, which lasted for a few minutes and then gradually calmed down. For a long time. Sheng and Felicity packed up. Sheng sat on a chair and hugged Felicity's waist. Felicity sat on his lap face to face, leaning on Sheng's shoulders and reminiscing about what was just now. Taste. You've been walking for so long this time, where did you go? Felicity asked lazily. Go and have fun. I'll know if I have a chance to take you there. Where is your side? Is Catwoman not back yet? Sheng asked with a smile. Felicity shook her head. She forgot our old friends when she met new friends in Gotham. It's up to you and Laurel, are you busy? It's not just us. Felicity stood up slightly and smiled and said, I have contacted you several times before and haven't contacted you. At that time, I just wanted to ask your opinion. We recruited 2 new members. New member? Sheng showed interest slightly. Felicity slowly turned his back to Sheng, reached out and tapped on the computer. You know one of them, Oliver Quinn's sister, Thea Quinn. Thea. Sheng was dumbfounded. How did this girl join you? Her three-legged cat skills are not qualified, right? After she returned to Star City, she directly found Laurel, identified her identity, and wanted to join the Raptor team. Laurel has been training her recently. For the time being, she can only be regarded as a reserve. Felicity turned her head and glanced at it. Sheng, seeing that Sheng didn't have any special reaction, he continued. This is a new stranger. She is called Starling, her fighting skills and marksmanship are very accurate, and I have investigated her background and there is nothing wrong with it. Sheng leaned forward and glanced slightly. The photo shows a woman with long brown hair. This woman is wearing black tight leather pants and a strapless corset. She wears a holster on her shoulders. I got a tattoo on my entire left arm. After a few glances, Sheng asked casually. Don't worry about her identity. Although there is nothing wrong with 327 so far, there are some. Felicity said. Simple, I will try it for you later. Sheng chuckled lightly. No task today, right? Not yet, what's the matter? If not, let's go back to the room and rest. Sheng smiled lightly. Come back. Felicity looked at Sheng and said, don't you find a woman in this period of time? I found it. Sheng said casually. Then you still. There are many reasons for looking for a woman. I need pillows, physical needs, or I can't help but pick up when I'm interested, but it's different from you. After all, you're my girlfriend, or you don't. Miss me? Felicity curled his lips, even if he said that, he was still somewhat uncomfortable. She got up and pulled Sheng. Let's go. From the command room to the bedroom upstairs, the second session began. The weather is fine and sunny. The sun shining on the sleeping men and women seemed to be covered with a layer of brilliance, and Felicity, who woke up quietly, opened her eyes and looked at Sheng beside her, and then she was shocked and smiled. Even if he often disappears, even if he knows that there are countless women he slapped, when Felicity opened his eyes and saw him sleeping peacefully next to him, the feeling of satisfaction and happiness was still uncontrollable. Pregnancy. But this happiness was destroyed before long. The phone rang, and Felicity quickly picked up the phone and didn't want to wake Sheng. But Sheng still woke up. What's the matter? Sheng asked lazily, squinting his eyes and stroking Felicity's ketone body. Laurel and the others are here. Felicity said. Then get up. Sheng stood up and kissed Felicity's cheek before turning over. The two of them packed up and put on their clothes and went to the living room of the villa. There are 3 people sitting in the living room. Laurel is wearing a black canary uniform, next to Thea in a red leather jacket. It looks pretty decent. Not far from Laurel and Thea sits a woman with Erlang's legs upright. Her tight leather pants and corset outline her figure very attractively, whether it is the airport that Roar wants to leave or the tattoo on her left arm. They all look very eye-catching. You're back. Seeing Sheng, Thea rushed out and took Sheng's arm for the first time. Such blatant intimacy made Laurel and the Starling subconsciously look at Felicity on a plate, and Felicity looked as usual. Thea seemed to be immersed in the excitement of meeting Sheng, babbling and talking a lot like a small talk. It's alright, I know. It's a good time for a rebellious girl to become a talkative, and the style of painting is not correct. Sheng teased and broke free of Thea's arms and looked at the Starling. Starling also got up and walked to Sheng's face and stretched out his hand. Starling. Sheng. After watching the two meet each other, Felicity asked. What's the matter? Your news level was very high just now. The messages between the Raptor squads are divided into levels, and there are different levels according to different levels of circumstances. Laurel lives in the base of the Raptor team most of the time. Thea and Starling have just joined and have not moved in. Thea is okay. Although she has not accepted certain things, she lives at home. The Starling lives temporarily. In the apartment Laurel originally rented, after Su Sheng suddenly came yesterday, Laurel left wittily to live with the Starlings. Although they might come together today, the level of the news is wrong, so Felicity I have to ask. Laurel nodded solemnly. Earlier this morning, Catwoman sent me a message saying that he will be back soon. It seems that something has happened, but she didn't say anything about it, but it seems, something is in trouble. Go down first. Hearing that it was related to Catwoman, Felicity simply said. Everyone got up and went to the underground command room. Felicity sat at the computer and began to search for what happened in Gotham. After a while, Felicity called everyone over with a solemn expression. Gotham did have an accident. Oracle was attacked last night and should have been seriously injured. Oracle? Batman's disciple? Who has the ability and the courage to slap her against her? Everyone was shocked when they saw this news. Because Catwoman is in Gotham, they usually pay attention to Gotham. Oracle naturally knows something. Anne. Felicity and Laurel looked at Su Sheng. Oracle and Su Sheng seem to have something to do with each other, right? Oracle was injured. Catwoman came back from Gotham and sent another high-level message. No, she did it, right? She hurt Oracle. Batman will definitely not let it go. If you say this message the level is right. Starling said without looking at Su Sheng but looking at the intelligence analysis on the computer. Her analysis made everyone think it was possible, at least logically. But how did Catwoman mess with Oracle? After joining the Raptors team, she has already washed her hands and quit. Even if there are any contradictions or conflicts, she shouldn't make heavy hands. I'll know when Catwoman comes back. Felicity frowned and said, then quickly tapped on the keyboard with both hands in an attempt to find more information or information. What are you thinking? Laurel turned to see Su Sheng with a pensive look and couldn't help but whisper. Su Sheng shook his head and said nothing. Since Barbara Gordon has put on the identity of Oracle, he must be injured, but ordinary minor injuries should not make Catwoman take it so seriously. As for Catwoman hurting Oracle, Su Sheng didn't think there would be such a possibility. With Catwoman's clever character and experience, unless it is forced to fight life and death, it is impossible to compare the heavy hand like Batgirl. I don't know how much she hurt. If she is paralyzed, then it should be Shao Ugly doing it. Because of this incident, Barbara Gordon changed from Oracle to Oracle in wheelchair. Do you know who hurt Oracle? Thea Quinn asked Su Sheng when she heard Laurel's words. She knows how mysterious Su Sheng is and how many secrets she knows. I know. Just as Su Sheng was about to speak, he heard a crisp voice rang from behind. Turning his head, he saw Catwoman walking over in a casual manner wearing casual clothes. When everyone turned their heads, Catwoman saw Su Sheng's eyes lit up and walked over quickly. You came back just right, I. Miss me? Su Sheng smiled and stretched out his hand. Would you like to hug? Catwoman's face went dark. I'm not in the mood to joke with you now, F***K, I hate the word joke now. Catwoman has always been calm, and rarely has such an anxious look. What happened? Felicity asked. Oracle is injured, seriously injured, maybe, she is going to say goodbye to this name. Catwoman said solemnly. The person who injured her was a friend I met in Gotham. I don't know the specifics. Oracle was already injured when I knew it, and my friend was caught by Batman. Help me rescue her out. Catwoman looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled and said nothing. Catwoman was a little anxious. She reached out and grabbed Su Sheng by the collar. You can't stand by, because she is related to you. Don't get excited first. Felicity and others hurriedly persuaded Catwoman to ask. What is your friend's name? How can it be related to Su Sheng? Catwoman sneered at Su Sheng. Harley Quinn, don't tell me you forgot this name. Harley Quinn. Su Sheng's expression seemed a little unexpected. Since leaving Gotham, Sheng has never seen or paid attention to her news. So she actually made friends with Catwoman and hurt Oracle. Oracle is paralyzed? Sheng asked after a pause. It should be. Catwoman said, angry at Roar. Harley Quinn, what is her code name? Sheng asked again. People in Gotham call her Joker Girl, because she is as elusive as Joker. Moreover, she will become like this because of you. Catwoman glared at Sheng. You must save her, otherwise I will never forgive you. The cat stabbing is quite interesting. Catwoman was furious over here, but Sheng over there gave a chuckle. Okay, I'll take care of this. Joker became a Joker woman. So, is this a deadly joke for the female version of Joker? What are you going to do? Although Catwoman was very upset by the cat stab at the front, hearing Sheng later said that she would deal with it finally let her anger dissipate a little. Go to Gotham first to see the situation. Sheng said casually. I'll go with you. Catwoman said solemnly. Let's go too. Laurel continued. Catwoman shook her head, it's better not to involve the team, Harley. She didn't say the following words, but everyone reacted. Joker's reputation in Gotham is no less than Batman. Harley Quinn can be called by the people of Gotham. Joker Girl is definitely not a simple character, this time it may be Joker Girl's fault. So Catwoman can ask Sheng to help. Originally Sheng does whatever he wants without seeing right or wrong. What's more, it is implicated in Oracle and Joker Girls. If the Raptor team joins in, it is really difficult to deal with the position. All right. Felicity nodded. My car is outside. Catwoman said towards Sheng. It's too slow to drive. Sheng raised his hand to release Vibe. The tumbling cloud-like teleportation wormhole surprised everyone, and Sheng took Catwoman directly through it. The wormhole disappeared, and the two disappeared. Gotham. Street side. Catwoman looked at the familiar environment in surprise and couldn't help but looked at Sheng in surprise. Sheng closed his eyes and seemed to meditate on something. What are you thinking about? Catwoman pushed Sheng's shoulder. Collect information. Sheng replied with his eyes closed. Gathering intelligence. Catwoman couldn't help but mockingly. This is the first time I have seen someone standing on the street with their eyes closed and collecting information. That only shows that you are short-sighted. Sheng replied faintly, and opened his eyes when Catwoman couldn't help but P********K again. I found the hospital where Oracle lives, let's go and see Oracle first. Also. Catwoman thought for a while and nodded, first to see if Oracle's injury could be cured. If it can be cured, this matter will be resolved. Wave. Sheng stopped a taxi and got into the car with Catwoman. After getting on the car, Sheng said the location of the hospital. The taxi rushed out in an instant. I have to say that Gotham is a different city. Even if you take a taxi, you can feel like life and death. Arrive. After a while, the car stopped in front of a certain hospital, and the driver turned around and said that he was going to collect the money. Gotham. I really miss this place a bit. Sheng chuckled lightly and flicked the car window with his fingers. In an instant, a cold air filled the car window and instantly iced the car window. No more money, no more. The driver was stunned and quickly shook his head and said. Thank you, you are such a good person. Sheng chuckled and waved to push the door. As a result, he heard a click, and the car door was pushed out directly by him and hit the ground. You. Sheng looked at the driver apologetically. It's okay, I can do it myself, it's not important at all, the driver said quickly. The people in Gotham are kinder and more tolerant. Sheng stepped out of the car, and Catwoman reluctantly followed. As soon as the two got off, the taxi rushed out like a rocket, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Although this hospital is not the largest in Gotham, it has the best environment and the most advanced medical facilities. This is a hospital invested and built by Wayne Enterprises. Su Sheng's Shumen Shulu turned without any hesitation, and went upstairs as if he knew exactly which ward the Oracle was in. This surprised Catwoman, who followed. Could it be that he was really gathering intelligence just now? The bright gaze quietly looked at Su Sheng. Catwoman thought it was incredible. How can anyone collect information with their eyes closed? Arrive. Su Sheng softly pushed aside the high-level ward in front of him and walked in. As soon as I entered, I smelled the unique smell of a hospital ward. The ward of about 20 square meters has all the facilities. There are 2 hospital beds, one is empty, and the other lies with Barbara Gordon in hospital clothes. Barbara Gordon's face was pale, and her eyes were as if she had lost her life. If it weren't for her chest, she would think she was a statue. Hearing the sound of someone coming in, Barbara Gordon didn't seem to look at it either. It wasn't until Su Sheng and Catwoman appeared in her sight that she suddenly came back to life. She suddenly turned her head and stared at Su Sheng. Her eyes seemed to burst into flames, her shoulders trembled, her hands clenched fists, gritted her teeth and roared lowly. "It's you! You made me like this!" Full of anger, monstrous hatred. Barbara Gordon's exquisite features are terrifying and hideous. Su Sheng looked at Catwoman without speaking, X-ray vision scanning her physical condition. After a while, under Barbara Gordon's angry gaze, he gave a chuckle, then took a chair and sat down beside him. "I said, you will be paralyzed." Barbara Gordon looked at him for a moment, remembering that when she first met Su Sheng seemed to have said that she hadn't been paralyzed. In fact, there are many parallel worlds of the same similarity near our world, like a celestial instrument. 52 parallel worlds are encapsulated in it, and there is a wall outside the 52 parallel worlds, called the Wall of Speed Force. The Flash ability in Central City comes from this. Su Sheng did not say anything, did not apologize, or even asked why. After sitting down, he slowly talked about irrelevant things. But what he said made Catwoman and the angry Barbara Gordon listen subconsciously. This seemed to be the mystery of the universe. Outside the wall of superpower is the realm of gods, where new protoss such as the Apocalypse Star and the New Creation Star live, and above it is the spiritual hell and other special places, and then is destiny. Destiny holds a book at the top, a book in which the destiny of everything in the world is contained. Su Sheng said and looked at Barbara Gordon slowly. Barbara Gordon looked dark. "Are you trying to tell me that this matter has already been arranged by fate?" "No, I just show you this world of popular science so that you don't get bored in bed." Su Sheng smiled lightly. Snapped. Catwoman couldn't help but slapped him on the shoulder. "What kind of person? I thought you were trying to comfort or encourage you. It took a long time to just let people pass the time. I don't like it. Why don't you think about the 3 questions I asked last time? You still don't have the answer." Seeing Barbara Gordon not speaking, Su Sheng suggested again. "What's the problem?" Catwoman couldn't help being curious. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth raised. "My brother has a high fever suddenly and his body is stiff. I don't know what to do." Then I shook his body vigorously, thinking that you must hold on to him. Then he started convulsing and vomiting. After I helped him wipe the vomit off, she started to be sluggish, languid, and shrunk into a ball. "May I ask what disease is this?" When Su Sheng said this question again, Barbara Gordon couldn't help looking at Catwoman while thinking about the answer. She really couldn't think of the answer to this question. Catwoman listened carefully to the question at first, but her expression became weird as she listened, and when Su Sheng finished speaking, she slapped her in fear of the past. "Shameless! Did you see it? This is the old driver." Su Sheng pointed to Catwoman and said towards Barbara Gordon. "Unlike you, you can only drive to the kindergarten." "Exactly, what's the answer?" Barbara Gordon frowned thoughtfully. "You still don't know, it's not a serious answer." Catwoman cast a blank look at Sheng. 365 days a year, which day does a man fear most? Sheng said again with a smile. January 31st. Catwoman's agile eyes turned slightly and quickly gave the answer. Barbara Gordon was stunned for a moment and said slowly. It's not because of you B asterisk 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 D. She did 913 to force you out. Now she has succeeded. After you left Gotham, she changed. She became crazy and became unscrupulous. She said she wanted Gotham. It becomes more interesting, so you come back. In a few years, she has done countless cases, and the name of Joker has become a nightmare for the new generation of Gotham. Batman tried to catch her several times without success, and never came back. Why is Harley Quinn bothering you? Sheng asked with a chuckle. P.S. Harley Quinn was written as Harley Quinn before. The chapter has been released for more than time and cannot be modified, so let me talk about it here. Sorry. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 365 days a year, which day is the most afraid of women? Sheng asked again. Bruce Wayne walked in solemnly. This B asterisk 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 D is really amazing. The two talked here, but Catwoman looked at it in a daze. If I remember correctly, Barbara Gordon still hated Sheng when he came in, but after a few irrelevant words and questions, Barbara Gordon was able to chat with him relatively calmly. Barbara Gordon nodded. I really want to know, what do you want to do with it? Your injury is very serious. Even if you recover, you can only use a wheelchair. I will see you after I have dealt with Harley Quinn. Sheng said, slowly getting up, when the door of the ward was pushed open. Barbara Gordon still looked blank. Sheng stood up and applauded. Old driver, this is the real old driver. Day. What's the question? Barbara Gordon reacted before finishing her words, glaring at Sheng shamefully. What shameless questions are you? It's so shameless. So she is watching you want to make a big news? Sheng answered. The focus is on the day. Sheng reminded with a chuckle. December 1st. Not many people know that Bruce Wayne is Batman, it just so happens that all three people in the ward know. Seeing his dignified face walking over, Sheng chuckled lightly. You just came here, so I went to the Bat Cave to find you. Where's Harley? Do you want me to let her go? Bruce Wayne asked in a deep voice. Knowing that Sheng had appeared in the hospital to see Barbara Gordon, he rushed over immediately. He was not sure what Sheng was going to do, so he had to come over. How about it? Sheng asked rhetorically with a smile. Don't you let it go. Are you threatening me? Bruce Wayne's voice gradually cooled. Sheng smiled. Don't put on that deadman face. I threatened you not once or twice, and it's not a rare thing. Okay, let me go and let me find a way to get her to stand up again. Can you make her stand up again? Can you make me stand up again? Bruce Wayne and Barbara Gordon almost unanimously. Her injury is very serious, and it is impossible to recover with the current level of medical science. Can you, really do it? Bruce Wayne looked at Sheng with a deep gaze. If you can do it, how much, you say? TSK tut. Know that you have money, but I don't lack money. So don't change the subject. The reason for not letting people go is because, the person is not in your hands, right? Sheng said with squinting eyes. Bruce Wayne didn't change his face. Yes, she is too dangerous, I am not qualified to imprison her, so I transferred her to Amanda Waller. Sheng answered. Bruce Wayne nodded silently. He is used to Sheng's ability as an unknown prophet. So, is it Suicide Squad's plan? Not only Harley Quinn, there should be others. For example, Deadshot or something. Su Sheng chuckled. Okay, no matter where you are, you just need to bring people back. This is impossible. Not to mention that Bruce Wayne couldn't just agree to let Harley Quinn easily. Even if he agreed, the man had already been sent to Amanda Waller, and Amanda Waller knew his identity, which made him very difficult. Manage. Want someone directly. Amanda Waller would definitely not agree, and it would be difficult to rescue it. I really don't want to threaten you all the time. It doesn't mean you can't be smarter, can you be more interesting? You have to say stern words before you agree. Isn't it pretentious? Su Sheng stretched out his hand and put his hand on the hospital bed. Barbara Gordon hugged Bruce Wayne. Hold tight, remember to notify me when the person is brought out. Finished. Su Sheng opened his palm slightly, and the vibe wormhole appeared instantly. He cast a glance at Catwoman and walked in. Ha! The vibe wormhole disappeared, and the three of them were gone. Where is this? After coming out, Catwoman thought it was going back to the base of the Raptor team, but found a piece of yellow sand around her. It seems to be a desert. Su Sheng waved his hand, and the disciple number was released directly. The hatch opened, and Su Sheng hugged Barbara Gordon and led Catwoman into the disciple. The disciple enters invisible mode. Su Sheng hugged Barbara Gordon to the medical room, put it down and raised his voice. Gideon, check if her injury can be repaired. Okay, Mr. Su Sheng. Gideon's voice sounded, and Barbara Gordon was quickly scanned and tested. This is the spaceship you can travel through time. When did you go before? Catwoman asked curiously after coming over. I went to another world. Su Sheng turned and looked at Catwoman with a chuckle. The direct gaze made Catwoman take a half step back subconsciously. Look at what I do. It was cool to take me just now. Su Sheng squinted and asked with a smile. Who made you so shameless? Catwoman hummed. It seems that I have given a lot of smiles, and I'm used to all illnesses. Before, Roar yelled at me and scratched my neck. I dared to shoot me just now. Kitten, I think you forgot the fear of being dominated by the devil. As soon as Su Sheng's voice fell, Catwoman wanted to run away very quickly, but it was still too slow. Before her long legs stepped out, Su Sheng was already in front of her, looking at Catwoman's shocked expression. Su Sheng reached out and hugged her in his arms and pushed against the wall. Snapped. Catwoman pressed it to the wall, and heard a rustle right after that. What? Catwoman couldn't help snorting in pain. Let you shoot me. Let you P***** K me. Gideon, how did it turn out? Su Sheng ignored Barbara Gordon's horrified expression but asked Gideon. Don't dare, don't dare. The real cure is only the clue and I am not sure whether it can be achieved, but I can figure out a way to get you to stand up and let you resume walking. Su Sheng said with a light smile. After dozens of blows, Catwoman finally surrendered. Barbara Gordon's expression went dark when she heard it. Really, can't it be done? Catwoman couldn't help asking even though she was annoyed. After all, Harley Quinn didn't do it right, and succeeding Barbara Gordon would ruin her life. So not for Harley Quinn Catwoman or hope that Barbara Gordon can recover. As soon as she turned her head to yell, she saw Su Sheng raised her slap again and hit her butt. What way? Barbara Gordon instantly rose up and looked up. You. It's pretty much the same. Su Sheng let go of Catwoman with a chuckle, and Catwoman sat on the ground slowly, staring at Su Sheng with a complicated expression. On the hospital bed, Barbara Gordon was dumbfounded at seeing this scene, inexplicably thinking of what he had done to him before. When Su Sheng turned to look at her, she subconsciously showed a panic expression. Dare you still dare? Krypton technology, he has a lot of future technology, not to mention that there are many people who are good at this technology in the Supergirl world. It shouldn't be difficult to find a way to get her to stand up again. At a moment, Catwoman's blush was almost dripping, she didn't have the strength to break free or even to stand up straight. Su Sheng smiled. Gideon is only talking about routine medical conditions, even if it is the future medical technology, her injuries will be special. However, it does not mean that there is no other way. Tears slid down the corner of Barbara Gordon's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. Really, is it really okay? She looked at Su Sheng expectantly and nervously. No one knows how desperate she was after being paralyzed, and how dark her life became. She even thought that it would be better to die than to be a useless person. She hates it. She hates Harley Quinn. Why do you want to find Su Sheng? She also hates Su Sheng. If there is no Harley Quinn without him, she will not be implicated. But when Su Sheng nodded and gave an affirmative answer, she suddenly stopped hating. At least I don't hate Su Sheng, and there is even a kind of gratitude growing. To her, to desperate people, she is extremely grateful to be able to recover. I need some time to study and study. You will live here temporarily during this time. Su Sheng said and glanced at Catwoman. You tell the others to prevent them from worrying all the time, and then take her to find a room to settle down. I remember them at this time. Why didn't I think about them when I disappeared? Catwoman sneered, but Su Sheng's gaze swept over. Catwoman turned away from the medical room and went out to arrange the room without saying anything. After a while, Catwoman hugged Barbara Gordon and went to the room to settle down. Su Sheng returned to the operating room and began to study the technology suitable for Barbara Gordon. 2 flowers bloom, one on each table 563. Leaving aside Su Sheng's side for the time being, Bruce Wayne, or Batman, first notified old Gordon after they left. After all, it was her daughter. Then he began to wonder how to bring Harley Quinn out. He wanted to ask Amanda Waller directly, but there was no suitable reason at all. And he didn't want Amanda Waller to let it go as soon as Su Sheng asked him to want someone. If even Tianyanhui was so afraid of Su Sheng, if he followed his advice, then no one and nothing would make him scrupulous, so he decided to take the risk to save people. Investigate where Harley Quinn is being held, the level of alertness, etc. It's dark after all these days. Dark night, it was when Batman was dispatched. Bellerive Prison, this is a prison dedicated to special criminals. Unlike Blackgate Prison or Arkham Asylum, most of the prisons in this prison are criminals with special abilities. The guard is heavily guarded and the security level is extremely high, but this can't help Batman. A few ups and downs have sneaked in silently. Zone B, Special Cell. The whole cell is very empty, with a huge amounts of cage standing in the middle. This cage is made of special materials and is very strong. It also has the function of energizing it. With a light press, it will become an electric cage. In the cage, a woman in a light-colored prison uniform with a ponytail was cross-legged in a daze. Golden and white hair, the ponytail hair tip on the left is dyed blue, and the hair tip on the right is dyed pink. The delicate facial features look like a tranquil temperament. There is a small heart-shaped tattoo on the bottom of her right eye. It looks a bit more naughty and cute. There were surveillance cameras installed around the cell, but at the moment had been hacked by Batman and began to play repetitive scenes. Click. Batman appeared quietly. Yo, Big Bat. Harley Quinn, who was originally in a daze, saw Batman's eyes brighten, and waved his hands frivolously and excitedly. Are you here to pick me up? The person you want to see has returned. Batman said hoarsely and deeply. As soon as the voice fell, Harley Quinn rushed to the cage in a stride and stared at Batman. Su Sheng, are you back? Yes. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I'll just say that my method is useful, he will definitely come back if he knows it. No, he will come back after I hit the little bat. So, did he ask you to take me out? Harley Quinn laughed triumphantly, and Batman couldn't help frowning with that wanton energy. He thought of Joker. Every time, Joker did the same, laughing like this, as if to mock his incompetence. Batman knows that the Joker woman Harley Quinn has nothing to do with Joker, she is because of Su Sheng, she is learning Su Sheng, but maybe these mentally abnormal guys have a commonality. Listening to Harley Quinn talking to himself, Batman frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense, follow me." "Do not." "Just now, I was talking excitedly to myself about what I would like to see Sheng, and what I would like to dress up." Harley Quinn suddenly refused. "Why?" "Because it's boring." Harley Quinn said solemnly. "The thing he dislikes the most is boring. It's too boring for me to go out with you like this. In a few days, he will feel boring again and leave me again." "What do you want?" Batman frowned. "What about people?" "Who is robbing prison?" one of them asked Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn then stepped back and stretched out his hands and shouted loudly like a horn. The footsteps came from behind Sheng. Sheng turned his head slightly and saw Catwoman walking over in a black silk pajamas. "I don't know, who said that?" Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Damn it! Batman whispered and turned and left. It didn't take long to see the cell door opened and a team of neatly armed prison guards rushed in. Harley Quinn rushed over. "Are you kidding me?" The guard glared at Harley Quinn angrily. Harley Quinn smiled innocently. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Sheng asked casually. "Enter the disciple." "What a madman!" The prison guard whispered and turned around and ordered the team to close. "What do you mean?" Catwoman was so angry that she was just like him, and now she felt a hot pain in her *** when she lay down. "I think." Harley Quinn turned his double ponytail playfully and suddenly smiled slyly. "I hurt your little bat like that. You sent me in and then took me out. He must have threatened you, right? In that case, I think. Come here, someone has robbed prison, Batman has robbed prison." Although she was behind the cage, her sudden actions made the prison guards retreat one after another in fright. Following that, Harley Quinn slammed into the cage heavily and fell to the ground with a puff and fainted. Sheng glanced at the butt under Catwoman's pajamas and said with a chuckle, "Does it still hurt?" "I'll rub it for you." Catwoman ducked aside and sneered, "You don't want to take advantage of me, I'm not them." "They." "Felicity, Laurel and Harley. I don't know what's so good about you, you are obviously a B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Catwoman muttered angrily. Su Sheng shrugged. May I live well? Shameless. Catwoman stared at Su Sheng irritably. Su Sheng chuckled disapprovingly. It was said that Catwoman was the first person I met after arriving in this world, followed by Harley Quinn. Unexpectedly, they even became friends by chance. Speaking of it, don't even think that Su Sheng didn't understand Harley Quinn's situation or even rescued him personally, as if he didn't care at all. In fact, Su Sheng is full of curiosity and anticipation for Harley Quinn, but wants to know that she has become what it looks like. However, the good things should stay at the end. You can really make Barbara Gordon stand up. Seeing Su Sheng didn't speak and refuted, Catwoman couldn't help but provoke the topic. I have found a few techniques that are suitable for her situation. I can try it out tomorrow. As for her to really recover, it will take some time. Su Sheng said casually. That's good. Catwoman breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly warned, I'm going to bed, your quirks better not happen to me or Barbara Gordon. Weird? A pillow? Su Sheng said seriously, startled. If you don't say that I really forgot about it, will you make a cameo? K off. Catwoman scolded and turned around and left. The flashing catwalks are really tempting. Su Sheng chuckled and raised the bracelet to contact the Supergirl of Earth 38. After the connection was made, the video projection appeared. Is this Earth 1? Are you on the Disciple? Supergirl looked at Su Sheng curiously. This feeling really doesn't feel like two worlds apart, it seems like going abroad or not living together. After chatting for more than half an hour, Sheng hung up the intertemporal videophone and then turned back to his room. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, Sheng didn't feel sleepy. Maybe it was really a quirk. Can't sleep without a pillow? After thinking for a while, Sheng raised the bracelet again to let Indigo look at the situation of the 38 people on Earth. For example, Shi Fong, Lucy Lois, Alex, and even Lena Luthor. It's a pity that I am not interested temporarily, or some have already rested. Perhaps. Sheng turned over and went directly into the phaseless mode, penetrated the wall of the room and came to Catwoman's room. Catwoman hasn't slept yet. And it seemed to be waiting for him. As soon as Sheng appeared, a black long whip was thrown over. Snapped. With a crisp whip sound, Sheng stepped back slightly to see Catwoman said coldly, "I said, you don't want to take advantage of me. It's really to guard against death." Sheng curled his lips, turned and retreated. Catwoman is not good, Oracle is paralyzed again, then. Sheng simply went to the collection room to Argo City. It was late in the night in Argo City, and Sheng did not alert others to come to Alara's house. Sweeping her gaze randomly in the direction of the bedroom, Alara seemed to be asleep while lying on the bed. Sheng chuckled and walked directly into the room, and lay down beside Alara wearing cool pajamas. Alula seemed to be surprised as soon as she lay down, and she was startled when she saw Sheng, who appeared suddenly. Sheng stretched out his hand and hugged Alula in his arms. Alula trembled to stop, but Sheng whispered, "Shoo, don't talk, sleep." Alara seemed afraid to move. The night passed quietly like this. The sun shone in and the room brightened. What? With a startled roar awakened Sheng from his sleep, frowned and opened his eyes. Sheng cried out in surprise when he saw Alara standing at the door. "What is it called? Go when you wake up." Sheng turned his head and looked at the woman in his arms before he finished speaking. The bad woman seemed to have been awakened, and she got up abruptly from Sheng's arms and walked aside. "Look at the two people who are exactly the same." Alara sighed in embarrassment and spoke slowly. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sheng was stunned and smiled, and said to the woman who had just been down and was hugged by herself for a night, "Astra. I warn you, don't make my mind, I am not interested in you." Catwoman said solemnly. This is embarrassing, especially after Sheng left like this. Alara and Astra were even more embarrassed. When no one arrived, a faint fragrance came first. Sheng turned his head slightly and saw Catwoman with loose hair. A black dress made her look full of charm early in the morning. Sleeping with the wrong person. The two of them look exactly the same. When they came last night, there was darkness in the room, so Sheng didn't take a closer look. Now they stand together and Sheng found the difference between the two. The appearance and body are exactly the same, the only difference is that there is a bunch of white hair on the front of Alula. "Stop eating," Sheng said with a chuckle. "Beautiful and delicious, I'm already full. There are some things, you need to explain." Astra said to Alara. "Why are you sleeping in Alula's room? I thought it was her." Sheng stood up disapprovingly and looked at the time. "I have to go, let's talk about it next time." "Naughty." Sheng chuckled lightly. Catwoman just felt the flowery buttocks in front of her slapped in light or not. She turned her head subconsciously, there was no one behind her, and then turned back to look at Sheng, and saw Sheng shook her palms with a smile, and then lowered her head to study. "What's for breakfast?" Catwoman asked casually. "This be *************** D." Astra gritted her teeth and said nothing. After speaking, Sheng floated out of the room and came out of Argo City. If you listen a lot, you can tell who it is. After Sheng came back, he washed and started to make the ability technique for Barbara Gordon to resume walking. It didn't take long to hear the sound of the footsteps, and he could hear that it must be Catwoman without looking back. It's definitely not because only Catwoman can come over, but because the frequency of her footsteps is very characteristic. Ring ling ling. Su Sheng's phone rang suddenly. He glanced at the angry Catwoman and connected the phone with a chuckle. Catwoman's eyes turned slyly and raised her leg and kicked towards Su Sheng. "Hey, it's me." Batman called. Su Sheng replied and stepped back and stretched out his hand, grabbing her ankle and flicking it aside. Zira. The tear of the long skirt sounded, and Catwoman sat on the ground in a straight line. "This is the skirt I just bought." Catwoman cursed uncomfortably in her heart with her hands on the ground. Her waist immediately stood up with force, and followed her fists and attacked Su Sheng. Su Sheng held the phone in one hand and easily blocked Catwoman's attack. "Didn't bring it out. She doesn't want to come out so easily, saying it's so boring." "Haha, then I don't care, you send it over, you have to bring it back to me." "When will she be handed over to me, when will I let her Barbara resumes walking, and by the way, I'm almost ready to design a device for her to walk, so, you have to speed up." Su Sheng just hung up the phone and Catwoman kicked over again with a raised leg. "Don't you know how slow your movements are?" Su Sheng grabbed his ankle again and whispered softly, and when Catwoman was about to twist and kick her side, she suddenly pushed her leg against the wall. Boom! Catwoman leaned against the wall, his legs raised high by his face. A standard standing one-word horse. Pressing Catwoman's leg with one hand, and putting the phone in her pocket with the other, Su Sheng chuckled at the struggling Catwoman and said, "Why did I find something wrong with you when I came back this time? Let me pay attention to you." "Bah, I don't want what you did." Su Sheng smiled. The free hand stretched out slowly. Catwoman's face suddenly changed and she began to struggle and curse, but her voice gradually diminished. "Oh, the sea, you are all water." After a while, Su Sheng slowly raised her hand and looked at it and let it go. Catwoman turned around and went out. Catwoman sat slumped in a daze, and after a long time she cursed in shame and staggered and ran out. After a long time, Catwoman changed her clothes and came out again. After breakfast, she went straight to Barbara Gordon's room without saying a word. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door, and Catwoman, who was chatting with Barbara Gordon, instantly snorted and got up and walked over to open the door. Outside the door, Su Sheng was about to speak when Catwoman slammed his shoulder away coldly. "You guys quarreled?" Barbara Gordon couldn't help asking. "I'm just helping her release the water. Too much water in the dam is easy to collapse." Su Sheng said something that Barbara Gordon didn't understand and closed the door. "Batman didn't rescue Harley Quinn." Barbara Gordon was stunned and gritted her teeth. "So, you won't help me?" "I told him when he will bring Harley Quinn over and when I will let you resume walking ability. But I don't think he will be delayed for too long, so I have to prepare in advance." Su Sheng laughed. I walked to the bed and watched Barbara Gordon reach out and lift the quilt. "Ha! What are you doing?" Barbara Gordon asked in a panic. "Help you." Su Sheng stretched out his hand again with a chuckle, but this time he was untying her clothes. "Although Harley became so related to me, and you were injured like this by her again, I honestly won't carry the pot. But the interesting thing is you, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, the three of you were the first to meet with me. The song of conquest seems to be still in my ears, so I will help you this time." The medical suit was thrown aside in Su Sheng's words. Su Sheng turned his head and looked down. "Actually, you also know that I don't need Batman to save Harley at all. It's just the eye of the sky. Amanda Waller's face is swollen by me and I dare not say anything. I want Harley to come out with just a phone call. But I didn't expect Harley to play Batman. It's quite interesting. I also want to see how much Harley has changed. So, I will help you resume walking first, but I want to keep you here for the time being, okay?" Barbara Gordon replied inaudibly with her hands in front. Su Sheng gently turned her over and lay on the bed, with a very small device in his hand. "It might hurt a bit. Su Sheng's voice fell and slammed the device into her waist. The sudden pain caused even Barbara Gordon, who was prepared, to call out. What did you do? Catwoman's roar came from the door, and as soon as she came in, she saw Su Sheng standing next to the innocent Barbara Gordon. Barbara Gordon was holding the bed sheet tightly with both hands and tears in her eyes. This made Catwoman want to crook it instantly. It's not enough for you to bully me, bully her. Catwoman ran over angrily and just about to pull Su Sheng away, she heard Barbara Gordon's weak whisper. No, you misunderstood, he didn't bully me. It's all like this and you said you didn't bully. Are you afraid that he won't help you? Even so, you can't bear to swallow. I didn't. He really didn't bully me, but was helping me. He had already prepared the equipment. Barbara Gordon explained quickly. Catwoman was stunned. Real? I said, I feel more and more that you are targeting me. Su Sheng looked at Catwoman and said with a weird expression. The ghost is too lazy to target you. You are AB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* understand. Su Sheng suddenly realized. Do you think that people around you seem to like the feeling that I make you feel a little lonely? I understand that this kind of loneliness can really make people uncomfortable, especially if you walk every day when the dam hasn't let the water out for so long. On the edge of the explosion, a slight stimulus may explode. You. Hey, I'll go to you when I get it done for her first. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. 3.8. A****. Catwoman couldn't beat and curse, but Catwoman turned angrily and turned away. No, okay. Barbara Gordon asked in a low voice. It's okay. Cats, that's how it is with a little temper. You are very good when you are good, and you are very wild when you are wild. Su Sheng said casually and started the device. Try it. Yes, is it okay? Barbara Gordon slowly sensed her legs with excitement. She felt it, but she felt it. She began to try hard, and her legs slowly lifted up. Can move. Really move. Excited Barbara Gordon was ecstatic, and she kept swinging her slender legs, and when she became more accustomed and used to it, she planned to roll over and go to the ground. Excited, she turned around and saw Su Sheng looking at herself with a smile, which made her instantly reflect what she had done. Although what she did just now were ordinary movements, if she added a prerequisite, she didn't wear anything. Then this ordinary action is not ordinary. With a sigh, Barbara Gordon hurriedly pulled over the quilt to block herself in shame, her face turned red like a ripe apple. You go out. Barbara Gordon turned her head and dared not look at Su Sheng and whispered, Good. Su Sheng chuckled and turned around and closed the door smoothly. The moment the door closed, he clearly heard Barbara Gordon's breath of relief. Before 12 saw Catwoman, Su Sheng didn't look for it either. Coming to the console in the operation room, Su Sheng invaded the Tianyanhui network and checked it. Amanda Waller really intends to form the Suicide Squad. There are several high-level files that record the goals she has selected. Deadshot, Floyd Lawton. Veterans, mercenaries, killers, good at fighting and proficient in all kinds of firearms, the marksmanship is quite accurate and it is perfect, there is a mask with an infrared scope and a two-handed wrist silent pistol guard. In Gotham, Star City committed multiple crimes and was eventually caught by Batman while shopping with his daughter. Captain Boomerang, George Harkness, good use of the powerful boomerang. Killer Crocodile, Wellen Jones, possesses a higher-than-ordinary weapon, stamina, fangs and claws. For some reason, some of the ancestors have turned into crocodile-like monsters. Although they are very powerful, they have a strong temper and are wild and untamable. Revenge Demon, Chato Santana, this guy is more interesting. He was originally a gang member with numerous tattoos. At first glance, he looks like a skeleton. Inexplicably possessing the ability to freely control the flames, because of an accident he failed to control his ability, his wife and daughter died under the flames, and he was voluntarily locked up for atonement. This guy should be considered very powerful in Suicide Squad, and his ability is very similar to curse magic. Sheng muttered and continued to look down. Slipknot, Christopher Weiss, uses special powerful chemicals to make his ropes indestructible, good at escaping and sneaking. This is a very S guy. He must be experienced with using a rope as his personal symbol to tie people up or something. Katana. Born in Japan, using katana as a lethal weapon, a proficient samurai who wants to avenge her husband. She was counted as Amanda Waller's bodyguard. Looking down further, Xiong Liao N is the witch. She still knows the witch Sheng very well, and she also met one face last time, so she didn't look closely. Finally, it was Harley Quinn. Joker female, Harley Quinn. Originally a student of Gotham University specializing in psychology, he became a violent and elusive criminal because of his exposure to Sheng. After the transcript is a photo. In the photo Harley Quinn is wearing a prison uniform, but he is slightly tilting his head and holding two braids of different colors in his hands and grinning. The laugh is extremely exaggerated, extremely brilliant. Although it has nothing to do with Joker, she still becomes the Joker woman in the memory. Is this destiny? Looking at the Joker woman in the photo, Sheng felt amazing at first glance. Her current appearance is completely different from the original appearance, although her facial features have not changed, but she seems to have completely changed her person. The familiar footsteps sounded behind him. I'm leaving here. Catwoman said coldly. Okay. Sheng smiled brilliantly and turned around to look at Catwoman. She should have seen Barbara Gordon and knew that she could resume walking. But, don't you worry about leaving her alone. I have nothing to worry about, she has nothing to do with me. Catwoman still said indifferently. Sheng shrugged and waved his hand to release a vibe wormhole. Catwoman's eyes had a moment of hesitation and finally turned and walked in. Ha! The person disappeared, and the vibe wormhole disappeared. Not long after Catwoman left, Barbara Gordon also came out. Although the walking is still a bit slow, it is indeed possible to walk. She's gone? Barbara Gordon asked. Sheng nodded and smiled. Yes, now there are only two of us left. Barbara Gordon's face turned red for an instant. Me, can I walk around? Whatever. She couldn't get in many special places without her own instructions, so Sheng didn't stop her, and she also needed to move around more to restore her state. Sheng, who has nothing to do, is studying ways to help her recover completely. He has two options in his mind. One is Superman's method to allow Barbara to have the ability of a kryptonite. This way, as the sun shines or absorbs kryptonite, she makes her self-healing, but this risk is extremely high. Rhodes' experiment has not yet started. The equation is calculated. The other is the green light ring. The green light ring has healing ability that can restore her. Another less mature method is to find if there are any aliens who are good at self-healing on Supergirl to make potions. After thinking about it, Sheng thinks that the green light ring is more reliable. Although there is no Green Lantern in the three worlds he currently experiences, Earth 1, Earth 2, and Earth 38, as a cosmic policeman in the Marvel world, the Green Lantern is definitely indispensable. Thinking of Green Lantern Sheng, I thought of the hapless Hal Jordan, who died before he became a teacher. He could have become one of the greatest Green Lanterns, but he was accidentally killed by Superman. Ring-ling-ling. The phone's ringing rang, and the corner of Sheng's mouth rose when he glanced at the number. What? Brought people out? Sheng asked frivolously. Where are you? Batman asked in a deep voice. Bat Cave. Batman's secret cave, the most well-known and largest one is under Wayne Manor, and there are other Bat Caves in many places in Gotham, so that he can change and replenish at any time. Rich people build Bat Caves everywhere, and those who have no money can only find a corner and tear their shirts when encountering things like Superman. This is the gap. At the moment in the Bat Cave, Bruce Wayne is wearing Batman's uniform, and his butler, Alfred Pennyworth, is standing by. Not far away there is a woman with a double ponytail with her hands roasted. It is the Joker woman Harley Quinn. Ha! The tumbling vibe wormhole quietly appeared. Batman squinted at Sheng and Barbara Gordon coming out of it. Barbara Gordon standing alone. Barbara Gordon was actually cured. It doesn't matter, it's not a waste to take the Joker woman out of prison like she almost tore her face. Baby, we finally meet again, I miss you so much. Sheng shook her body excitedly and shouted as soon as the Joker girl appeared. Sheng chuckled and looked at Batman. Batman turned and walked over to unlock the Joker girl. The Joker girl ran to Sheng, opening her hands for a big hug. 1 step, 2 steps. In a few steps, the Joker girl had already arrived in front of Sheng. Sheng's mouth was raised with a smile and stretched out her hand. Ah! The Joker girl suddenly snorted, and she was no longer carrying her. Sheng pinched her neck. Baby, what are you doing? The Joker woman asked Sheng in shock. Other people around also showed surprised expressions, never expected that Sheng would treat Joker girl that way. What do you mean? Batman asked calmly although he was surprised. Sheng cast a glance. Batman chuckled, guess. After speaking, Sheng's fingers pressed hard and he heard a click, and the Joker woman's neck suddenly drooped and was thrown to the ground. Died? He actually killed the Joker girl as soon as he met. Batman frowned. Although Barbara Gordon wished that Joker would die, she was shocked by Sheng's unexpected behavior. What are you doing? How are you? How did you kill her? Who killed? Sheng turned his head and asked. She, Joker woman. Barbara Gordon said, pointing to the silent Joker woman on the ground. Sheng curled his lips. 1, he is not dead, and 2, he is not a Joker woman at all. What? Impossible, this is obviously. Barbara Gordon hadn't finished speaking, but the Joker woman on the ground suddenly changed, her body turned into a puddle of mud as if it had been muddy. Mud face. Batman yelled in surprise. Mud face, this can be regarded as Batman's old opponent. The Indian Hill plan made his body become mud-like. The body can be transformed into any shape of weapon, soft and penetrating any object, hard or as solid as a rock, and okay. Become anyone, immune to all hot and cold weapons, so stubborn that they can hardly be killed. At the beginning, he caused Batman a lot of trouble, but after a few fights Batman also found a way to deal with him, but every time he caught him, he would escape successfully. The last time was half a year ago. I did not expect he turned out to be like a Joker woman. What I brought out was not a Joker girl but a mud face. He was tricked by Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller's plan can do many things in one fell swoop. Almost instantly Batman wanted to understand a lot of things. Let's not talk about replacing the Joker girl with a mud face to ensure that the Joker woman will not be rescued. If Sheng discovers the identity of the mud face, Batman must be the first person he hates. That is myself, because I brought him the mud face. If Sheng didn't find it, the mud face could lurk in Sheng as a Joker girl to get more information. Damn it! Batman cursed and planned to subdue the mud face. The exposed mud face turned into a human form and directly rushed towards Sheng. Although it was a human form, the whole body was muddy, and it felt like a mud wall leaped over. As soon as Batman was about to take a shot, Sheng suddenly pinched the mud face's neck. The choking of the neck is getting easier. It's useless, you are looking for death by yourself. The mud face laughed frantically, and the body stretched along Sheng's arm and wrapped it around. Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and sneered, and the ability of the parasitic demon was activated instantly. In an instant, the extended mud face paused, and a peculiar vitality was absorbed by Sheng. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the mud face gradually dried up, like air-dried mud, from a thick state to a solid state. So, how did he recognize that Joker is a fake woman in such a short period of time? It's useless. The mud-faced camouflage is very realistic and there are few flaws. Of course, Batman didn't expect that he would be replaced when he went to the jailer during the day after being tricked by the Joker girl last night, but if the flaws were really obvious, Batman could still see it at a glance. Whether it's a Joker girl or a mud face, Batman has had a lot of dealings and is considered familiar. He probably hasn't seen a mud face. Although the Joker woman is deeply involved with him, according to Batman's investigation, Sheng has not seen the Joker woman after leaving Gotham. He probably doesn't know much about the current Joker woman. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's strange not to kill him. P.S. The Mud Face is a relatively common dragon set in the Batman series. Some settings in the American TV series Gotham are enabled in the book, and he also appeared in the American TV series Gotham. In addition, I continued to shout cheeky roar, asking for rewards, flowers, and customization. At present, except for the subscription, it seems that the other data has not exceeded the old book. You killed him? Barbara Gordon asked in surprise. What have you done? I feel my life is flowing. The mud face has completely turned into a solid state before the word "Lu" is said. Sheng's hand shakes slightly, and the mud face is instantly exploded. He probed the Joker girl with his spiritual ability. He originally wanted to know how Batman brought the Joker girl out. After all, he didn't want to leave after playing with the Joker girl's front foot. In the end, it turns out that this guy is not a Joker girl at all. Seeing her turning into a Joker girl and shouting her baby, Sheng felt sick. What about Sheng? No, let me go. How did you find that he was fake? Batman asked in surprise. Sheng laughed and said nothing. Doesn't you keep the new year without killing? Sheng curled his lips. One by one, mud bumps flew around and scattered on the ground. I will bring back the real Joker girl. Batman glanced at Barbara Gordon and then said to Sheng in a deep voice. He turned around sharply, and he began to tap on the computer quickly. He is looking for Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller's move made Batman very dissatisfied. At the same time, Amanda Waller must hide the real Joker girl to prevent her plan from being found after the plan was revealed. If she really wants to hide a person, even if she has great computer skills, it may be difficult to find. After all, the internet is not omnipotent. A secret organization like the Sky Eye Society must have special means to prevent network intrusion. So Batman didn't go to the Joker girl at all, but directly went to Amanda Waller. Sheng browsed the Bat Cave under the introduction of Barbara Gordon. Every hero has his own secret base. As the famous Batman, there are many black technologies in the Bat Cave. If you didn't find Joker, what would you do? Barbara Gordon asked in a low voice. Take you back. Sheng smiled lightly. Barbara Gordon was silent. Sheng chuckled and embraced her, approaching her and whispered, the equipment is always easily damaged by external forces, and it is better to really recover. At such a close distance, Barbara Gordon couldn't help but feel a little bit of Roar's breath. Do you really have a way? I won't know when the time comes. Sheng chuckled, then heard Batman raise his voice, found it, in Midway City. Batman got up neatly and prepared to go to Amanda Waller, but Sheng said lightly. She's itchy face again, I'll go personally. Batman looked at Sheng silently. He was a little worried that Sheng would kill Amanda Waller. Promise me not to kill her. Batman said solemnly. Boom. The vibe wormhole suddenly appeared, and Sheng chuckled and jumped in directly. Master. Ah Fu called to Batman. Batman shook his head, I want to follow it and see. Did Edie? Just as Batman was about to leave for Midway City, the computer would hear a shrill alarm. Batman turned around and glanced at his face, becoming serious, and then changed his mind. Boom! The vibe wormhole suddenly appeared in the center of a room similar to an office, which made the people in the office froze and drew their guns in a tense moment, and aimed at the vibe wormhole. Behind everyone, Amanda Waller also pulled out the gun and stared at it with a solemn expression. Ha! A figure came out from inside. It's him. Amanda Waller was slightly surprised after seeing the person who came. Don't shoot, don't shoot. She shouted. Sheng cast a glance and ignored these people and walked straight to Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller wiped the sweat from his forehead nervously. I know why you came, but things are different from what you think. This is Joker's own idea. Seeing Sheng unmoved, Amanda Waller hurriedly shouted. Her idea? Yes. Seeing Sheng finally stopped, Amanda Waller quietly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly explained. When I learned that Batman was going to save her, I went to see the Joker woman. She said that you came back and you asked Batman to save people. But it was very boring, so she asked me if there is anyone who can pretend to be her and give you a surprise, play with Batman by the way. Sheng laughed dumbly. Harley Quinn, who was originally well-behaved and obedient, has become very naughty now. Where is she? She was on the way here, with and Suicide Squad. Amanda Waller paused and explained, Joan Liao betrayed me, the witch betrayed me, she wants to destroy the city, I have arranged a team of people came over. I promise that I didn't do anything to her, she proposed to come after she knew it. Sheng stared at Amanda Waller without a word. Mind ability is activated instantly. Really? Sheng muttered. Whether it is a fake Joker woman or participating in the Suicide Squad action, it is Joker woman's own idea. Last night, Amanda Waller arranged for Joan Liaoan and Rick Fleich to perform the task. She went to see Joker and arranged a mud-faced impersonation of her. As a result, as soon as the matter was finished, news was received that Joan Liaoan had betrayed her. Stole the only straw-like heart that could threaten her as a witch. Amanda Waller formed Suicide Squad at the first time, and the Joker woman found it interesting and asking to participate. When they assembled, Amanda Waller came back here to destroy some intelligence, and as a result, was trapped here. The witch cast some kind of magic to turn many people in Midway City into monsters that obeyed her orders. Suicide Squad, which was originally prepared to eliminate the witch, has also changed its mission and came here to rescue an important person. Suicide Squad, including Amanda Waller's trusted captain, Rick Flag, didn't know what their mission was at the beginning. The mission they knew was to come here to rescue important people. They didn't know who it was, except for Rick Flag. Leg and the rest of the Joker female foreigner Suicide Squad didn't know what to face. Your wit saved your life. Sheng looked at Amanda Waller and said lightly. If she didn't tell the truth right away, she would already be dead man. Roar. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and Amanda Waller's fat body, who was caught off guard, was instantly fanned up and hit the desk beside him. Turning his head, Sheng grabbed the bullet and immediately came to the person and squeezed his chin. But I still want to smoke you. His eyes opened wide and wanted to struggle, but Sheng covered his mouth so that he couldn't struggle at all. You. Amanda Waller breathed a sigh of relief when Sheng said this. The bullet flew towards Sheng, and time seemed to freeze suddenly at this moment. The whole process was completed in an instant, and after that subordinate shot, he saw Sheng suddenly appear in front of him and opened his chin. Looking at his open mouth, Sheng chuckled and shot the hot bullet in. Ha! There was Amanda Waller's subordinate who was very loyal. When he saw Sheng shot Amanda Waller, he fired directly regardless of the order. Pain. Boom. I'm going to die anyway, but I chose a painful way of death. Sheng glanced at Amanda Waller who was being helped up, and said lightly. After a long while, Sheng let go of his hand, and he fell directly to the ground and stopped moving. Struggle. Sheng's voice fell and raised his hand as a slap. Amanda Waller's face was as usual as if he hadn't heard the meaning of Sheng's words, and he didn't even see the dead man who just rubbed his face and said to Sheng. I can't help but take the Joker woman arrested by Batman. I know her relationship with you, so I put her in a separate cell and didn't treat her badly in any way. And Amanda Waller paused for a while and couldn't help smiling. As a result, her grin hurts and she breathes cold. And she is a trouble for me. I have already done this and I still slap you. So I very much hope you can take her away. Amanda Waller said the truth, although she did not give up the idea of dealing with or contending, but now she really does not want to provoke Sheng. Batman sent a hot potato, and because of the special existence of the Joker woman, her deterrence on Suicide Squad was affected. So Amanda Waller really hopes that Sheng can take away the Joker girl. Sheng sneered and sneered, come on. You have to turn a few turns when you fart. You can hide your thoughts if you say so poorly. If you really think she is a trouble, you shouldn't agree to her participation this time. The task, the strength of the witch, you know very well. In addition to the vengeance of the devil, you can also make gestures and other things are to give people a head. If Harley dies here, you are not afraid of me angering you. Angering the whole city. The reason why you agree to her joining is to induce me come, so that I can help you get rid of the witch. You know very well, the witch is afraid of me. You've been playing tricks like borrowing a knife to kill people. Amanda Waller looked as usual. You can't help me if you don't believe me. Boom. A loud noise suddenly sounded from a distance, and the sky outside was still setting sun. At the moment, it suddenly became gloomy. A blue energy ray lit up in the air not far away. This ray of light seemed to have turned into an arc, and many things around were sucked up. Click. Click. Overcast clouds, lightning and thunder. 2 helicopters in the distance were suddenly struck by lightning and fell from a high altitude. That's the plane of Suicide Squad. Someone surprised roar. Sheng raised his eyes and saw that his eyes quickly locked on one of the helicopters. Several people in the helicopter swayed with the sway of the helicopter. Everyone's faces were solemn. Not only was one person not panicked but excited, Roar yelled, "Know who is the Joker female Harley Quinn?" In the panic and chaos, the Joker woman seemed to have sensed something and turned her head violently. Although she could only see the wall of the plane, Sheng had a feeling of staring at each other at that moment. As if she could see herself through all obstacles. This feels amazing. Sheng's mouth raised slightly and suddenly thought of something. He remembered that he had heard that Joker also had the ability to break the fourth wall. Although she has no special ability, she is still special. Hi guys, I am about to jump off the plane. Harley Quinn suddenly opened his seatbelt with a laugh. What are you doing? Someone shouted, but Harley Quinn didn't care. Staggering as if he could fall down at any time, but he still walked to the hatch, opened the hatch, and Harley Quinn turned his head and laughed and opened his hands and jumped straight down. Is she crazy? She didn't wear a parachute at all. If she jumped at this height, she would just fall to her death. This guy is a lunatic. Several people on the plane shouted in surprise, but Harley Quinn had fallen from the sky quickly. Open your arms. Roar howled the wind. Harley Quinn didn't seem to worry about falling to death at all. It's near, it's near. She was getting closer and closer to the ground, she was still smiling, but slowly closed her eyes. Boom. There was a loud noise suddenly. Harley Quinn felt like he stopped, and a pair of strong arms hugged her. Opening his eyes, Harley Quinn smiled as he watched the lingering, countless faces that appeared in his dreams. Her laughter grew louder and more wanton, and even tears burst into the corner of her eyes. I finally saw you again. The laughter gradually stopped, and the sobbing slowly remembered. Harley Quinn jumped out of his arms. Su Sheng looked at her carefully. White high-heeled shoes, black some tattered fishnet socks, and a pair of palm-length red and blue shorts. Above it is a t-shirt with exposed waist and ripped holes, a small red and blue two-tone coat of the same style as the shorts, a slender white neck with a metal neck ring, and two-tone ponytails tied up from side to side. The makeup on her face was a little flowery, and tears could not be restrained from flowing, but there was a big smile on her mouth. The completely different temperament dress gives her a completely different super high charm. The corner of Su Sheng's mouth raised and was about to speak, but Harley Quinn suddenly rushed over, wrapped his hands around Su Sheng's neck, and two legs sandwiched Su Sheng's waist, and the whole person jumped onto Su Sheng's body. As soon as she caught her with both hands, she bowed her head and kissed her directly. Fanatic, restless. Crazy as if to swallow Su Sheng alive, it ignited all of Su Sheng's passion in an instant. Who can tell me what's the situation? Captain Boomerang said blankly. Boom. There was a loud noise from the helicopter falling into the distance, and the flames faintly lit up. It should be him. Deadshot said softly. Do you know why only Joker did not install the bomb? Deadshot asked and replied, it's also because of him. A very mysterious and terrible guy. When Gotham was ruled by Bane, he killed Bane with a punch. Rumors say that the Joker girl will become like this because of him. No one knows his origins and no one knows his strength, I only know that he is unscrupulous and does whatever he wants. Deadshot said slowly. So hanging? Captain Boomerang asked in surprise. Several people were drenched in the rain and stared at the Joker girl and Su Sheng in the distance. Su Sheng. Dim weather, heavy rain drifting. He. Who is he? Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There was a loud noise, and the flames skyrocketed. Su Sheng hugged her and responded violently. Suddenly it rained in the sky, drifting heavy rain. The raindrops made the two people in the kiss instantly get wet, but the two of them didn't care at all, even if the rain entered the two people, it still felt sweet. Tick, tick. In the helicopter, several people from Suicide Squad came out embarrassed. Hearing that Deadshot seemed to know this man, everyone couldn't help turning their heads and looking over. With a great boyfriend, it's no wonder that he can be unscrupulous. Captain Boomerang said quietly, turning his head to Rick Flager. I said everyone takes the risk to complete the task. It's not good to do this kind of specialization. Just take down our bomb. Rick Flag cast a cold look. I won't know how to remove it, but I know how to start it. Do you want to try it? Cut. Captain Boomerang curled his lips but said nothing. He didn't think that this would be able to dismantle the bomb, he just took the opportunity to make a mockery. The rain is getting heavier. We can't just stand here and watch them kiss each other. Captain Boomerang said. You shut up. Rick Flag said coldly about his long talk. You are waiting here, I will go over. After speaking, Rick Flag walked over. A few steps, he has come to Su Sheng and Joker's side. The big raindrops fell from the sky, and Rick Flag touched the rain on his face and looked at the two people who hadn't noticed him and coughed slightly. Ahem. No response. Ahem. The two kissed even more passionately. Rick Flag was angry and angry. He wanted to continue coughing and interrupted the two of them. As a result, the two thoughts were not dealt with for a while, and he didn't know whether to cough or speak with one mouth. The conflict between the two thoughts made him really real. It's choking, and it's choking very badly. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. He patted his chest and coughed violently, and the rain falling into his mouth inadvertently made him choke even harder. F***K. The Joker girl hugged Su Sheng and gave a heavy kiss before she parted. She jumped off from him, looking at each other a little red, and her mouths were a little bit swollen and couldn't help but giggle. He won't choke to death, will he? The Joker woman turned around and firmly took Su Sheng's arm and looked at the choking Rick Flag, who asked with interest. Probably not. Usually, the protagonist can be choked to death by himself. After that, he can traverse and kill the square. Do you think he looks like the protagonist? Su Sheng chuckled lightly. It's not like. The Joker woman took a few serious eyes and said confidently. Rick Flag couldn't help rolling his eyes in anger, and after a long time he came along and said in embarrassment. We are ready to set off to continue our mission. This was obviously addressed to Joker's woman, but after speaking, he looked at Su Sheng. He is not sure if Su Sheng's sudden appearance will cause Joker to leave the team. If she leaves, then he will take others to continue the mission. Amanda Waller had told him before that if Joker's girl wanted to leave, there was no need to stop it, and the first goal was to complete the task. Would you like to go? It will be fun and exciting. The Joker girl turned her head to look at Su Sheng, as if I wanted to go, but I listened to your posture. Su Sheng thought for a while. You go first. You guys go first. He didn't say whether he would not go, or he would catch up later, but Rick Flag did not ask more, nodded and turned and left. Watching the people of Suicide Squad leave, Su Sheng smiled and said to Joker female, find a place to chat. Okay. The Joker woman nodded and looked around, pulling Su Sheng closer to a building next to her. The building was empty, and the Joker woman ran up to the instruction map of the building and looked at it while shaking restlessly. Wow, there is a bar. The Joker woman turned her head and pointed. Are you going? Why not? Su Sheng chuckled, and the two walked to the elevator. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the Joker woman took Su Sheng's arm and walked into the bar a little bounce. Bar. There is no one. The Joker woman came to the counter and turned her long legs straight in and began to look for it on the wine rack, humming an unknown tune, shaking her head to pick from a bottle of wine, looking at the Joker woman like Su Sheng didn't just think the chuckle was funny. The change is really big. She didn't have any sense of existence at all, but now she has a sense of existence. After picking it for a while, she seemed to finally find the kind of wine, and she poured 2 glasses, and then turned over and sat on the counter. Looking at the legs wearing black fishnet socks, Su Sheng chuckled and passed the wine glass over. Cheers. Just now, did you see me? Su Sheng asked curiously, thinking of Joker's crazy jumping behavior. Su Sheng looked at the Joker woman, and saw that Joker closed her mouth and raised her eyebrows and approached her. To be honest, I am a little curious about what I have done to you to make you. Does Su Sheng remember let her be a pillow for a few days? It didn't seem to have done anything special, so that the Joker girl was so crazy that she dared to use her life as the price. Su Sheng feels so spicy. I just don't know if the wine is spicy or her bold move is spicy. The Joker girl giggled and she couldn't stop for a while and got up from him again. She deliberately swayed and walked to a small stage next to her, holding the long steel pipe with her hands. She seemed to have forgotten Su Sheng's question just now. After answering, he watched Su Sheng's selfless dance straightforwardly. What if I didn't come? If that situation weren't for Su Sheng's sudden appearance, the Joker woman would definitely die. After the crisp sound of clinking glasses, she saw the Joker woman drank it. Su Sheng was stunned and just about to drink, but she saw that the Joker woman suddenly grabbed the quilt and drank her neck. Cheers. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Joker girl giggled and walked around behind Su Sheng, holding his shoulders with both hands, bending over and tapping on his cheeks. I knew you would like this, and you would definitely come back. Then, she turned and lay directly on Su Sheng's lap, hooking his neck and jokingly said, I know you are sure we'll be back. I'm not here. The Joker girl pursed her lips and thought for a while, then suddenly smiled brightly. Even if you didn't come at that time, you will definitely come later. It is enough if you will come. As I can't see it, it doesn't matter. The Joker woman shook her head. I know you will definitely come. Amazing opening. Su Sheng said with a chuckle. Mouth to mouth. 2.9. The dancing posture is very enchanting. After drinking a glass of wine, the Joker girl smiled and jumped off the table, leaning on the bar with her left hand, and stroking Su Sheng's cheek with her right hand. My dear, do you like me now? Enchanting dance, seductive look. The writhing Joker woman slowly took off her jacket and threw it aside. The small white t-shirt was tightly attached to her body because it was wet from the rain, and the red underwear was clearly visible. Outside the window, the heavy rain drifted more and more. Crackling raindrops hit the window. Su Sheng's armchair was drinking wine on the bar counter and relaxing and enjoying the dancing of Joker. There seemed to be a fire burning in his body. Click. With a soft button sound, the Joker girl swayed over from the stage and lifted the t-shirt. Want? She asked softly. Su Sheng glanced at it and smiled softly. I'm sorry for a. Gluck. But, it misses you. The Joker woman stood up in front of Su Sheng like a soldier waiting for review. Su Sheng smiled and stretched out her hand. The Joker woman instantly showed a happy expression as if she had been praised. The rain is falling and the wind is roaring. Fire is burning. Su Sheng was thrown to the ground, and the Joker woman proactively and frantically rushed over. Tick, 12 tick, tick. The rain outside the window didn't know when it was getting smaller and it seemed to stop, on the floor of the bar. The Joker female Dama Jean Dao was lying on Su Sheng's body. The ponytail had already been scattered, and the makeup on her face was even more horrible. Su Sheng let out a sigh, looking at the Joker girl with a strange light in his eyes. It's different, it's really different. This kind of madness made Su Sheng, an old driver, couldn't help but devote himself completely, forgetting the time, place, and other nights. My dear. The Joker girl slowly raised her head and trembling. We are about to miss a good show. Good show. Suicide Squad and the Witch. Su Sheng watched the Joker woman tie her hair again and turned to the counter to wipe off the makeup on her face with wine, and he smiled. Standing up, finishing his clothes, Su Sheng turned and walked to the window. Outside the window, the blue light lit up the night sky. Although there is no superimposed hearing, I can still hear the gunshots coming from a distance. Looking through the night, Suicide Squad has already killed Amanda Waller's building and started rescue work. After a closer look, it seems that one of them is missing. The king of Slipknot is gone. Dead? Su Sheng said softly. Who is dead? The Joker woman hugged Su Sheng's waist from behind and asked curiously. Slipknot. That idiot. The Joker woman curled her lips, looking not surprised at all. Right. Although she looks a little crazy now, but after all, she is studying psychology, and a short contact can roughly tell a person's conduct and personality. My dear, do we want to go there? People want to see this excitement very much. The Joker woman asked coquettishly. Okay. Su Sheng also wanted to see the excitement very much, smiled and stretched out his hand to hug the Joker girl behind, then lifted her leg and kicked the glass and jumped out. Wow! The Joker woman screamed in excitement. My dear, we are flying, we are flying, we are birds, let go of me, dear, you let me go. Okay. Su Sheng smiled brightly and let go of the Joker girl. The Joker girl fell out of excitement in an instant. Just as she was about to land, Su Sheng quickly dived and steadily caught her and flew into the air again. Awesome! The Joker woman kissed Su Sheng in excitement. The two of them flew to the roof of the building where Amanda Waller was playing. After landing, the Joker girl was on tiptoe and her legs were crossed. It was a good kiss. She did not seem to have just fought for the first time. Looks like. Boom! The door of the rooftop was pushed open, and Suicide Squad walked in with Amanda Waller. Seeing Sheng and the Joker women were obviously stunned, and they soon did their own things. Everyone knew that Joker and them were not the same people at all, so they did not have a good friendship like in the movie. After all, everyone necks. Bombs are installed in all places and you have to die, but you don't have this restriction. In this case, it's strange that you can get close to each other. The Joker girl doesn't care about this either, she has only one purpose from beginning to end, which is to attract Sheng to appear. After knowing that Sheng came back, the Joker woman asked him to join Suicide Squad to perform this task. Why? Because she wants to attract Sheng to appear, she wants Sheng to appear for her. She did it and succeeded. The plane is coming. I don't know who said something in Suicide Squad, and then I saw a helicopter flying in the distance. The plane did not stop but leaned on the edge of the roof. Amanda Waller turned to the Suicide Squad and said, "I'll go first, and there will be a plane to pick you up soon." The people of Suicide Squad have no opinion, and dare not say anything. Amanda Waller turned around and planned to board the plane, but Sheng suddenly said something lightly. "Just leave like this." Amanda Waller stopped and turned to look at Sheng. Sheng hugged the Joker girl and chuckled, "The witch doesn't care. Or there is no second plane at all. You just plan to leave by yourself and then intimidate them to deal with the witch." Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A loud noise suddenly sounded from the side, and the helicopter exploded. Several people nearby were instantly knocked to the ground by the explosion. The sudden explosion of the plane made everyone look at Sheng and Joker subconsciously, but they seemed to be doing everything. Cough cough cough, what's going on? Boom. P.S. The picture shows Katana. Really? Deadshot turned to look at Sheng and asked. Below, the monsters transformed by the witches are densely packed like a tide, blocking the water surrounding this building. Sheng said that everyone looked at Amanda Waller in an instant. If they didn't know at first, then after the rescue operation just now, they already knew what 810 was going to face. Yes. The good show has started, and if you leave, it will be boring. The Joker girl chuckled. Next, look down. The taciturn Katana suddenly pointed to the tall building and shouted in surprise. "Ha ha. Yes." Amanda Waller said without changing his face. "You just have to wait." Sheng shrugged and did not speak, but the Joker woman said with a smile. "What my dear said is definitely true, even if there will be no. Is there really no second plane?" Deadshot asked in a deep voice. "What do you mean? If there is an airplane, you will destroy it?" Captain Boomerang couldn't help but said. Seeing the dense crowds of monsters underneath that resemble tides, everyone's expressions became serious. The witch did not know what evil magic was used to turn people into this kind of monster. Although this kind of monster with no face but full of eyes is not very strong, it can be saved differently by swarming them, even if they are all different. At the moment, there is a sense of despair. Now we can know if there is a second plane. Looking at Amanda Waller with an ugly face, Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Yes. If there is still a plane, they can leave, otherwise there is only a dead end to stay here. Yo 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 yo. Look, there's a big guy here. The Joker woman danced and shouted excitedly. A big red man who was at least 2 or 3 meters tall like a demon came from the distance of the monster tide, which made the people of Suicide Squad, who were desperate and depressed, feel even more depressed. Can't drag on. Is there any plane? If not, we must find a way to break through. Deadshot asked Amanda Waller in a deep voice. Life and death are at stake, and a decision must be made. Amanda Waller was silent. It's really not there. Captain Boomerang was about to rush towards Amanda Waller angrily. You calm down. Calm down. How can you calm us down? You want us to die. Captain Boomerang roared and shouted, Deadshot, Katana, Revenge Demon, Killer Crocodile looked at them with a bad look. Even if Katana was originally Amanda Waller's bodyguard at the moment, he was very angry. She knows how dangerous the mission performed by Suicide Squad is, and she can accept it, but she cannot accept this deception. Amanda Waller looked very calm. After all, there were bombs on their necks, so there was no need to worry that they would take action against themselves. She just has a headache, and there are more headaches. Sheng and Joker are two factors of restlessness. If it weren't for Sheng, she would have left here by plane now. Amanda Waller looked at Sheng, but saw that Sheng and the Joker girl didn't know what they were whispering. It's strange, the witch made such a big noise, almost half of the city has already fallen, why haven't any other superhero appeared? Sheng muttered with interest. For example, Batman, Superman, or the Flash, or even Wonder Woman. Sheng casually raised the bracelet, and quickly figured out the reason. Why did they not come? Because they have more troublesome things to deal with. A huge amount of aliens appeared in the seaside city. Batman and the Flash are saving people. As Superman and Wonder Woman were not on the scene, the last time Wonder Woman had to deal with Leopard Girl might not be in the United States. As for Superman, after the last incident, I guess this guy should not be interested in being a hero anymore, right? What's this? It's so cute. Joker said with a chuckle as she watched the huge yellow monster in the video. Cute? Sheng smiled lightly. This is not a cute guy, it's called a parallax monster, it can radiate fear and absorb the power of fear. Fear. I like it. Joker girl laughed. The appearance of the parallax monster in the movie was finally solved by Hal Jordan, who got the green light ring and became Green Lantern, but now Hal Jordan is dead, and Green Lantern has not appeared. It is not so easy to deal with the parallax monster, at least it can't be done with Batman and the Flash. We have to break through. We can only stay here and wait for death. Let's leave before that big guy is here. Deadshot said, checking a circle of equipment and then turning around. Captain Boomerang, the Killer Crocodile, and the Vengeful Demon left one after another. Katana hesitation followed for a moment. We should follow. Rick Flagger said to Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller came to Sheng's side. I know you have the ability to send me away, what conditions, you open. The conditions are unnecessary. Sheng chuckled and suddenly released the vibe wormhole. Amanda Waller was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Sheng to be so kind. Where is behind this? Sheng laughed and said nothing. Safe place? Or a dangerous place? Amanda Waller can't be sure, but now she can only take a bet. Come with me. She said to Rick Flag, and the two walked into the vibe wormhole together. Just send them away like this? The Joker girl curled her lips. The corner of Sheng's mouth was raised. Before speaking, he heard Amanda Waller's angry cursing suddenly coming from below. The Joker girl was slightly taken aback and leaned on the edge and looked down. Seeing riots arose in the monster tide, Amanda Waller and Rick Flag were frantically shooting at the monsters that were rushing around. Bye-bye, Ms. Amanda Waller. The Joker woman waved and shouted in excitement. The gunshots were loud, the monsters roared one after another, and occasionally there were bursts of fire flickering. This feeling like the end of the world made the Joker girl excited. Roar yelled, turning her head to Sheng and said, either F***K me, or I will go down and F***K them. I'm so excited that I can't help it, it's so exciting. Don't you want to see the witch? Sheng smiled lightly. Boom. Witch? Okay. The Joker woman nodded panicked. Monsters exploded when they were hit by heat ray, and the light of the explosion was as dazzling as firework. Sheng jumped out. Oh. So beautiful, dear. The Joker woman waved her hand and shouted excitedly. After a long while, the explosion ended, and she jumped down and turned to look at the witch under the blue light in the distance. Su Sheng hugged the Joker girl and turned around, and Heat Ray turned along with it. As soon as they landed, a few monsters rushed towards them. There is the seat of the witch. The distance is getting closer and the suction is getting stronger and stronger. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Want to see firework? Su Sheng chuckled and his eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, Heat Ray roared out. The ear-splitting tearing air sounds remembered that Su Sheng flew in the direction of azure blue in the distance. Boom! 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 Su Sheng descended quickly, directly pierced through the roof and fell down. Su Sheng smiled and stretched out her hand, but the Joker woman suddenly jumped onto him like an octopus. Boom! Chuckled lightly. The witch is wearing a few green cloth strips and metal long skirts, with a headdress that looks like a peacock. Behind her, a bright blue magic energy body does not know what it is for, but it is obviously for the witch. Very important. The witch at the moment should be fused with Joan Liao En, right? When she turned into a god before, although she still wore very little, but she had an evil and ugly feeling, but she was not as beautiful as she is now. You want to stop me? The witch stared at Su Sheng and asked warily. Su Sheng smiled and said, that big guy is your brother, right? You let him go out and destroy the Suicide Squad, do you think no one can stop you? Do you think I am afraid of you? No, I have recovered all my strength. It's time for the humans to remember how they worshipped me and worshipped me as my god. The witch snorted and shook her arms gently. In an instant, Su Sheng felt a special power enveloped him, as if he wanted to produce some kind of hallucination. Hallucinogenic magic. Ability that is completely different from mental ability. The magic started, and the Joker girl next to her fell into a sluggish moment at that moment. She seemed to have returned to the apartment in Gotham where she had been with Su Sheng. The difference is that Gotham did not have any chaos, and Su-017 Sheng did not leave. They fell in love. Married and lived a warm and happy life in this apartment. Sweet happiness, just when the Joker girl was about to fall into this kind of life, all this suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and reacted a little disappointedly and said, is this over? But I haven't enjoyed enough yet. You want to turn around and I'll give it to you. Su Sheng said with a chuckle, looking at the witch who was kneeling on the ground with a patter. You, how could it? She struggled and looked at Su Sheng with pain and convulsions. She actually felt the hallucination magic attacking herself, and it was stronger than her own. Should you still use your body? Su Sheng chuckled and slowly walked over. At the moment when the hallucinogenic magic was released to him, he unceremoniously copied the witch's ability. As the only magical character currently copied by Su Sheng, her ability is still quite good. After all, the ability of the witch in the comics is very strong. Superman, Wonder Woman and Cyborg are not her opponents, but the darkness led by Constantine the Justice League found a way to suppress the evil witch personality before Jean Liaoan changed back, and later joined the Dark Justice League. Among the characters in DC World Magic, witches may not be among the best but they are definitely on the top. Su Sheng spread his hands slowly while walking, he could feel the magic power spreading around him, especially the magic power on the witch. Very strong. Witches have the ability to manipulate magical energy, can heal others with magical powers, can be invisible, teleport, and can directly affect creatures with magical powers, and can also use magical powers to transform into any form. Step by step. Su Sheng came to the front of the witch. The witch raised her head and suddenly sneered. In an instant, her figure suddenly disappeared, and a dense fog filled the surrounding area. The dense fog quickly enveloped her and the visibility of her surroundings dropped sharply. Except for the white fog, nothing was seen. Ah, I can't see it, I can't see where you are, dear. The Joker woman's voice sounded from the thick fog. Su Sheng chuckled and released the same magic, and in an instant, the dense fog disappeared. Huh. She ran away. Female Joker looked around and couldn't help but screamed when she didn't see the witch. Boom! A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared behind Su Sheng, and the witch turned out to reach out and grab Su Sheng. What? Caught it? The witch looked at Su Sheng, who had suddenly disappeared, in surprise. How could this method be the same as her own? In surprise, the witch suddenly felt that someone hit her bitterly, which made her disappear into smoke in an instant and then appeared in the distance. You. I will do what you know. Seeing the surprised look of the witch who appeared again, Su Sheng chuckled and turned into smoke. The witch looked around warily, and suddenly got another blow on her . This made her ashamed and angry, but more surprised. He actually knows his own magic. How is this possible? The shocked witch casts magic and begins to disappear quickly, appearing, disappearing, and appearing. However, Su Sheng is the same. Not only is the magic the same, but also chasing after it. Every time the witch disappears, it will appear with a clear sound. Huh, funny, so funny. Honey, you are awesome. The female Joker's eyes seemed to be bright, and she watched Su Sheng and the witch constantly appearing around. The witch originally planned to find an opportunity to do something, but now she has to continue to teleport, because once she stops Su Sheng's slap, she will definitely appear like a shadow. Hearing the voice of Joker girl roar screaming, the witch finally got angry. Not far away. Okay. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. She suddenly appeared behind Joker woman, with one hand directly around her neck. No matter how presumptuous you are, I will kill. My dear, Malaysia is bad, K her. The Joker girl pouted after landing. The Joker woman yelled excitedly and waved her hand, constantly slapped. Kill me. The witch hadn't finished her words, and Joker suddenly interrupted. With a giggle, Joker suddenly leaned back and slammed her head heavily on the witch's face. When the witch loosened her pain, she grabbed the witch's arm and turned and pressed her hard on the ground and directly sat on it. Su Sheng smiled brilliantly at the witch, who had landed and was hiding in the monster tide. P.S. The normal appearance of the witch is really pretty. After all, the actor is a supermodel. Two huge amounts of monsters are fighting, and one of them is the witch's brother. After the witch betrayed Amanda Waller, he was released and resurrected. The other should be the form of revenge demon with full firepower, right? Lost like a demon, his whole body is red and hot and emits a wave of heat. My dear, come and save me. The Joker woman shouted excitedly, and Su Sheng suddenly appeared to catch her as soon as her voice fell. Wow! Ha! The two appeared in the night sky, and the witch slammed Joker down with a backhand force. Ride a horse. You're looking for death. The witch snorted and suddenly disappeared with Joker. Next moment. The two big guys are fighting and the others are not idle. The people of Suicide Squad form a group and are resisting the monster. Monsters continue to flow in waves like a tide. Killing a batch would quickly replenish a batch. After they came out of the building, they barely moved far. Deadshot's bullets have been used up. I don't know where to find an iron rod. The killer crocodile and tears the monster with a very cruel hand. Katana wields a sharp saber to continuously harvest the monster's head. Leg and Amanda Waller are in the middle. I'm not dead yet. The desire to live is really strong. Seeing that Amanda Waller and Rick Flag were not dead, Su Sheng couldn't help but admire. But I sent them directly to the strange pile, let alone the dense monsters persisting for a few minutes. I am afraid that they will have to hang up for tens of seconds, and it is really unusual that they can persist until Suicide Squad comes out. Didn't see Captain Boomerang, I guess, sacrificed, right? Boom. The dazzling light suddenly lit up from the side of the witch's brother and the vengeful demon, and when he turned his head to look, the two released hot energy and collided with each other. The powerful energy caused the ground to vibrate, and the surrounding monsters instantly turned to ashes. It doesn't seem to be a particularly interesting ability. Simply become a demon-like energy body, releasing energy. Ability is nothing special. Forget it, it's still a witch for fun. Su Sheng muttered, raising the corner of his mouth and teleporting to the witch's side. The witch seemed to be prepared for a long time, and a magical barrier appeared to protect herself in a flash of light around her body, and at the same time she quickly retreated and directed the monsters to rush towards Su Sheng. Kill him. The witch's voice was cold. Who killed? As soon as the witch's voice fell, Su Sheng suddenly stood in front of him. This speed made the witch startled and looked behind him subconsciously. The monsters were rushing forward following the order. You, how are you? The witch looked at Su Sheng in horror, and saw Su Sheng slowly raising her finger, burst. Boom! An explosion sounded suddenly behind Su Sheng. The monsters exploded almost at the same time. The power of such a dense explosion can be imagined. At that moment, almost everyone subconsciously stopped and looked over. In the witch's horrified gaze, Su Sheng's raised finger nodded towards her magic barrier. What does he want to do? The witch instinctively felt the danger and wanted to teleport to avoid it, but she was still a step slower. As soon as Su Sheng's fingers touched the magic barrier, she felt that her magic power was sucked away in an instant, the magic barrier disappeared in an instant, and she felt that her shoulder was lightly tapped by him after she followed her. Do not! The witch yelled and teleported away, appearing in the distant air in a blink of an eye. Burst! Su Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and gave a soft drink, and there was a boom, the witch in the air exploded. The dazzling firelight seemed to illuminate the sky, and a figure quickly fell down under the exploding firelight. Younger sister. Upon seeing this, the witch's elder brother roared in grief, and the output energy suddenly doubled and knocked the vengeful demon flying away. Boom! The vengeful demon smashed through a few cars before it could stop, and a hole appeared in the burning body. The witch's elder brother rushed towards Su Sheng roaring like a huge mountain, and the flame energy roared out. Su Sheng raised his mouth and raised his hand directly to catch the attack with his palm. The burning and output sound rang out, but Su Sheng's palm was like steel, unaffected at all. Next moment, the cold air instantly filled Su Sheng's palm, and the flame energy was quickly frozen and spread towards the witch's brother. In a blink, the witch's elder brother turned from a hot red demon into an ice sculpture. Let me come, let me come. The Joker woman suddenly yelled and ran from a distance, not knowing where she got a baseball bat. 3 steps and 2 steps, the Joker woman ran to the front, watching the icebound demon smile and take off. Her high heels stepped on the devil's legs and jumped up lightly. In mid-air, the Joker woman swung a baseball bat to hit his head. Boom! With one blow, his head shattered directly. The Joker girl took advantage of this force to turn around in the air and landed smoothly. Click, click. Cracks sounded from his headless body, cracks were produced, and after a few seconds, his body had broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. Yeah. The Joker woman bounced and shouted with excitement as if she had won a championship. As she shouted, the remaining monsters all around stiffened and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people of Suicide Squad couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at Su Sheng strangely. This is the gap. Are you okay? The people of Suicide Squad reacted and ran to the vengeful devil's side. The vengeful devil had turned back into a human form, but the wound did not disappear. Their shouts, the vengeful devil will always listen. Not anymore. On the other side, the Joker girl took a baseball bat and walked in the direction of the witch who fell after the explosion. The ground was smashed out of a pit, and the witch lay on the ground and twitched slightly. It's not dead yet. The Joker woman raised her baseball bat in surprise and was about to smash it down. While Amanda Waller was still thinking about what she was going to do, the Joker woman suddenly raised her gun and pulled the trigger. Hi. Okay. The Joker woman was happy in an instant, and nodded again and again. Sheng walked over and asked casually. When I came to Amanda Waller, the Joker woman screamed at her. Roar took out a chic gun from the pocket of her coat. The gun of love and hate. Is this changed back? Where's the witch? Vibe wormhole suddenly appeared. Sheng cast a glance at Qiong Liao En. Qiong Liao En instantly woke up struggling to get up and leave with them. Wait, I still have something to do. The Joker girl said to Sheng as if suddenly thinking of something, and then quickly ran to Amanda Waller. Zhong Liao shook his head. I don't know, I can't feel her anymore. Goodbye. Wait, yes, it's me, I'm Zhong Liaoan, no, not her. The witch on the ground shouted in shock and weakness. The sound of gunfire was loud, and Amanda Waller fell to the ground in response. Sheng smiled. It's not easy to knock on people. I'll take you to knock on the parallax monster later. Boom. Boom. It's a pity, can't I knock her? Joker asked regretfully. In the end, the Joker woman actually shot Amanda Waller. Looking at the stunned Suicide Squad members and the Joker girl who hopped back, Sheng laughed and hugged her pretty waist and kissed directly before taking her into the Vibe wormhole. Sheng, Joker girl and Zhong Liao En disappeared. The Vibe wormhole also disappeared. What's the matter? Deadshot couldn't help saying, but the killer crocodile took the opportunity to take off the remote-controlled bomb device from Amanda Waller. Deadshot, Captain Boomerang, Killer Crocodile, Vengeance Demon, Joker Girl, Katana, Slipknot, even if you don't count Joker Girl, there were 6 people at the time of formation, but now only half are left, only Deadshot, Killer Crocodile and Katana are left. Just one mission would kill half of the people, if it weren't for Sheng, the whole army would be wiped out. This is really a suicide mission. The remaining 3 people are a little lucky, fortunate that the mission is over, and fortunate that they can regain their freedom. They looked at each other and planned to leave separately. Where are you going? Don't forget, I also have a remote control device here. Rick Flag suddenly said, and the movements of the 3 of them stopped in an instant. You. The 3 angrily looked over. No one is allowed to leave. I will try to get you a commutation at the end of this mission. Rick Flag said unmovedly. Although Amanda Waller was dead, Rick Flag had to perform his own mission. After threatening the 3 of them to stay, he informed him to board the plane. Follow-up, there is still a lot of work to do. Before long, helicopters came to pick them up and began to clean the battlefield to prepare for the aftermath. The Suicide Squad members who originally thought that they would be sent back to prison to rest after completing the mission did not know that they were sent to the suicide battlefield again, which might be more dangerous than witches. Disciple number. As soon as she came back, the Joker girl looked curiously and asked, and when she learned that it was Sheng's spacecraft, she looked around with excitement, as if she didn't want to stop for a moment. Thank you. Qiong Liao En, who was still dressed as a witch, thanked Sheng weakly. You can stay temporarily, take a bath inside and change your clothes. I will ask you something when I turn around. Sheng pointed to Qiong Liao En, nodded and limped past. I want to stay here too. The Joker girl jumped up to Sheng and said very seriously, I want to follow you all the time, you can't leave me. Okay. Sheng responded with a smile. Really, great, I have a lot of things I want to do with you, to make sure you won't be bored. Even if you feel bored, it's okay, I stay by your side as before, I believe I will find it soon new fun. Joker said with a smile. Okay. Sheng responded with a smile. I will take you around to rest for a while, and then go find a parallax monster to play. The Joker woman took Su Sheng's arm and nodded her head. Su Sheng took the Joker girl to visit the disciples, including the cell and the collection room. Looking at the photos in the collection room, Joker's first reaction was that she wanted to take them too. Su Sheng definitely won't refuse to help her make a hand card soon and start taking pictures. Compared with other people, Joker girl is definitely the most cooperative one. Not only does she cooperate or even take the initiative, she is just a picture hanging on the wall. I took several shots over and over again, and only agreed with Su Sheng to hang it up after choosing the most beautiful one among dozens of photos. I don't like to be at the end. The Joker woman, who looked at her picture hanging at the end and didn't wear any clothes after taking the picture, turned and twisted and twisted and twisted in Su Sheng's arms. "Will you put me in front? I'll take you to my room to rest for a while." Su Sheng ignored the Joker girl and went out. The Joker girl cast her lips unwillingly and took a look and finally went out obediently. In the room. As soon as she lay down, the Joker girl collapsed directly on Su Sheng's body. "What are you doing?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. F***K. The Joker girl gave a sly smile and she tore open Su Sheng's clothes forcefully. "Batman, the Flash can barely save people but can't do anything. This monster seems to be able to absorb people's fears and become stronger and stronger. Batman tried his best to block the Parallax monster and let the Flash send everyone away. Only 5.7 people would not be able to provide it with the power of fear, but Batman alone can't do it. Fortunately, reinforcements came at this time. Love. Then he found another group of people. He didn't hear much about this word. The current Joker girl is a super sports car, and the old driver Su Sheng can't help but want to take a lap when he sees it. The sound of the super running away is quite beautiful, and I don't know where the Joker girl came from. The old driver Su Sheng really fascinated the old driver. Until he ran out of gas, the Joker girl's supercar was already overloaded and two people stopped. Su Sheng was stunned and then smiled silently. With Superman's help, Batman was finally relieved. Deadshot, Killer Crocodile, Katana. P.S. Suddenly, how about getting a yellow light Joker girl? I love you, dear. The Joker girl group whispered contentedly in Su Sheng's arms. The arrival of the Parallax monster is almost like the day of destruction, no one can stop it. Su Sheng laughed dumbly, but she was also aroused by her. The central city was ruined in a disastrous manner. It is roughly estimated that at least tens of thousands of people were killed in this disaster, including those monsters that seem to have run out of electricity. Amanda Waller is dead, and someone from above will quickly take over the Sky Eye Club temporarily. Whether it is the witch who caused all this, or the Joker girl who killed Amanda Waller and Su Sheng who suddenly appeared, these problems are enough to be devastated. But what's more troublesome is that the crisis in the central city has been lifted, while the crisis in the coastal city has just begun. Is this Suicide Squad by Amanda Waller? Why are you here? The Raptor team rushed over, and Barbara Gordon, who had just resumed walking ability, also put on Oracle's battle suit and rushed back, but they could only help disperse the crowd and could not provide direct help. Fortunately, Superman finally appeared. Superman, who had disappeared for a long time, finally came to help with the righteous heart in his heart. The smoke was filled with smoke, and fear quietly came to my heart. Not far away, an insect-like creature with multiple hands and feet and a knotty body was roaring wantonly. The red cloak was swaying in the wind beside it, and Superman was launching an attack on it, but it didn't seem to have much effect. As soon as the Suicide Squad 3 appeared, they were stopped by the oncoming Batman, and after a few questions, Batman's face became dignified and ugly. Amanda Waller died after all. Although it was not killed by Su Sheng, what is the difference between Joker's female action and Su Sheng's action? Don't let fear control you, go and evacuate the crowd. Batman said and turned and left. The three of Suicide Squad looked at each other. Come on, help. The three dispersed together with the Raptor team, Oracle, and the flash to disperse the people in the seaside city. After a while, the flash returned. The yellow lightning came quickly from far and near, and a lightning flashed out with his shoulders. Boom! Lightning hit the parallax monster, and the hit area disappeared a lot, but it quickly refilled and seemed to have no effect at all. What should I do? The Flash watched his attacks invalid and Superman's 12 consecutive attacks, but the parallax monster couldn't help but asked Batman in a low tone. Batman was silent. As an ordinary person, he can be afraid of danger, life and death, but sometimes that kind of powerlessness really makes him helpless. You find a way to stop it, I will find out if its origin is weak. After a moment, Batman groaned. Good. The Flash rushed up again. There must be a reason why this thing appeared in Seaside City, and it was obviously not a product of the Earth. Following this clue, Batman began to investigate. Ling-ling-ling, ling-ling-ling. The phone ringing leisurely interrupted Su Sheng and the Joker girl's rest. Su Sheng turned over and sat up and found the phone on the floor beside the bed. The Joker girl woke up and hugged Su Sheng from behind. Su Sheng didn't look at the number and went through. NS. Hey. Yes, is it Su Sheng? This is Carol Ferris, do you remember me? A woman's voice came on the phone. Definitely. Su Sheng raised his mouth, General Swanwick's secretary, future Green Lantern Hal Jordan's girlfriend. Unfortunately, Hal Jordan is dead and there is no future at all. What's up? You know about the Seaside City, right? Superman Batman, they are fighting but... Carol Fryston paused. Can you help? Did you find the wrong person? I'm not a superhero, and I just clashed with Sky Eye. Amanda Waller is dead. Ask me for help at this time. Is it appropriate? Su Sheng chuckled. Huh. Carol Ferris was stunned. I don't know this, I have retired to take over the family business, this is my request in my personal capacity. Personal identity? Su Sheng thought for a while and laughed. Well, I plan to go see the Lively anyway. Thank you. Carol Ferris hurriedly thanked. Su Sheng hung up the phone and turned to the Joker girl. Put on clothes, let's go and have a look. The Joker woman nodded repeatedly. After a while, she and Su Sheng were already neatly dressed, still in that standard outfit, with the baseball bat in their hands. You are going out? Xiong Liaoan couldn't help asking when he saw this. Yeah. Su Sheng nodded and directly released the vibe wormhole, leading the Joker girl through it. Boom! Vibe wormhole appeared in the Seaside City. As soon as they came out, they saw Superman's heat ray and the Flash's lightning flashing on the parallax monster at the same time, and then they were shocked almost at the same time. Good smell. The Joker woman stretched her neck and sniffed. What smell? The smell of fear. Su Sheng smiled. Let's have fun by yourself. The Joker woman nodded. Such a big guy is obviously not so easy to deal with and Su Sheng is obviously interested in it. The Joker woman definitely won't spoil his interest. Step by step. Su Sheng walked towards the parallax monster leisurely, and at the same time the corners of his mouth slowly raised. Speaking of parallax monsters, I have to say that a relatively large organization in the DC world, the Seven Lamps Legion, the red light of anger, the orange light of greed, the yellow light of fear, the green light of will, the blue light of hope, the indigo light of compassion, and love the purple lamp, each color and each emotion, uses the emotional power of the spectrum to turn it into a lamp ring, which can have extremely strong power. Each color of the lamp ring has its own lamp beast. The parallax monster is the yellow lamp beast. In the name of fear, the person who holds the yellow lamp ring must be able to control fear, release fear, and use this. The power uses the lamp ring to show all kinds of things in the mind. If you copy the ability of the parallax monster, can you become a yellow beast or a source of power to some extent? Can I make my own yellow light? In addition, if the power is superimposed infinitely, then maybe the manifestation can be realized, right? Sheng is very interested in the ability of Parallax Monster. Sheng. Boom. P.S. I don't know if you have watched the movie Green Lantern. The Parallax is in this movie as the big boss. In addition, continue to ask for flowers for rewards. The Flash stopped, and Superman stopped too. Sizzle. It was also heat ray. Just now, Superman's eyes were sore and he couldn't hurt the Parallax Monster, which made him unspeakably depressed. You use it better than me, how can I mess with it? In the air, Superman also stopped, looking at Sheng with a complicated expression. I am a Kryptonian, this is my signature method. Lightning gleamed, the Flash came to Sheng panting. You are here, this guy is too difficult to deal with. 383-inch. The Flash, Superman, dumbfounded. Copy. Really? It's fun if it's hard to deal with. Sheng chuckled and walked towards the Parallax Monster. Ha! Sheng snorted in his heart and instantly copied the ability of the Parallax Monster. At the same time, his eyes turned red, and the heat ray that was superimposed several times blasted over. The Parallax Monster's tentacles broke at the sound, and the pain caused the Parallax Monster to make a painful and poisonous howl. When the Parallax Monster saw Sheng walking over, his tentacles smashed over, and the wind roared. Huge amounts of tentacles made Sheng feel as if the sky was overcast. That kind of fear suddenly appeared in his heart but was quickly lost. Suppressed. The roar of the Parallax Monster was angry, and the broken tentacles instantly recovered and attacked Sheng frantically. The tentacles slammed frantically. The azure blue light lit up, and the speed force suddenly activated. Is this hitting Superman's face and then hitting his own face again? Looking at the azure blue lightning of lightning, the Flash couldn't help but raise this idea. Ha! 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 Azure lightning circled the Parallax Monster, and as the light gradually fell, the crimson heat ray appeared in all directions at the same time, and blasted towards the Parallax Monster at the same time. As if there were countless Sheng attacking at the same time. Boom! The dazzling light lit up, and after a while, a loud boom was heard, and the Parallax Monster could not withstand this attack. The flesh and blood seemed to be blown into countless pieces and scattered around. Superman slowly fell to the Flash's side, and at the same time Batman quietly appeared. The three of them stood in a row, watching the explosion, watching the flying flesh and blood, watching Sheng, not a word. It's not that they don't want to talk, but that they don't know what to say, it's too shocking. Dead? After a while, the Flash said quietly. I'm afraid not. Batman frowned and said in a low voice. He found that Sheng was still standing there. If the Parallax was dead, he wouldn't be like this. Parallax monsters are also at the big boss level, or beasts with yellow lights. Naturally, they won't die so easily. Sheng stood in place with his back facing them and lowered his head, as if he was fiddling with something in his hands. And the blood and flesh of the Parallax monsters flying around began to slowly glue together, as if they were about to gather together again. 10 seconds. The Parallax monster reappears. It's done. At the same time, Sheng chuckled slightly. There was a yellow light ring on his hand, but the pattern of the ring was a little different from the usual one. Sheng copied the holy character emblem on it. Putting the ring on his hand, Sheng smiled and raised his hand directly at the regrouped Parallax monster. In an instant, the yellow light ring lit up, and a beam of energy came out along the ring's eyes and instantly manifested a huge amounts of fist blasting towards the Parallax monster. Boom! The fist was blocked by the Parallax monster with its tentacles, and the Parallax monster looked shocked for a moment. This is, the power of the same origin. It was dumbfounded, but Sheng was not dumbfounded. The fist turned into a long sword in an instant and slashed directly. Ding! 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 With a crisp sound of collision, Sheng cut down with a sword, and finally the parallax monster's tentacles were cut off, and the long sword went down. Pust! The parallax monster was split into two from the middle and fell to the sides. Rumbling. When the behemoth fell to the ground, Sheng took back the energy of the lamp ring and reappeared at the same time. Using fear as a force, unlimited stacking. In a blink of an eye, the energy of the lamp ring diffused into a light cluster, and a floating bottle-shaped object in the light cluster was quickly manifesting. Finally, the energy of the lamp ring was recovered, and the floating bottle turned out to be real. This is equivalent to creating out of thin air, it's no different from creating reality. This kind of ability seems to be only the Ion Man who became Green Lantern integrated with Green Lantern can do it, but since the parallax monster I copied is the Lantern Beast, it seems normal to be able to do it after adding power. Sheng mumbled and looked up at the parallax monster. The parallax monsters that were divided into two halves gathered together again. The corner of Sheng's mouth was raised, and the energy of the lamp ring directly revealed a huge amounts of fishing net, which illuminated the parallax monster inside. Didn't he want to catch this big guy? The Flash couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. Even if such a big guy can be caught, where is it going to be locked up? Big? Sheng, who was super hearing, smiled lightly when he heard the Flash's words, and instantly hit the parallax monster by narrowing the beam. Boom! The body of the parallax monster began to shrink rapidly, circle by circle, and it became like a slap file size in a blink of an eye. Following the lamp ring energy manifestation, one hand grabbed the parallax monster and threw it into the drifting bottle. In the surprised voice of the Flash, Sheng buckled the bottle, turned and walked back. Seeing the parallax monster be *********** G in the bottle, Batman frowned and asked worriedly. "This thing is dangerous, what are you going to do with it?" Superman couldn't help asking. "It's my pet, I don't think it will hurt me, right?" The Joker woman said while teasing the parallax monster with her finger. Sheng shrugged and said nothing, but his attitude was very clear. The eyes of the surrounding people flickered unnaturally. When the Joker girl released Sheng and picked up the drifting bottle to tease the parallax monster inside, Batman said in a deep voice, "I don't agree that you give her such a dangerous thing. If the damage caused by releasing the parallax monster is almost incalculable." After the parallax monster ended, Superman took off with a bang. "Can this work? Then I'm back to Central City." The Flash looked at it and whispered and disappeared. Helicopters, the army began to enter the arena, the Raptor Squad, Oracle and others also quietly left. Although their volunteers are superhero, they still try not to deal with the government as much as possible. After all, strictly speaking, the volunteers also violated the law. "I'm not afraid." Sheng shook the drifting bottle and looked at the swaying parallax inside and laughed strangely. Although it looked like an ordinary drifting bottle, it was realized with the energy of yellow light and blessed the power of fear. If don't want to escape from the inside without the help of external force. After that, Batman raised his hand and released the gun and flew to the roof with a whistling sound. After a few takeoffs, he saw a bat plane flying away quickly. "What you said makes sense." Sheng nodded solemnly. "But, what does it have to do with me? I love you so much." The Joker girl jumped on her legs and hugged Sheng and kissed her fiercely. Sheng glanced at the Joker girl who was jumping over and gave it to her with a light smile. "Don't you think this thing is cute? I gave it to you." Batman seems to have known that Sheng would not agree so easily, so it is not surprising at all. "She will be in danger too. I found something, which may be related to it," Batman whispered. "After I go back, I will investigate it carefully and contact you at that time." Did he misunderstand something? Sheng curled his lips while watching Batman who left. What the hell was the tone of this same line? It seemed as if they were teamed up with each other. Creak. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground suddenly sounded, and a black off-road vehicle stopped in front of Sheng and Joker. Carol Ferris said loudly as the window was lowered. "Get in the car." The two got into the car, and Carol Ferris started the car and left. In the car, the Joker girl leaned against Sheng's arms and shook the drift bottle. It seemed that she really liked parallax monsters. Carol Ferris glanced back. This is the monster. "So, is this all right?" "It's okay," Sheng said casually. Carol Ferris was relieved and asked doubtfully, "How did you do it?" "Superman couldn't help this monster." "You caught this monster so easily, and, still so small." "And what kind of ability did you use before? Is it a fist, a sword, and a fishing net? What kind of ability is this?" Yes, this ability is so interesting." The Joker girl also looked up at Sheng curiously. Sheng smiled and glanced at the yellow light ring 593 on his finger. The Joker female said, "Want to have this ability?" "Think and think." The Joker woman's two-color ponytail nodded and swayed with her, "Very cute. I'll help you when I look back." Sheng smiled. "After driving for about 10 minutes, I arrived at a company and got off the car." Sheng and Joker followed Carol Ferris into the company and got on the elevator, and then came to Carol Ferris' office. The Joker woman sat down on the sofa and continued to tease the parallax monster. Sheng randomly looked at Carol Ferris, who had faded away from the military uniform and wore a low suit. "Are you now taking over your airline?" "Yes, it's much harder than I thought." Carol Ferris gave a wry smile and said, "Do you have any extraterrestrial technology that can be applied to airplanes? Maybe we can cooperate." "Not interested." Sheng curled his lips and sat down on the chair in the desk, putting his legs on the table, and said to Carol Ferris, "Let's talk about it. What the hell is going on?" Although Carol Ferris just helped before and didn't mention anything else, it's clear that something is wrong with her. Otherwise, there is no need to call Carol Ferris before, let alone pick them up to the company. "You let go, I have something to show you." Carol Ferris walked to Sheng and said. Sheng did not move, just raised his hand and used the light ring to reveal a small hand. He moved the computer monitor and keyboard and mouse slightly to the side. Carol Ferris looked at the ring in his hand in surprise and then bent and opened it. On the computer, she released a video soon after. The video looks like a laboratory. There is a man in the transparent strengthening glass. This man seems to be slightly deformed, with his head growing up a lot like a big monster. "You are in fear." Sheng glanced at the video and suddenly glanced at Carol Ferris next to him. The parallax monster is an entity of the power of yellow fear. It creates fear and grows itself with fear, so he is particularly sensitive to fear. Sheng could feel that fear arose in Carol Ferris' heart after the video was played. When his thoughts moved, many yellow projections appeared next to Carol Ferris, showing images like a 3D movie. This, how did you do it?" Roar was surprised when he saw these Carol Ferris. Sheng slightly raised the corner of his mouth and carefully watched the picture passing by. First, the picture of an alien spacecraft, and then an alien with purple skin appeared. The alien was dead. The military secretly connected the spacecraft with the alien's corpse was transported away for research. At that time, Carol Ferris had not retired, so he also participated in this plan. Also involved, the big head in the video just now. The next picture is that the big head monster seems to have accidentally started to lose control in pain, his head gradually grows bigger, he is sent away for isolation, and then, it is the picture of the parallax monster appearing. The content of these pictures is coherent, but it is estimated that there is a jump in time. No wonder you have retired and contacted me actively. Parallax monsters will appear in the seaside city as your pot. Sheng smiled lightly. This big monster is called Hector Hammond. He is infected with the energy of the parallax monsters. If the parallax monster has been provoked, let me just say, how can a good-looking parallax monster suddenly appear on the Earth? That monster is called a parallax monster. What is it? Carol Ferris asked hurriedly. The entity of the power of yellow fear, the lantern beast of the Yellow Lantern Legion in the Seven Lantern Legion in the universe. You have seen its strength. Honestly, you almost brought the Earth to the end of the disaster. Sheng said and suddenly chuckled. Screamed. But I have to thank you too. If you weren't fooling around, I wouldn't get such an interesting ability so quickly. As the voice fell, the yellow light ring suddenly lit up and directly revealed a palm and patted Carol Ferris ****. What? Carol Ferris screamed in pain, followed but curiously studied the manifested palm. Except that the color is different, it seems to be no different from the real palm, and the touch seems to be very real. This is the ability that the parallax monster can have. You copied its ability? Carol Ferris asked curiously. As long as you have a lamp ring, you can have this kind of ability. The colors are different and the emotions you need are different, but basically you can realize anything you think in your heart. Sheng smiled. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse of the alien that you found and deplaned is a member of the Green Lantern Corps, and it is a very powerful and prestigious one. You didn't see a green light ring when you found the corpse? Carol Ferris shook his head. No. Well, this won't be a problem, right? Trouble? Your trouble is big. Every lamp ring owner will automatically go to his successor after death. Since you didn't find the green light ring, it means that someone should have inherited it. In other words, the Green Lantern Corps should also know he is dead. You said. When they came to the Earth to look for him but found out that he was distracted by you, how would they react? Carol Ferris's breath of fear grew stronger and stronger. Sheng squinted his eyes and snorted comfortably while absorbing the fear energy she radiated. It felt like a good meal, very refreshing and comfortable. Green light, are the people in the Green Lantern Corps talkative? Carol Ferris asked Sheng tentatively. The Green Lantern Legion can be regarded as the more justice of the Seven Lantern Legion, which is equivalent to the space police maintaining the peace of the universe in different sectors. The Earth seems to be Sector 2814. Every sector has Green Lantern responsible for maintaining the security of the sector. You will maintain this. The cosmic police in the sector have already solved the problem, you say. Are they good at talking? Sheng chuckled lightly. The Green Lantern they solved should be Abinsu, right? Once known as the greatest Green Lantern, his younger sister is Sinisto's wife. Sinisto is a cruel man. At the beginning, he was also called one of the greatest Green Lanterns, regardless of his strength. Still, the status is second to none. However, he later betrayed the Green Lantern Corps and joined the Yellow Lantern Corps, and became the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. The Yellow Lantern Corps is also known as the Sinisto Corps. In the comics, he and Hal Jordan are similar to Batman and Joker, Superman and Lex Luthor, and they are also friends and foes, and they have a deep bond. Then, what should I do? Carol Ferris panicked a little. Although she doesn't know what the Seven Lantern Corps, the Green Lantern Corps, and what sector it belongs to, she knows that the forces in the universe are very strong, and, if the police on the Earth that protects you are distracted by you, think about the police. Can the Bureau let you go? The reason why Carol Ferris contacted Sheng was worried about any follow-up troubles. Now it seems that there is indeed, and it is still a big trouble. Let's find the whereabouts of the green light ring first, and see who the ring has chosen. Sheng said casually. Although Hal Jordan is dead, the Green Lantern on Earth in the comics is not just Hal Jordan. When the ring chose a successor, there were several target candidates, but Hal Jordan was the closest. Like Gardner, Jon Stewart are more famous, and there is Kyle Rayner. This guy integrates with Green Lantern's lamp beast Ion Shark to become its host, becoming a very powerful Ion Man. I just don't know, who will I choose this time? Let me know if you have any news. Sheng stood up and shouted to the Joker girl, then released the vibe wormhole directly into the people. Carol Ferris had no choice but to inform the military of these news and let the military find a way. It's a coincidence that the military originally planned to talk to Su Sheng. After all, Su Sheng took away their vital criminal, Joan Liao En, and saved the Joker girl. Even the Joker girl shot and killed Amanda Waller. You can't forget about these things, right? But now when I heard Carol Ferris say, "It's okay, it doesn't work," let's not say that Su Sheng ignores them or that they plan to rely on Su Sheng to solve the subsequent troubles, just let them be a parallax monster obediently shut up. That's Superman, the Flash, Batman, and even the alien monsters that can't be dealt with by the various heroes. Su Sheng is now given to the Joker woman as a pet. Who would dare to go to Su Sheng to find the Joker woman and make irresponsible remarks? Are you not afraid to release the parallax monster? The military finally decided to look for the so-called Green Lantern ring, while packing up the body of Green Lantern, and at the same time stepping up research on the technology on the spacecraft. On the other hand, it hoped that Carol Ferris would be in charge of contacting Su Sheng, no matter what the price was. Must let Su Sheng find a way to solve this trouble. In return, the military placed a large order from Carol Ferris Company, and at the same time exempted Su Sheng, Joker's daughter, and even Joan Liaoan from all charges. Definitely, this thing is just an addition, maybe even Joan Liaoan can care about it, Su Sheng and Joker girls don't care at all. Back to the disciple. The Joker lady first ran to choose a room for herself, then put the parallax monster on the bedside table, and said something to it like raising a kitten or puppy to make it obedient, and then she turned around. When Joker woman came out of the room, she saw Su Sheng had a yellow light ring in her hand. Joker woman's eyes lit up and she looked at Su Sheng watery. "Is this for me?" Su Sheng nodded. "I will put it on for you." Okay. The Joker woman stretched out her hand shyly and asked Su Sheng to help put on the ring, which felt like a wedding ring. "Although I don't know when I am not interested, I will stop playing, but at least it is quite interesting now." P.S. The picture shows Carol Ferris, taken from the version of the independent film, Green Lantern. The oath to be the yellow light oath is only the final change of the Psy's authority to the Su's authority. I thought of the other protagonists of Su's inexplicably. Su Sheng smiled and said, "I just thought about it. Although I can make as many as I want to make this thing, it can't be used by anyone wearing it, so I followed the original yellow light ring with a small setting. You need to pronounce the oath to be a member of the Rainbow Legion before you can use the ring. Burning with terrible fire, those who oppose me perish." It's so ugly. The Joker woman looked at her uniform, thinking that when she moved her ring, she realized a sledgehammer, then turned into a baseball bat, and finally realized a smaller parallax monster. The real parallax is exactly the same. I have to say that whether it is the original Harley Quinn or the current Joker woman, she is very good at fear. Although it is the first time to touch the yellow light ring, she is very proficient in getting started quickly. The background color is black, calf boots 5.8, arm braces, shoulders and chest are yellow, and there is a large holy symbol on the chest. Yes. Su Sheng smiled. Although there is only a yellow light now, the 7 lanterns can be copied sooner or later. If it is also called the Yellow Lantern, some of the 7 lanterns are too boring, so just get a Rainbow Legion with 7 lights. With the sound of the oath falling, the yellow light ring exudes a dazzling light. The light enveloped Joker's body and revealed a tight-fitting uniform. Raising her slender finger, the Joker woman looked left and right, and finally stretched her fingers to the distance. "Why, nothing?" the Joker woman asked suspiciously. "The darkness is vast, and the white night is lang lang." Rainbow Legion. Su Sheng thought for a while and then said it, and after taking it down, the Joker girl raised her arm wearing a lamp ring and read it loudly. "The wicked treacherous the party, fearing my divine light." "What's the oath?" Joker asked. "Fear is the source, Su's authority." Since Joker is not sure that Su Sheng dared to jump off the plane, she knew that she could control fear, and what she did in Gotham spread the fear vividly. The combination of Joker female and yellow light ring can be said to complement each other. Yellow light version Joker girl, not bad. Sheng is looking at the happy Joker girl who can't help but think that many people in the comics seem to have also worn the lamp ring, such as the temporary member selected to fight the Black Death in the big event, to the Dark Knight, Mela with a red light, Lex Luthor with an orange light, a Scarecrow with a yellow light, the Flash with a blue light, Atom with a blue light, and a Wonder Woman with a purple light, etc. Although they are only temporary members, they are also interesting. Moreover, it seems that Kayla, a Supergirl, has also worn a red light. In addition to the Seven Lamps Legion, the Black Light of Death and the White Light of Life are both extremely powerful abilities, especially the Dark Emperor behind the Black Light Dabo 12SS. He represents nothingness, darkness, and death. His ultimate goal is to restore the universe. The silent state without life can be regarded as one of the representatives of the DC world's death, and its strength is very powerful. As for the White Lamp Beast, the name of the spirit of existence is not simple. The person who wears the white lamp ring will not die, and has the ability to kill the black lamp with one blow. In theory, the white lamp can resurrect all life, but by the white lamp the people selected by the ring must obey the will of the spirit of the beast's existence, not being able to do whatever they want. The spirit of the beast's existence can be said to be the messenger of fate of the entire universe. Its will is the fate of all people, and it can be powerful enough to control all life so that the universe follows the path of fate. Ion Man Kyle Renner himself mastered 7 emotions and became the first white lamp born through his own practice, but because of the absence of the spirit of existence, he could not display the true ability of the white lamp. Whether black lights or white lights, they are all top level, they will not appear easily, at least not in a short time, so it is better to stare at the green light ring and gather the Rainbow Legion first. The function of the lamp ring basically copied the original version. In addition to the actualized lamp ring ability, Sheng began to add various functions to it. Aside from the conventional transfiguration, flight and the like, the main program and his own brain is connected, and he can communicate anytime and anywhere, send and store information, etc. By the way, Sheng copied all the languages of the universe and made a translation system, downloaded diagnostic functions from Gideon, and pretended to be miscellaneous functions, etc. Wait. The Lantern Ring of the Rainbow Legion is not inferior to the Lantern Ring of the Seven Lantern Legion. The only difference is that they are all controlled by himself. He can deprive any ring of the right to use and can replenish energy through remote input. The lamp ring of the Lantern Core also needs to be charged regularly with energy lamps. After busying for a long time, Sheng said to the Joker female, "Don't you want to experience the ability of the ring? Go to Gotham and catch Oracle back." Okay. The Joker girl chuckled and went straight out of the disciples. The ability of the lantern let her fly in the air, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a yellow light and disappeared. Indigo. Help me look up the news about the green light ring. Sheng gave an order, and it happened that Carol Ferris called and connected. On the phone, Carol Ferris mainly conveyed the military's request and conditions. He also hoped that he could go and see the big head monster infected by the parallax monster, but Sheng had no interest and refused. Hanging up the phone, Sheng just wanted to talk to Cheong Liao En, but the phone rang again. This time it was from Louise Lois. This reminds Sheng of Lucy Lois in the Supergirl world. Sisters in different worlds. It sounds weird. You are finally willing to show up, where have you been during this time? Louise Lois asked. Before Lois finished speaking, she saw a blue light in the room, the light disappeared, and Sheng appeared. Frozen, Lois hung up the phone. It was the original apartment, and after this period of renovation, it was basically the same as before. Sheng saw the pure gold coffee table at a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. I can tell you about the seaside city, but you have to promise me one condition. Perfect match. Sheng couldn't help chuckles, one dead sister, perfect match. What conditions? Lois asked. What nonsense are you talking about? My sister has been dead for many years, you. Lois subconsciously retorted, but looking at Su Sheng's smile and non-smiling expression, she couldn't speak to her. Are you serious? Can you really let me see my sister? Seeing that Lois's reaction was so intense, Su Sheng chuckled lightly. Don't refuse. If you agree, I can let you see your sister afterwards. Don't you want me to do this kind of shameless 873 thing? You can't control me, otherwise I will never forgive you. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. My sister. P.S. I found out that I am really an old driver, haha. And I can let you get along for a period of time, and even let her appear in the Vitality in some way, as if she never left. You can often talk to understand each other's recent situation, tell what happened, and occasionally meet, sisters. The two went out for shopping, and even drinking and chatting together. How about? Promise? Su Sheng's words made the originally determined Louise Lois slowly hesitation like the voice of a devil. Real? Do you have a sister? Su Sheng asked not to answer. Su Sheng smiled and walked over to her and whispered a few words in her ear, and saw that Lois's face turned red instantly, not knowing whether she was ashamed or angry. How can you be so shameless? Let me be with you with other women. No, I won't agree. What perfect match. Lois was stunned. I want to ask you about the seaside city, Louise Lois glared at Su Sheng, never expected that this D would make such a shameless request as soon as he appeared. This question made Louise Lois dumbfounded. After a pause, she said sadly, yes, but she passed away by accident a long time ago when she was a child. Why did you suddenly ask this? Su Sheng's words were like the voice of the devil, allowing Louise Lois to slowly outline the kind of picture he was talking about, that kind of life. The corners of her mouth couldn't help raising a happy smile, as if she had really seen her sister, and she really lived this kind of life with her. Snapped. There was a crisp snapping sound, and Louise Lois looked around in a daze. Just now. A kind of hallucinogenic magic, what you saw just now is an illusion, but I can make this illusion come true. Su Sheng just used the magic of a witch to make her fall into the illusion of getting along with her sister, but she didn't let her see it. What Lucy Lois really looks like. Promise? Su Sheng asked Lois with a chuckle. Louise Lois didn't answer directly, but asked about Seaside City with a slightly dodging look in her eyes. It's done. Su Sheng smiled and talked about what happened in the seaside city. Su Sheng left after almost 20 minutes. Before leaving, he asked Louise Lois to wait for her news. This kind of interesting thing must definitely find a suitable opportunity and enjoy it quietly. Back to the disciple. Joker woman has brought Oracle back. In the lounge next to the operation room, Joan Liaoan made coffee and sat aside. Joker woman put away her yellow light uniform, her long legs covered in black fishnet stockings were placed on the table, white sports high heels dangling. Opposite her, Oracle Barbara Gordon was still drinking coffee in a bat costume silently. Very leisurely. Give me a cup. Su Sheng casually said and walked to the next table. Joan Liaoan made coffee, and Joker said a little coquettishly, it's so boring. She didn't resist, just follow me here. I didn't even have the opportunity to show ability, and the big bat didn't stop me. Honey, is there anything interesting for me to do? Thank you. Su Sheng took a sip of the coffee from Joan Liaoan's hand. Su Sheng's eyes couldn't help but light up, it tasted good. He nodded approvingly towards Joan Liao and then said with a smile. What do you want to do? I don't know. The Joker woman said crisply. Not long after the voice fell, the Joker woman suddenly stood up. Why don't we have a party? Party? Yes, big party. There are so many people, and all of them are women. Only you are the king, okay? Joker said with a smile. Why do you suddenly think of a party? Su Sheng laughed dumbly. It's boring, and we just saved the world just now, twice. It's time to celebrate. The Joker female said plausibly. Su Sheng thought for a while. Also, since you said that the more people the better, then I will give you a list, and you will be responsible for finding people and bringing them over. Having been in the DC world for so long, it seems that I haven't had any parties. It sounds quite interesting. Su Sheng quickly transmitted the list to the Joker woman's lamp ring, and the Joker woman turned around without saying a word. Ready to find someone. Su Sheng's lamp ring lit up, and he realized a similar city according to the scale of Argo City, like a crystal ball file size. After realizing it, Su Sheng placed it on the table and narrowed it in under the surprised eyes of Qiong Liao En and Oracle. After entering, Su Sheng began to reform his own ideas. For the party, first make a palace, which must be spacious enough to accommodate many talents. Then there are all kinds of amusement facilities and a hotel. I thought about it. Su Sheng has created a huge amounts of surfing pool. Swimming and surfing are both right. Definitely, this water has to think of extra ways. Louise Lois of Metropolis, although she had just met, was still called over, and Carol Ferris of Seaside City was also on the list of invitations. Well, it's barely crowded now. First, the Raptor team, Felicity, Catwoman, Black Canary Laurel, Thea Quinn, and the new Starlings were all brought here, along with the Huntress Helena, who had not dealt with the Raptor team. The Joker girl sent them to the Disciple and continued to fly away without stopping. Su Sheng simply explained to them a few words and then shrank and sent them into the playground. Not long after the people from Star City arrived, the Joker woman came again with the people from Central City. Definitely still. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Silk Soul Laura, Black Sea Monster, Bomb Girl Betty, Ballistic, and Captain Cold Sister Lisa was also there, so they brought them together. In addition to them, there is Caitlin Snow. When the Joker girl brought the two of them over, it happened that the female Firestorm also came, and returned to the familiar Disciple. The female Firestorm separated into Riley and Valentina, and sent it in again. Su Sheng gave them another explanation and sent them in. Before entering, Laura specifically said that she had notified the female Firestorm, Leoli and Valentina, that they should come directly. For example, Wonder Woman Diana, for example, people in the Supergirl world. But let's forget about it. There are enough people inside, some pillows, some not. Maybe it's a Shura field. There are more people, but there is still someone who can bring it over. It's just a Joker girl. If it can't be done, the Vibe wormhole opens, and the target is Earth 2. Su Sheng also drags Jesse Quacha over. Star City, Central City have them, and other cities also have them. Su Sheng will remodel in the amusement park for a while, and then come out to carry various things. Don't bother to watch, go in and make arrangements. Su Sheng smiled and clapped his hands to shrink the Joker girl and Jessie Kwai Ku and took them into the playground. In the playground of the palace, there are two long rows of food and wine in the form of a buffet. There is also a row of hangers on the edge. There are a lot of swimsuits, towels and other miscellaneous costumes. The dynamic music is loud but not shocking. As soon as Su Sheng came in, he saw everyone split into small teams and looked over. Su Sheng probably counted, but he didn't count him as exactly 20 people. Since you want to play, let's have a good time. Su Sheng directly released a narrow beam toward Qiong Liao En and Oracle and sent them in. As soon as they entered, the two of them were amazed. They were completely brought out by this as a party. The small world was amazed. This kind of original fact made out of nothing is too exaggerated. But the more exaggerated is still to come. The Joker woman began to bring people back. Joan Liao En and Oracle were stunned, but, can it be like this? Is it going to be a party here? Roar, I'm so tired, shouldn't it be gone? The Joker woman wiped the non-existent sweat and asked with a smile. Most people like to divide territories by cities, so the distribution of women becomes very interesting. Although the Raptor team didn't deal with the Huntress, it was obviously closer than the others, and Laura, who was active in the center city, stood aside. Including Firestorm and Jessie Kwai, who are also here. The metropolis and the seaside city are slightly lonely, only Louise Lois and Carlo Ferris. Although the Joker girl and the Oracle had only been in a single one for a short time, they stood together on behalf of Gotham, and Joan Liao from the center city stood alone in the corner. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Su Sheng had thought of letting every city have its own ex-girlfriend, but the ex-girlfriend does not exist yet, and there are a lot of people in every city. After chuckling lightly, Su Sheng said in a loud voice, "There is no other meaning in calling you all here. I just think that in a country like the United States that likes parties, I have never hosted or participated in parties, so I called you all. Come and have fun together. Forget about your tasks, forget your identities, have fun, relax, let's get started. Yo!" The Joker girl yelled in excitement and started to feel hilarious. The other people looked at each other a bit. After all, they were all busy with their own affairs, and then they were suddenly brought over to a party. The mood of 597 must be adjusted. Fortunately, Joker's female college, Roar, yelled very well to stir up the atmosphere. Many OK people such as Firestorm, Lisa, Laura, etc. also joined in, and the atmosphere gradually became fierce. At the beginning, it was just a handful of people talking with familiar people, but soon everyone began to get to know each other. Especially here is the reporter Louise Lois and Carol Ferris, who wanted to know as much as possible about Su Sheng. People are there, so it's not difficult to get acquainted with each other. For the two of them, many of them have heard of the code names of the people here, such as the Raptor team, Oracle, and so on. But the most interesting thing is that Black Canary Laurel meets with the duo of Laurel, the Black Sea Monster. The appearance and body are almost exactly the same, but the temperament and dress are completely different. There is no need to make a special atmosphere at all, the feeling of a party will be there. The ring is fat and thin, with different appearances and colors. Su Sheng held the wine glass and looked at everyone until he thought that Joker's proposal was really good. Music is bursting, glasses of wine are intertwined, sometimes laughter, sometimes noisy. The atmosphere is getting hotter and hotter. Are you all here? Felicity asked faintly when she came to Su Sheng with her wine glass. Su Sheng chuckled and stopped her to kiss and laughed. Don't think so much, just enjoy the party. Don't think so much. I used to open one eye and close the other, at least not dangling in front of my own eyes. How about now? You even called everyone to have a party together. Su Sheng glanced at it, and Felicity whispered, "The starling matter." Su Sheng suddenly remembered that he had promised Felicity to figure out if the starling's identity was clean. He put Felicity in one hand, raised a glass in the other and took a sigh of relief. Su Sheng's mental ability was chatting with other people in the distance. The bird threw it away. After a while, Su Sheng raised his mouth slightly, lowered his head and leaned into Felicity's ear, saying, "Your worry is right. She really has a problem." Felicity was slightly surprised and a little sad. She is the eye arranged by the Sky Eye Society Amanda Waller to monitor your actions. However, Amanda Waller was killed by the Joker woman. No one should know her mission and identity, and her relationship with you is also really, so if you can bring her over, if you can't accept it, just let her go. Ingsheng laughed, how lively. Full of wine and food, the atmosphere is strong. With a sound of falling, the two released their superpowers at the same time. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two of them had already changed their swimsuits, and they seemed to be on the same side. Ballistic was slightly unhappy and once again proposed who should go to the surfing pool first, and the two compared again. In the sound of the music, the Joker woman once again held the steel pole to dance an enchanting posture, and shouts of applause sounded. Thank you for reading this story at hotmtnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Transfer positions. Okay. After a while, everyone almost came to the surfing pool. Some were playing on the edge, some were surfing, and some were lying on chairs, drinking and chatting, and didn't mind showing off their good figure. I see. Felicity replied with a complicated expression. Although some people don't have a close relationship with Sheng, they don't think much about changing their clothes after seeing many people without any hesitation. This makes Sheng a feast for the eyes. Sheng put on a pair of beach pants and jumped directly in from a distance. In an instant, the water splashed and caused waves of scolding, and before a while, several people around him started messing around with splashing water. Under this situation, everyone let go of the shackles in their hearts, became bold and let go a lot, and began to gradually become restless. Although it hasn't become a Xiao Luo Chang here, it doesn't mean that they don't have the mind to compete with each other, especially the few people who have been Sheng pillows are even more eager. The atmosphere and environment of Hippie, coupled with the influence of alcohol, made everyone forget each other's identities, and put down the previous tasks to enjoy them. In this atmosphere, Sheng, the only man, seemed to have less sense of existence. I don't know who ran to the hangar first and changed into swimsuits. There were one or two. In an instant, a group of people swarmed up, making Sheng instantly feel like he was in the backstage of the model. Compare. The ballistic said towards Jesse. A playground where there is absolutely no possibility of being disturbed, a group of people who let go of their own wanton, a man who has a relationship with them. People come over in waves, drinking a glass of wine, and chatting a few words. After all, they are all familiar with Sheng, and some people have not seen it for a long time and naturally want to chat. At this time, Lily and Thea came over separately, glanced at each other for a while, and then stepped over at the same time. Upon seeing this, Felicity quietly left, and the two stood beside Sheng one by one. Sheng smiled and said this to the two of them, but the two of them had their own intentions to fight for favor with each other, but when Laurel and the Black Sea Monster came over, they stopped fighting each other with eloquence.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.